guys, Rose here. So today is the media day right before we head on over to the knockout stages. But you know what? I think it's time to meet some of the players that will be in the knockout stages. And over there, we actually have Team Liquid Philippines. So come, let's go see what they're up about. Hey guys. Why are you guys so awkward?
No, we're just talking about game.
Oh, about game. Coach, how are you? It's been a while since I've seen you, no? Last time was in M6.
Yeah, last time in M6.
How are you?
Now I'm good and very confident.
He's good and very confident, but you don't look confident right now. You look shy. What's wrong? Why are you guys shy?
No, we're just talking about the game.
Okay, JP, the last time I saw you, I think it was like in MPLI. It's been a while. So long na. How are you doing?
I'm good. And na-enjoy namin yung red guys. Tapos sobrang ganda dito and yung food masarap. Ano lang, yung init lang yung kalaban namin kasi parang yung iba nagdadry yung skin, ganun.
He said everything is good so far in Riyadh. He's having a blast. He likes the food. He likes everything. Experience-wise, it's also very good. Just the heat, no? It's really hot. Kind of drying on the skin. Now let's talk about MSC knockout stages. What are you guys looking forward to?
SRG.
Wow, you're confident you get to meet SRG. You guys are like on the opposite side of the brackets, eh?
Because the defending champion. Yeah. Then I want to play against them.
Oh, so are you saying that you kind of want to meet SRG in the grand finals?
Maybe.
Wow! Coach, JP said SRG grand finals. Do you agree with that?
No. Because I want Onic PH in the grand finals.
So Coach wants a PH grand finals. And JP wants an SRG MY. And obviously, TLPH grand finals. If there's any message you guys could give to anybody, any message?
Good luck to us and give the fans all of your best because we will do our best to get the championship.
Coach looks a bit shy. JP na lang. JP.
Good luck and good luck to our enemy in the playoffs.
They look a bit tame, but it's okay. I'll see you guys in the knockout stages, okay? Take care. Now, I think we should head on over there because I see Onic Philippines, and like I said, it's also been a hot minute since I've seen them. Hi, Coach. Hi, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm doing good. Oh, we also have Kyrie here. Hi, Kyrie.
Hello.
How are you guys? How are you, Kyrie?
I'm doing good also.
Okay, I'll be asking you guys a few questions. Is that fine? How was the experience so far in Riyadh? Now, I know Kyrie was here before, but Coach, why not? It's your first time, no?
It's actually nice, especially in this hotel. And whenever we go to the venue, I just look at the place. It's quite nice. It's quite clean. The traffic is actually good. I kind of like it here. It's just that it's kind of hotter for my it is.
Kyrie, do you prefer this kind of heat where it's like dry, or do you prefer like the humid heat in like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines?
I think I prefer the Indonesian and Philippine more because the heat here makes my lips so dry.
Yes, moisturizer is key. Moisturizer is key. Now, Coach, just now I was talking to TLPH and JP said he wants TLPH SRG Grand Finals. Are you going to allow that?
Of course not.
Who do you want to meet in the Grand Finals?
Definitely Onic Indo.
Oh, Kai. What do you think? How do you think the Grand Finals is going to play out?
I think it's gonna be Onic Indo versus Onic PH.
The Onic boys wants an Onic Grand Finals. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys at the knockout stages. Let's go continue our exploration. Who do we have? Okay, we have a bit of the Onic ID guys. They're currently playing right now, but it is the player lounge. Okay, Sans, how's the experience in Riyadh so far?
So far so good. Aku banyak coba banyak. Di sini player lounge-nya sangat enak, terus di stage-nya juga enak, kamar tidurnya juga enak, makanannya enak, semuanya enak di sini.
He said he's having a blast here. Everything is good, from the food to the experience to even the hotel, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
You having? Oh, why are you laughing? Come here. Come here. Lutfi, come here. Why are you laughing, Lutfi? Lutfi, how's your experience? Experience di Riyadh macam mana?
Experience di sini.
Iya.
Ya enak, ya player lounge-nya bagus, terus kamarnya bagus juga. Tapi yang di sini yang lumayan tak suka ini sih panas. So hot.
He said everything is good. I think the players especially love the player lounge that we have over here at the hotel. However, they all have something in common that they kind of dislike, which is the heat. And I honestly agree. Did you guys bring lotion? Bawa lotion gak?
Nggak. Aduh, aku nggak pakai lotion. Nggak suka.
What about you?
Enggak, cuman skincare aja.
Oh, wow, skincare. Oh, that's something interesting. Can I see your skin? Yeah, Lutfi's skin so nice. It looks like a baby skin. What skincare do you use? Moisturizer?
Ya, mouse terus enggak apa? Cuci face wash.
Facial wash.
Wash ya, terus
Toner?
ya toner pakai juga sama serum.
Wow, serum. You know what? You should use sunscreen. Sunscreen itu penting.
Nggak pakai soalnya cuman bentar kan di luar, habis itu masuk ke dalam ruangan lagi. Menurut aku nggak pakai nggak apa-apa.
Okay, you know what? This kid has a full skincare routine. He uses moisturizer, toner, serum, facial wash. Although I do wish that he would start using sunscreen because it's very, very important. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys in the knockout stages. Oh, before I go, one last question. Who do you want to meet in the grand finals?
Onyx PH, of course, Onyx PH.
Lutfi.
Same, Onyx PH.
The Onyx boys won an Onyx Grand Finals. This is going to be fun. Will this be a repeat of what happened in the Snapdragon Pro Series over at JB? We'll find out soon enough eventually. And right now we are with Mythic Seals Zippy. Hi Zippy, how are you?
I'm fine. Hello.
Okay, now Zippy, how is Riyadh treating you so far? How's the experience like?
I think it's good. For us, it's very hot, but still good. Yeah.
Yes, it is rather hot here because it's very different from the heat we have in Asia, right? Now, Zippy, I have a question. Do you like Riyadh hot, where it's like dry, or do you like Asia hot, like humid?
I think Asia hot because it's very, 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 very hot.
You're okay with sweating?
No, not.
But in Asia, we sweat a lot.
Yeah.
But still, you prefer that heat.
I think so.
Okay, now we can see you're playing Mobile Legends, but I won't talk about your game right now. I want to ask you, for the grand finals, you know, the knockout stages grand finals is happening in a few more days. Who do you want to meet in the grand finals?
I would say TLPH. Yeah.
Why?
Because my friend Ohab is there.
You want to meet Ohab. Is there anything Zippy wants to say to Ohab?
No, just good luck, have fun.
Just good luck, have fun. And, you know, maybe it's going to be a fun day at the Gold Lane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Zippy. I'll leave you because he's currently playing ranked game and he just got into his game. He's playing a Harith. Let's not disturb him. Maybe we could go find a few more players to disturb around the player launch. Guys, look who I found. It's the one and only Rins of RRQ. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, now Rins, how has Riyadh been for you?
Riyadh for me
Best gak?
best banget. Ya, karena Riyadh apa ya, cuacanya panas.
You like hot? You like the heat?
Yes.
We finally have a player that actually enjoys the heat. So you prefer the Riyadh heat compared to Indonesia heat? Because in Indo you will sweat, right? Here, not so much. So, mana yang Rins lagi suka? Panas di Indo, panas di Riyadh?
Panas di Riyadh karena panasnya nggak bikin keringat.
Yes, he likes the heat here in Riyadh more. Now, aside from the heat, do you enjoy the food? Do you enjoy, you know, the player lounge? Do you enjoy the boulevard?
Apa?
Boulevard tuh di venue, suka?
Oh, suka banget karena Riyadh makanannya apa ya? Enak sih makanan di Riyadh, apalagi apa ya? Minumannya. I like.
He likes the food, the beverages here in Riyadh, and he also likes the venue. What do you like about the venue? Di Boulevard, apa yang best? Banyak game yang happening?
Mungkin dari apa ya? Dari gamenya ya, kayak PlayStation.
He likes the PlayStations here. Do you play a lot at the player lounge, the PlayStations?
Yes, Tekken.
Oh, main dengan siapa?
Main sama teman si itu teman-teman RRQ lah.
He plays with a lot of the RRQ players. Now, Rins, what are your expectations for the grand finals? Mau jumpa siapa?
TLPH atau Onyx.
TLPH atau Onyx. So TLPH or Onyx? Onyx ID or PH?
Onyx ID sama Onyx PH.
Either one, he doesn't mind.
Onyx.
Dua-dua okay.
Ya, dua oke lah.
Onyx ID, Onyx PH, and TLPH. Is there anything you want to say to them? Message?
Ya, good luck, have fun.
All right, thank you so much, Rins. I'll see you at the venue. And of course, I managed to spot out Aurora at the player lounge. So, hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Hello, good. You?
I'm good. How are you?
Thank you.
I'm good.
So the boys are all good, but guys, I actually have like just a few questions. I want to know, how has your experience in Riyadh been so far? Is Riyadh fun?
Riyadh is fun, but the weather is so hot actually, so hot.
Is it very different from the weather back home?
You mean Turkey?
Yes.
Yeah, like in Turkey you live every weather actually. Cold, hot, middle, but in here, hot all the time.
What about you? How has your experience in Riyadh been?
Ya güzel geçiyor. Üçüncü gelişimiz, artık sıcağına alıştık.
This is his third time been here, and he said we got used to it, too hot.
Yeah, I guess third time is the charm.
Yeah, third time.
Third time is the charm. And of course, Siki Boom, how's your experience in Riyadh?
Açıkçası güzel. Beni rahatsız etmiyor sıcağı da. Alıştım. Sıkıntı yok yani.
he said the hot is not a problem. I got used to it already. He said I'm having fun.
Oh, you're having fun.
But he said the problem is he's not going outside. Never.
You know what? That's smart. The heat is not a problem if you're not in the heat. If you're inside, it's not really a problem.
Inside is so cold. The AC is so cold all the time.
Well, you have to pick. You want hot or cold?
I mean, I'm out middle. There's no middle?
No middle.
Oh no, I prefer cold.
Hot or cold?
Cold. Yeah, cold.
See? Everybody wants to stay inside. Okay, now that we've talked about your experiences in Riyadh, what about the venue? How do you guys like the venue?
The venue, I think, it's so good because every game getting played at the same time. Everyone is playing at the same time, the games. It's so good.
Yes, I agree with Lunar actually. It's actually so fun because there's so many games happening at the same time, which makes it so much fun. Okay, now I'm gonna ask each and every one of you guys your prediction for grand finals. Or more like, if you go to the grand finals, who do you want to meet? Let's start with Lunar. Who do you want to meet in the grand finals?
RRQ, of course. I want to meet RRQ.
Why?
We had a things to show them and we have a revenge to get it.
He has a revenge to get. Okay, Apex, who do you want to meet in the grand finals?
Onyx Filipin.
Why Onyx?
Bence şampiyon oldukları için.
Because they're the world champions. Is that? Oh my goodness!
Nice Turkish.
Oh my god, I'm so good. I can be your translator next year. What about you, Sigibu?
RRQ, need revenge.
RRQ need revenge. Now, if you were to meet RRQ, score prediction, since it's a best of 7, is it a 4-3, 4-2, 4-0?
4-1.
4-1.
Yeah.
4-0.
4-0. Ooh, it is getting hot in here. Okay, now what about Apex? Score prediction if you meet Onyx Philippines.
I think 4-3, 4-2.
Close game kind of thing.
So close.
Lunar, when I got here, I heard you talking about one thing and one thing only that you really, really like. What's your favorite thing about the entire place, hospitality, the player lounge so far?
Massage so good here. The massage guy has magical hands. He has magical hands. So good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Do you do a massage every day?
I mean, if I have a time, I would go every day. It's so good. Why no?
What about you, Apex? Do you like the massage?
Yeah, I like. It's good. This guy is so good, yeah.
How would you rate it, 1 to 10?
9.
9 out of 10. Wow. 50 out of 10 from Lunar. Now, What about you? Do you do the massage?
Yes, but my favorite snacks.
Oh, your favorite is the snacks. What do you like to eat?
Croissant.
Croissant. Very fancy, Aurora. They're the only ones who actually told me they like getting massaged here. They like eating the croissant. You know what? Thank you, boys. And I will be seeing you in the knockout stages. Thank you. And that is it from me over at the Player Lounge today. It seems like the players are definitely having a blast before we kickstart our knockout stages. And with that, this is Rose signing off. See you guys.
Go for it. Doesn't fight the knockup onto King Kong. Somehow gets to immune himself though. But then Malcuti, he gets stunned by Kurt.
Onyx Philippines are really good, but it does feel like this meta doesn't really suit well as M6. At the M6 World Championships, they were amazing. Here, with King Kong forced to use other assassins, not those snowballing types, utility junglers too, he has really dropped a bit.
Para sa akin, sobrang laki ng difference ng M6 sa EWC. Dahil nung M6, confident na masabi ko na parang sobrang dali ng naging run namin. Super confident namin nung time na yun. Compared sa run nung Season 15 MPL papuntang EWC, masasabi ko na lahat ng teams nakapag-adapt na sa current meta, tsaka sa mga naging bagong meta, sobrang bilis nila naka-adapt.
But in the group stage, for me, it's good that they got a reality check very early in. Now in the knockouts, they should be prepared. They should have already found out their weaknesses, and it should be mostly King Kong and Assassins.
Two base turrets will fall. Onyx again. They want to end.
The damage from King Kong doesn't even allow the feathered airstrike to be casted.
Para sa akin, unang-una yung isa sa pinakamalaking impact ni Keller sa team yung pagiging leader niya pagdating sa mga tournament, since sa aming 5, siya yung pinaka-experienced.
Mga natutunan ko sa mga past na naging teammate ko, ayun siguro mga tulong ko sa kanila. Tapos yung siguro nadala namin ng coach ko, ni Coach Tony, papasok dito sa Onyx. Hinope ko rin na magkatapat kami ng Team Liquid sa Grand Finals. Para face versus face, patagal na kasi hindi nangyari yun.
Yes, I believe that this is the team that could win the championship again. 100% confident.
Going for the Maniac. He has to get space. He gets that. He gets the Savage.
SRG, group stage, they were shaky.
Everyone falling. Only Innocent here goes into the base. Oh my Lord, Innocent! Whoa, walks it over. Gets a kill. Canaminian, Innocent! He's trying everything to save this game. They're gonna go for the base. Allow the Red Giants, OG Esports, fall to the dark horse.
Just like M6.
Winter crowd in the base. The Red Giants have fallen.
But just like M6, they managed to get through.
As SRG will tell them, it wasn't luck at all.
Okay, so first things off, I feel like Stormy is going to be a standout. That goes beyond how he's able to manage and control the mid lane. Literally is the guy who just wants to set things up for his team.
It's happening here in the mid game. The Stormy gets a knife appended. Over to 2. As it dumps him down, the combo in the back is a raging sandstorm and an AOG. That's a double.
I think whatever we achieved during our journey or last year, we just want more, dream and dream again to be best of the best, like the good. So.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this one too. Innocent grabs Wadu, looks for another, gets the double. Opie falls, Innocent gets the triple, going for the Maniac. He has to get space. He gets that, he gets the Savage.
For me, I'm really proud of the guys because he improved a lot from last year. His gameplay and his skills on talking.
Sits a Jin with a chase. Got him! Oh, he comes through! He dashes through! He's buying so much time for the Red Giants.
Outstanding match for me is against Virtus Pro because enemy just kinda aggressive to us. The feeling is so intense.
After losing M6, people look down on us and we want to prove that we are still the strong team like last year, and that's our biggest motivation for this year.
Bro. You, bro. 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 Can you hear me, bro? Bro.
Ano yun?
Hello guys, it's King Kong and Kelra, and we're here. We are about to play Can You Hear Me, Bro? Don't touch.
Don't touch
my my.
Don't touch my.
Blue. Blue.
You.
Don't touch my blue.
Don't touch you.
Don't touch my blue.
Don't touch.
My.
Me.
My. My.
Ang hirap.
Madali yan to. Don't touch my blue.
Don't touch my blue.
Don't touch my blue. Nice. We.
We.
Will.
We.
Will. We will.
Will. We.
We will.
We will.
Will.
With.
Will.
We will.
Yan, tama. We will be.
We will be.
The. Champion.
Champion.
Yun. Can.
Can.
You. Hear. Me.
Ha?
Me. Can you hear me, bro?
Blow?
Bro. B.
Hindi ko naman kasi sabi mo.
B-R-O.
Can you hear me, bro?
Chew. Kick. Karina. Chew.
Knock. Chew ah.
Oh, kick. Karina.
Chew kick Karina.
Into. Khalid.
Karina. Chew kick Karina to Khalid. Napakahirap.
Hero. Nathan.
Gumaganto? Ano yun? I-search mo yung letter ano?
N.
Nathan.
Natalia. End. Nana.
Karina.
Mage.
Nana.
Nathan, Natalia, and Nana. R. In. The. Bush.
Nathan, Natalia, and Nana are in the bush. Ay!
Stop.
Feeding.
Are you crazy?
Are you
Crazy.
crazy? Stop feeding. Are you crazy?
That's it. It was too easy for us. Sorry. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Don.
Got.
Don.
God.
Don.
No.
Don. Hello guys, I'm Kiboy from Onyx Sport. And now me and Kyrie want play some games. Let's go. We will.
Nah.
Be.
We will play.
We will.
Be.
Be.
We will be
The champion.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Don't.
Goal.
Don't touch my blue.
Don't.
Don't
touch.
Don't touch
My head.
blue.
Brain.
Blue.
My hair. Blue.
Don't
Line.
touch my blue.
Don't touch my blue.
Stop
Feeding. Feeling.
Little.
Stop feeling. Feeding. Stop feeding.
Stop feeding. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? Stop feeding. Are you crazy? Oh.
Nathan. Natalia. And Nana.
Nana.
Yeah.
Nana.
Nathan, Natalia, and Nana.
Nathan, Natalia,
and Nana.
Nana.
Are in.
Here.
In. Yeah. The bush.
Are in the bush. Oh.
Nathan,
Natalia, and Nana are in the bush.
Mantap,
Nice.
guys. Nice. Chow.
Chow.
Kick. Karina. Karina.
Choki Karina.
Into.
Khalid.
Chow.
Choki Karina.
into college.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Bro.
Yeah. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
We just finished playing. Can you hear me, bro? So thank you guys for watching and don't forget to support us at EWC.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Dude, I can't believe it. Kyrie versus Carl Teasy.
Yeah, this doesn't even feel like a match. It's like history in the making.
The OG versus the Prodigy. Two mechanical monsters, both with international titles, might I add. But one's cool like ice.
The other one will dash under your turret in the first 3 minutes, make it personal.
Carl Teasy farms so fast. Before the mid laner even rotates, he's just a gold economist.
Yeah, and Kyrie, when he moves in that Hayabusa, he's like a shadow. You see that match against Mythic Seal?
Two GOATs from the greatest teams. No second chances, no second life.
Only one walks into that grand final.
I hope y'all are ready.
Because Knockouts Day 3 is built different.
The knockout stage is proof. You should always be careful what you wish for. Even though you're strong, everyone bleeds. Because right now, you guys are about to witness the semifinals of MSC here at the Esports World Cup, where we're just one day away from crowning the champions. Again, welcome to the English broadcast here at MSC Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Destroyer as well as Leo. I kind of feel like we just started the knockout stage, but now it's almost done.
Time flies by so fast. When we opened up the knockouts, we were counting from 23 to 8. Now we're from 8 to 4. And by the end of the day, there'll just be 3 teams. Well, yeah, but, you know, like just 2 going for the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's so fast. And no time to enjoy it. I wish we could have a double elimination, but the only best team can reach their goal and to enjoy the trophy.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot that happened all throughout the knockout stage. So we're going to be looking at the Kadia top plays because, you know what, yesterday, highlight makers, no matter which series you were watching, they were all amazing.
If you're a fan of Michael Bay summer blockbuster action films, get to the chopper. You watch the first series. You watch SRGOG versus RRQ. If you're looking for a Tarantino, Nolan, you're looking for just really deep MLBB, the second one's got you, even if it just went 3-1.
Yes, but still, it was absolute cinema.
Scorsese.
Yes, it was super amazing. And sadly, for me personally, Team Spirit lost, but it was really good to see. And I really enjoyed that games.
Yeah, honestly, it was amazing games. I really feel like for the second series, Team Spirit going up against Onyx Philippines, that one is emotionally charged because it doesn't matter who you're rooting for, you never really know, especially the second one actually going for the highest or the longest game we've had all MSC.
Yeah, one could only wonder what the reactions were of the community holding on to all hopes because ECA, like, there was so many people watching in the studio, and I would assume millions back home. How are they taking Spirit's loss?
Oh, it was super hard because, there are two maps they could win. But still, yes, the better Onyx Philippines, definitely. A lot of community, like the part of the community, supporting Spirit still. They trust in them and they believe next time they will come back stronger.
Yeah, we would like to say thank you to the Crunchyroll reactions, looking at everyone's expression when they win, when they lose, the disappointment and the excitement. But right now, folks, you guys are looking at the knockout stage bracket. Again, just to remind everyone, the left side is all 3 zeros, but now the S-tier teams, Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onyx Indonesia. One of them has to bleed. And looking at the right side, SRGOG going up against RRQ. It was a full match series, but SRGOG makes it to the semifinals, going up against Onyx Philippines, which was able to beat Team Spirit 3-1. We got to look at what they're fighting for. We're looking at a prize pool, and again, we're looking at a $1 million Grand Finals Championship prize pool, but we also got to look at the 3rd and 4th place slot as well. $150,000 for 4th place. I'm sure you don't want to be there, but that's still a lot of money.
100 G's between that and the 3rd placer. So tomorrow's best of 5 will mean the difference between 150 and 250. Not to even mention, again, a third of the whole damn pot. That also happens tomorrow via best of 7.
Also the gap between the 1st and the 4th place is the same like the teams receive for the 5 to 8 place. It's nearly equal. Not nearly, it's equal.
Yeah, and so this is the prize pool. But again, we got to go back and we actually saw the brackets. You really got to be careful what you wish for, because only Team Liquid was the one that chose their opponent and actually won against them. Mythic Steel lost, but to be fair, they didn't get to make a choice, right? RQ lost their matchup, Team Spirit lost their matchup. So right now, the 2-1 teams are looking just a little bit stronger compared to 2-0, except for Team Liquid.
Which is the only team, technically, that had the best logical choice. They had first dibs. They played the fastest games and won them in the group. So they made their choice, and they swept their choice, and now they're the only 2-0 team left standing.
I think, the only problem was for RQ, because they chose the second one, and technically it was not the best choice for them. But there are 2 Onyx left, so...
Yeah, but now we got to look at the EWC fantasy team, because we're able to choose our own fantasy team. So this is mine. And I got to say, for day 4, it's so hard to pick. I went for Keyboy, honestly, one of the more iconic roamers in my eyes. Innocent and Kara. It's very hard to choose between both, but hey, Malaysian got to go with SRG for this one. The Mage, the Monster Mage Super Friends, I don't know, man. That's my, I have 5. But that's the guy I'm looking for today.
That's kind of interesting, but we also got to choose.
Yeah, now we got to look at yours, actually. We're going to be looking at your team, so tell us about your team.
Oh, I'm quite similar with Keyboy and Kyrie with you. And if we are speaking about the mid laner, it's definitely Sanji for me. Kram, he just took my heart after the yesterday games. And I decided, no, he has to be here. He will lead my team in front.
What was that? 21 KDA?
21 KDA on CC.
21.0.
Yes, he was just dominating and crushing.
You know what? I think if they do meet, maybe Sanford has something to say about it. But check out my fantasy lineup. There's a glaring absence of SRG. This is not because I hate SRG. It's just last year I underestimated them. I was surprised when they went all the way. But here, let's see if 2 times a charm, or if fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. No, I think I got that wrong. But I think my draft is right.
Yeah, either way, it's for you guys. If you guys want to play along, go to fantasy.esportsworldcup.com or just download the app to play along. And trust me when I say, it's very hard to choose. And heck, we only have 2 days left. Today's the semifinal, so let's look at the schedule for today. We have 2 best of 5s for you guys here. We're going to start off with SRGOG Esports going up against Onyx Philippines as the first semifinal match. And we're going to close it out with our S-tier teams. Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onyx Indonesia.
And for the first game, I will be watching
for the Kirk and Kram versus like the best explainers that I can imagine. For me, of course, yeah, we got Sanford, but they'll go play after this, so it will be interesting, especially after the previous games.
Yeah, but now we gotta focus on SRGOG going up against Onyx Philippines. Historically, these teams have met up for, I don't know, almost every international since they came through.
Yep, in the past 6 months alone. No, wait, that's August now. Oh my God. For the past 9 months now, they've met about half a dozen times, give or take, and Onyx PH always has their number.
Yeah, now looking at Onyx PH, we got Kurt, King Kong, Kara, Super Prince, as well as Brusco. And again, these are the world champions. Not going to be easy opponents for SRGOG.
This is the Super Fam walking into the arena. They are cold, and in the best way possible. They don't care. Yesterday came from a hot series, and I don't think the aura of the defending champions will change that.
And the thing is, yesterday was difficult for both teams, and it doesn't get easier because, again, both these teams know each other very well, again, from international tournaments, scrims, and just overall fighting against each other every single time they meet. And I gotta say, SRGOG, they need their A game for today.
Look at Malaysia's favorite sons, Arcadia, Cram, and Innocent.
Arcadia was kind of nervous. If I could see right, he was a little bit shaky. He understands that there is a lot on the line. And if they lose, there is no second chance. As you mentioned, there's only single elimination. If they win, there is this opportunity to have the second time to be the champions of MSC.
Very first back-to-back in history.
Never happened before, but now, before we start the match, turn, I guess, to talk to my boy, Stormy, to see how he's feeling about this matchup.
Now we're backstage with Stormy right before the match. Stormy, what you said on stage is finally coming true. You are going head-to-head against Onyx PH. Can we get a confidence level check? How are you feeling right now?
I mean, we've been waiting for this day and really happy that we face Onyx PH and really like 200% confident.
200% confident. Why did you want to meet Onyx PH so bad?
Because it's quite a good story also, because we want to get a revenge from the last time series. And we would happy like to fight them also, yeah.
Okay, so you're 200% confident right now. What is the difference maker? I mean, considering M6, you weren't able to win it. On a different tournament, you were also not able to win it against Onyx PH. What is different about SRG and why are you so confident today?
I think what's the difference is maybe this meta is quite different from the last season. And we kind of understand the meta now. So I think we have the heads up on this tournament.
Okay. So if we had to ask you what version of SRG we're going to be seeing, what would you answer, right? Because technically, Onyx PH has only met the M6 version, not the MSC last year version of SRG.
Yeah, maybe the last year MSC SRG. Who knows?
Oh, so closer to that. Very interesting. I gotta ask though, was there any point of doubt here in MSC, maybe in the group stages, because considering your journey has been very up and down?
Oh, what again?
Considering your journey for SRG has been very up and down, was there a point of doubt that you're like, maybe we were not going to be able to defend our title?
I mean, no. Actually, no. Yeah, no.
Okay, 100% confident in coming from Stormy. What will this win mean to you personally before we end this interview?
I mean, personally, I think we will like show them that we actually not like the last time series, that actually we will like take a revenge on the last year. Not the same as last year, basically. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so it's a different SRG today, and it's an SRG that will give their best in the next upcoming match. We're going to throw it over back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Eterna, my boy, Stormy. And looks like for them, the difference is they have a good understanding of the meta now. And yeah, I gotta say the biggest difference between every team for this tournament is really just the meta shakeup.
The question is, how does a team like SRG change the outcome of the past 2 or 3 times they've met with Onyx PH? Because Onyx PH, we know that they'd gone through a different bootcamp process leading up to MSC 2025. They spent a lot of time in Indonesia. But what did SRGOG do to come here now besides understanding the meta? What changed in these 5? Because they're the same 5 dudes that won last year's mid-season cup.
the same guys, and they are pretty confident. They said that they will try to repeat the results of MSC 2024, and I'm pretty sure that Arcadia are gonna help them with this procedure. And I really believe when I saw the group stage, I was skeptical, and when I saw the performance yesterday, I was like, okay, that can be real. They can potentially beat their opponents, and they're ready to meet Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, knowing SRGOG, they do require a bit of a startup time. They require that warm-up because every single time they start in a tournament, the first few games is like, okay, they look good, but not that good. But then give them some time, and all of a sudden, they become amazing. But now we got to talk about their opponents again, the world champions, Onyx Philippines, Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, as well as Kara. What's your take on Onyx Philippines in this current meta, Leo?
I'll tell you now, I brought up their time boot camping in Indonesia. I still can't say for 100% that benefited them the way I think they wanted it to. Because yesterday against Spirit, there were moments wherein, even
Tough time.
Exactly. Which again, maybe my expectations of Onyx are just way too high, but you're also looking at their run in the group stage. They ended up being a 2-1 team. They lost in their opener. So that alone makes you wonder. And sure, you can look at SRGOG and say they're a late game team, micro, macro. Onyx is not. Onyx just comes out of the gate guns a-blazing. Like, they usually take control. They usually dominate. Here, not so much. I'm not comfortable with the way they're evolving.
I want to mention one thing. Well, you say about they prefer also the early game and to take control, right? But yesterday, actually, especially because of Kelra, they played from behind and they made it twice in a row.
And I don't like that. That's old Onyx. That is old Kelra. That's his MO. Guys, you just play the game for 15 minutes. I'll take care of it. But when Onyx, remember when they won M6, they didn't lose a single series.
Yeah.
Everybody was firing off on all cylinders.
Just... Yeah. I kind of feel like for them, if they have the Selena, then they can start snowballing. But all this while, looks like Eterna is able to grab King Kong for a quick interview. So let's see what he has to say before the match starts.
Right before the match, we're going to get a little bit of a discussion here going on with King Kong. So King Kong, before this match, did Coach Why not mention anything to help motivate you guys in this next upcoming match against SRG?
He said that move on from the bad games yesterday.
Move on from the bad games yesterday. What was bad about yesterday's games?
I think me, Brusco, and Kirk didn't play very well yesterday, especially in the Game 3 and Game 4. So we gotta move on and make a comeback today.
Okay, so to motivate you guys here at with the matchup against SRG. Now, you've never lost against SRG, so how confident are you going into this? It should be okay, right?
Yeah, 100%.
100%. That's 100, right? That's what you mean?
100.
Okay, so M Series, check. MPLPH, check. MSC, still on the line here. If you are able to get to the grand finals because you're one step away, what would this mean to you guys? And what would it mean to you personally?
Going into the grand finals. Actually, it doesn't mean anything to me because it's still not a win. We only consider champion as a win.
Okay, and how much do you want to win MSC, King Kong?
So bad.
So bad. All right, we're getting the vibe here. And obviously, do you have a message coming into this for SRG?
For SRG, good luck and let's give the fans a very wonderful match.
Okay, anything else? Maybe something cheeky, something spicy you want to say?
Good luck.
That's not spicy.
Good luck.
Okay, just good luck. Okay, but King Kong, I know you did it for us, the other day. But coming to this next match, could we maybe see you flex again?
Flex? I have a jacket on.
Do you want to... Oh, you can still do it, I think. Oh, there it is! Flexing right before this next match against SRG. And with that, we're going to throw it over back to the studio. Thank you, King Kong. Good luck.
Only slightly painful. 100 is 100%.
I think he meant 80 plus 20.
Yeah, quick maths. quick maths. But speaking of quick maths, this matchup, right? I kind of feel like there's a lot to talk about. Lanes by lanes, but Kara and Innocent, I would say both these gold laners are the reason why both teams have been very successful. So this is going to be very interesting to see between Kara and Innocent, which one is better. And speaking of history, Kara has won it out every single time.
Innocent's got nothing on Kara, but not to derail or hijack your dream lane matchup. I think mid is going to be where it's at. Stormy versus Super Prince. My brother, his mom is my mom too. So, remember yesterday, Super Prince was one of the main reasons why Kara got to the ultra late game, ultra instinct mode. Here, how's that going to work out? Like, when Stormy gets to that point, how does he stop? So, you technically kind of married both ideas.
You know, it's like super different for everyone. I mean, in our studio, because for me, it's the main versus is Kirk and Cram. So they explain
this is good. Different roles here, but yeah, go ahead. EXP, what's about that?
Yeah, actually yesterday I was so surprised about Cram. As we mentioned, they needed to warm up. They need some time. And yesterday, 21 KDA on CC and his Lapu, his glue, that was something unpredictable and unexpected. He was carrying solo on his shoulders, and he was like, "Hey team, guys, let's move on. We can win. Okay, let's do it."
Speaking of Lapu, I gotta say, yesterday was amazing Lapu games from every single player. Even Kim Boa, even though he eventually lost, but dude, Lapu looks so much better in the knockout stage compared to the group stage.
And this is scary because for the first time in a while, there are multiple heroes that are must pick, and that skews the draft. CC, sudden breakout here in the knockouts. Lapu, now we're just talking about it. Yi Sun Shin seems to be a must ban in the first three, whether you're red or blue. I'm thinking one more hero. Lancelot. Certain teams just want a Lancelot against Onyx PH. You gotta ban the Selena. So what? That's 5 already. You just leave one.
We don't have enough bans.
One free ban from, like, what do you even take out? Like Uranus?
And you know, by the way, Uranus, he disappeared. He just disappeared. And if we are speaking about the heroes that I would like never to see again, it's Erlot. You know, he got 18% win rate during the group stage. And during the knockout stage, he won 0 times. 0. If I remember right, 5 times teams took him and 0. He's literally useless. I don't know why, but
literally useless.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
You know what? This is why you guys are the analysts. I trust you guys. And honestly, I agree. But right now, folks, you guys are looking to the stage. Right now, we have the top 4 teams of the world all gunning for that grand final slot, all for $1 million. And now we're about to start the semifinals. We'll see who will make it to the grand finals. And get ready, because we are about to encounter the unknown.
We started with 16 teams from around the world, went to 4, and today we will finally narrow it down to the final 2 tickets to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd day of the knockout stages of MSC at EWC 2025. It is still Rose and Milosh with you guys.
And honestly, we look very themed with our stage today. Very well done. We've really clocked it out. And honestly, looking at the matches, first day, of course, the quarterfinals in general are now behind us, right? We had our first 2 quarterfinals on day 1, kind of made it, right? Washout 3-0s yesterday. You asked for absolute cinema, Rose. You absolutely got it. We got 9 out of 10 potential games, and at the end of it, RQ, well, they're out. Spirit, well, they're out. But the challenge continues in the semis from now on.
Yes, you know what? Yesterday, almost full series, guys. 9 out of 10, just like what Miloš has said. However, today, the heat intensifies because we will be entering the semi-finals. It is still going to be a best of 5 and it's still gonna be a single eliminations.
You can't make any mistakes. From the moment you made it to the knockouts, to the playoffs here, you cannot make a singular mistake and pretend like you're going to be able to claw it back. Not everybody can handle the pressure, especially now that our beautiful MSC trophy is out on stage for everybody to see. That's an extra layer for our players to keep in mind.
You know what, Miloš? That is definitely added pressure. But it's not us that will feel the pressure. It is the last 4 teams. And to begin our first semi-final match of the day. And these 2 teams will compete for the first grand finals ticket. Let us introduce our first team. It is the Giants from Malaysia, the defending champions, Amazon Arena. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports. The reigning MSC champions are a couple of steps away from making history as the first team to win MSC back-to-back. Having fallen to the hands of Onyx Philippines twice since M6, SRG has retooled their approach and looks sharper than ever entering this match. All eyes are on the half-man, half-beast, who holds a 0-5 record up against the gold standard. However, will today be the day Innocent rises on top?
Okay, you got MSC champs. That's pretty good, right? Really impressive over there. I'm gonna have to one-up you, Rose. I'm so sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Amazon Arena, please welcome your reigning world champions, Onyx BH! After conquering M6, they're only 2 steps away from the trifecta of MPL, M-Series, and MSC trophies. Now, whilst their MSC 25 run has not been the cleanest, Onyx BH always show up when it matters most. The super family sticks together through thick and thin, and together they look to fly hand in hand into the grand final. My God, my God. Gentlemen, please, Onyx BH, please, SRG, you may place your keys, take your seats. Rose, I'm really sorry to say this, but I think your heart's gonna be broken no matter what happens today.
You know what, Miloš? I know the entire world knows, the entire MLBB ecosystem knows that I honestly have so much love for these 2 teams right before us in the semi-finals match. But I am a firm believer that the best one who comes out on top today will be getting that grand finals ticket.
We love a meritocratic queen. That's what we got. Thank you very much, Rose. And we are ready for our games. Our teams are ready. It's Onyx, it's SRG. Let's get our match started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the knockout stages. I love the audience today. The energy is there.
From Indonesia. We are from Philippines. We are here to watch.
Kita orang bekerja dekat sini. Saya ambil cuti semata-mata untuk SRG.
To support SRG. Today I'm not working, so took my time to come here to watch the SRG match in person. Yeah, honestly, amazing experience.
Shout out to all Onyx fans all around the world. Keep supporting us. Your spirit will come to us and to Onyx Cats and ID.
Untuk SRG, hopefully you guys buat yang terbaik and make it happen.
Good game. And keep it until the grand finals. Go, go!
SRG is a strong team for other team. Jangan pernah rendah ke SRG.
Malaysia memang power, kita akan menang lagi sekali.
And we're gonna see you in the final.
Yeah, we see you, SRG in the final.
Onyx BH, this is for you guys.
Let's go, SRG!
SRG! Way! SRG! Way! SRG! Way! Go, Onyx!
To all Sonic fans there and to all Sonic fans in Philippines that travel to Riyadh, thank you so much for supporting us.
Very happy and
appreciate it. And also, sorry to other fans that couldn't take picture to us.
I love you all, guys. We'll do our best always.
Shout outs to all the fans out there, because even during the team's introduction, we could hear the crowd all the way on stage. But now we got to move on forward and talk about the keys to victory for SRGOG. Polish your playstyle with a controlled late game aggression. Don't give Onyx Philippines heroes that maximizes map presence and cover all bases. Make sure Innocent wins the lane.
Actually a good case, especially when we speak about the jungle and about the Innocent. I would like to say that's the option for them to win, but also they need to prioritize for themselves the heroes.
And now we got to look at Onyx Philippines here. Their keys to victory: go for compositions with multiple win conditions. Respect SRG's capability to punish frontliners, and just Kelra. Just Kelra.
Onyx PH is best when there's just more than Kelra, right? We're looking for the KK connection. We're looking for Kirk, the hard carry, own half of the map, and respect SRG's capability to punish frontliners. We're talking range here. So we don't want Onyx PH to just go all in frontliners. You want to be able to play amongst a breadth of engagement ranges.
And now we got to look at Clash of Crowns here. Again, defending MSC champions going up against defending world champions. These aren't run-of-the-mill teams. These are teams that have been tested and they've won in large tournaments here. So this is going to be an intense match. The Clash of the Crown.
Best of the best. The leaders of the previous tournaments. The MSC champions versus the world champions. So hard, so much nominated.
Yeah, and now for you guys at home, I want to take the time to remind you about the MSC 2025 chest. The support chest is still available. And here's the thing, it's only 20 diamonds. You can draw the luxury reward, returning MSC skin, Atlas, Rune, Sentinel. And the first 3 openings guarantee you Crystal of Aurora. So make sure you guys grab the support chest while it's still available.
What makes this Clash of Crowns all the more interesting, and I know there's millions out there watching that can relate, just about 18 months ago, none of us could have sworn that these two teams would be standing at the point, at the peak of MLBB that they are at now. We all saw how they were built, these two teams, from the ground up for greatness. And now look at this, they are one match away from getting to the grand finals, from making history, from completing the trifecta, or for being the first in history to get a back-to-back MSC.
I'm sure this is not one of the things that the teams are thinking about, but yes, both teams have a chance to make history here. If SRGOG goes all the way to grand finals and win it all, first team back-to-back MSC champions. And for Onyx Philippines, winning this one means getting the world champion, winning MPL, and winning MSC. Hasn't been done before, so both teams, a lot is on the line. And now we've started draft here. SRGOG will be first pick, Onyx Philippines second pick, instantly batting out that Selena.
It's the best ban you can make, especially versus the Super Prince. Yesterday he showed us why you should ban this hero and never ever miss. And I'm pretty sure they will follow this rule. I mean, SRGOG will follow this rule for the whole series.
Big ticket bans for SRG as well, especially against Onyx here, would be the 1-1. Maybe as a slightly lower order is the Yisun Shin, the Lancelot attacking King Kong, and possibly the Phoveus to open up easier XP lane drafts for Cram.
The only thing about the Phoveus, I kind of feel like for both teams, they always got to be careful of that CC possibility, because I really feel like for Cram as well as Kirk, if at all possible, they would want to win that lane, because first rotations going to the turtle, the first 2, it's going to be very crucial for both teams because they really like to play with momentum.
Oddly enough, between the two, Cram and Kirk, Kirk is the one who's more willing to say, you know what, I'm going to go 0-9, I'm going to go 0-8, as long as the other half of the map is okay, because that's what Kelra wants. I don't know if SRG is ready to make that kind of sacrifice.
You know, if we're speaking about the Kelra, I would like to mention that the SRGOG should think about the Granger, because he picked it several times around 5, if I remember right, and he, 4 or 5. Four times and 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. That's the option. And yesterday he carried so hard with this hero, and you should respect it.
5 overall, 100%.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that's the dangerous part about both Innocent as well as Kara. They have proven time and time again that when there are no more options, they always have that one hero to be like, how did we miss this one? Because we've seen time and time again, both gold laners are willing to go for the Beatrix, and they perform amazingly with it. So I agree with you, that Granger is nasty. But at the same time, everyone from Onyx Philippines, they all have their signatures. Like Leo said before we started the draft, 3 bans for each team, the opening bans, simply not enough in this climate.
The fact that for Onyx there's only one more ban, I'm guessing it's something along the lines of maybe a Farsa to try and open up the 1-1 for Kelra. Because here's the thing, if you do that, you open up the first pick for SRGOG, and there's so many things you have to consider. If you don't pick the 1-1 there, then best believe Kelra's gonna get the 1-1 over here, and then Bob's your uncle.
And what do you think about Fanny? Yesterday, it...
don't like it.
Don't like it, yeah, yeah. That's actually my point. For the current meta, I don't like it. For the 5 games, it won only 1 time. And yesterday, even King Kong got problems with it.
Yeah, the only time won was when King Kong used it against Homeboys back in the group stage. And it wasn't the cleanest of games. Now the draft has resumed. So both teams having 2 bans each, and this is going to be interesting. We're going to look at Innocent as well as Kara. Looking at the KDA, Kara definitely is on top, 9.82 against 6.82 of Innocent. Looking at the damage per minute, yes, Kara won, but honestly not by that much. 3,400 for Innocent, 3,500 for Kara.
It's not a matter of how much damage you can deal, it's how you can use it. And these 2 gold laners know that the game rests on their backs. Past the 15-minute mark, it's all them. There goes the Fanny. Interestingly enough, we hate the Fanny. We don't think it's as good in the meta anymore, or as Destroyer so eloquently put it, much like Arlott, is totally useless. There's the 1-1.
Sorry, but right. That's true. That's true. That's what I see.
Stats-wise, you're not wrong.
Yes.
So, what does this league open for SRG? Yeah, the Kalia, which Onyx also very much prioritizes. But you have the Farsa open, you have the Granger open, Moskov open too.
But Kalia is
CC Lapu-Lapu.
There's so many things open.
Baksha's open too.
There are a lot of things that you can pick, but you know, the Kalia opens you the way for the initiation, and it's one of the most safest pick, and here it is.
So now the question is, what is going to be the early pick here? Because this is against MSC champions and world champions. No matter what Onyx Philippines picks up, it's counterable by SRGOG.
But all the more, this makes Super Prince's pick trivial. You say, so do we prioritize it here? We know that he's a big linchpin of Onyx PH's success, especially setting it up for Kelra, but no, I think you save it. I think you keep him for 4 and 5.
Let's go, CC and Baksha. I think that's the best option. Okay, Baksha. Here it is. Here, the best heroes you can take. So first of all, if the SRG want to prioritize Kimi for themselves, you counter it with Baksha instantly. The Kimi, the CC, I mean, got one of the highest win rate, one of the most stable heroes for the Explain.
So where does this put SRG? There's kind of a foil to the Kalia already with the Baksha. Because again, I think I'm 50-50 on saying the Baksha's going where. I don't know if it's the roam or the jungle. I think I'm more likely seeing it in the roam.
Either ways, this is an amazing opening by Onyx Philippines, taking that CC away. One of the strengths of the CC now is that besides the Paquito, she kind of wins all matchups, especially because all the EXP laners, they've gotten used to actually just tanking the lane. Looks like they chose the Granger as well as Joy against Onyx Philippines. Honestly, feels like a bit of a takeaway from King Kong, make sure he doesn't get that Joy.
And the takeaway from the Kelra also, because we mentioned right before the game that he got 100% with the Granger and he carried yesterday. And the last pick for the Onyx Philippines. Actually,
this should be Harith, I think.
Harith?
Because it's strong against the Joy and honestly has an okay matchup against the Granger in lane. Or just easy Irrital.
And what do you think if they go with Kimi right now?
Well, looks like they go for the Irrital there. Yep, just the easy counter in lane against the Granger.
Again, Super Prince 4 and 5.
Yeah.
You saved Super Prince's pick. He is.
Same for SRG.
Yeah, no, they are these S mid laners. They're messiahs for their games, regardless of if they win early. So now, what else can they choke out? Onyx PH can crack down on XP laners even more. deny your boy, your boy Cram Destroyer.
Yeah, deny him. So Lapu Lapu, they should remove. Oh, they're playing on the mid laners, and this is Farsha for the first ban Onyx Philippines.
Honestly, looking back all the way from Wildcards MWI to here, honestly, a lot of teams are respecting those mid laners, especially like you said, Leo, these are S-tier mid laners where they can really turn the tide with a very, very solid mid lane pick.
So now you're wondering what could be left for Stormy here, because Super Friends picked Red 4.
I mean, like,
choke him out completely.
This is where we see the unique heroes skyrocket. We've seen the Kaguri, we've seen the Kadita.
We saw an Eve yesterday.
We saw an Eve.
Interesting ban Angela, by the way, so they removed the combination with Angela Baksha and Angela CC. Also, the last ban, I think SRG should think about the Loi ban, actually.
Honestly, very good shout here, because again, the presence and the keys to victory. Watch out for Onyx Philippines when they have a composition that plays the map well.
Angela does that so deceptively and so honestly too. You don't even have to show yourself in the late game. You just clear waves and then jump in with the Hearthguard. One more here. Do they attack Super Friends? Is that even worth doing?
That's always the question, man, because you're always like, haha, got you with this ban. And it's like, haha, back to you. I got a big ass hero pull, but now they ban out the Lapu Lapu. Good. You don't want that Lapu, you don't want that Gatot as well as CC combination. That's too much.
It wasn't worth it. They thought about it like, no, let's not even touch Friends.
That's a good combination, but still, if you let Super Friends to play with Loi, you open too much resources for Onyx Philippines. You can play macro games if we are speaking about the Hedgehog.
If you're gonna pick the Loi though, I don't think it comes out Red 4.
Yeah, it should be 5.
I think there's still too much out there that SRG can do. Already there's a lot of threats to the Loi here just in the first 3 picks, so this might actually be the King Kong hero here, the jungler. This will reveal at least where the Baksha goes, Red 4.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty. Your team is picking.
And here comes Kimi. So that was my suggestion before the second phase of the drafts, but I expected Loi. Still, there is a good composition with 2 marksmen with a good front lane, and they still have a flexibility. They still can move Baksha, same to the jungle or for the roam.
So an option here is something like the Eve, but I don't think it's a good combination overall of the Kalia. But again, the Kalia could just be used defensively and actually grab anyone that overextends. So SRGOG, the mid as well as the EXP, I wonder where Cram is going to pick up to go up against the CC. The Lapu is still open. If you want to win the matchup, Paquito, but we only see one successful Paquito pick.
Yeah, by RRQ.
Yep.
So here's the thing. Onyx PH, already now I'm just looking at this without even their last pick. It's very expensive. It's very expensive. SRG, they pick up the Ruby. I'm thinking this is Cram's Ruby. We've seen Cram play championship Rubies in this very same stadium last year, 12 months ago.
Can I just say, it almost looks like SRGOG is just using Onyx PH draft here.
With a hint of Cram.
Right? The Joy, the Luyi, the Granger, the Kalia. This feels very Onyx Philippines. It's just like, we know you so much, we're going to use your draft.
Cram put his foot down. Cram said, no, not me.
Not me.
It looks like they outsmarted their opponent. And guys, and the Badang at the last pick. So this is pretty interesting. A lot of crowd control from the right side. Onyx Philippines got a lot of damage also according to the Kimi and to the Irritant.
So it's a jungle Baksha. This kind of calms my spirits down. It's not as expensive as I thought it would be. I think Onyx can work with something here. Very good range, very good engagement tools.
Right now, we're looking at top 4 teams when it comes to the draft. I believe all the coaches have a good understanding of the meta. So either or, thank you very much for our analysts. But now we got to throw it over to our casters to start game 1 of the semifinals.
Thank you so much to our panelists. It is indeed the last 4 teams here at MSC 2025 that we are about to witness today. This has been a draft, as mentioned by our panelists, that very much resembles Onyx PH. But Onyx PH, as mentioned by King Kong, are looking to perform much better today compared to yesterday. Welcome to game number 1, and we're heading into the Land of Dawn. Mirko, you've had a lot of thoughts regarding the exchange in the draft, but which among these 2 teams are you leaning into for now?
I've always been kind of biased to damage, so I gotta say SRG, and it just starts out like that. Damage has really been the ultimate win condition in this meta. You have more of it, usually you win games, and SRG, yeah, as LaFell said, as you said, this looks like a very Onyx Philippines draft, and hey, they're utilizing it well. They're already punishing Super Prince with a low E on the hands of Stormy.
That's a kill and a Purify that was already forced out of the mid laner, but they're gonna try and trade it in here too.
The flicker should be killed back. Super Prince able to get the damage done. King Kong takes the kill. Yums will flicker out, and it will just be an early trade of kills for the mid lane. One down.
Yep, that has been such a quick response from Onyx PH. Typically, you would be taking a bit more time, especially in terms of the jungle rotations, given the current meta, but now that King Kong has his hands on the backshot, it seems like it's something you could be expecting a bit more to come in for Onyx PH. Taking a quick look at the emblems as well, at the very least, Super Prince still went with that pull yourself together, so he will be having his Purify again. So, oh my goodness.
Hey, they took that first blood personal. Skies now pops in electrifying beats over to Brusco. Still has enough peel from King Kong too. But King Kong is a level down. This is something that we actually spoke about, at least backstage. Me in a group with Midnight, talking about the early rotations of King Kong that really has been not as effective in the last few matches. But here on the Baksha, it just feels like it fits in. Innocent unable to get the shot on that Cannon Minion.
Innocent is very, very low. Maybe this is why they prioritize the Earth. Oh!
Two-man pin down. Yums able to turn things around with the sustain. King Kong pops in a voice shot, now brought back again by the duality. He will be able to get away. Kirk is right there, pops in the curtain call, but it's only onto Cram as he goes in for I am not just yet actually, Vengeance, and Kirk backs away.
Interesting. Onyx PH were the ones who have been putting the much faster rotations out there. King Kong and the other members were the first to be in that turtle pit, but wait, hold on.
Pin down, I'm offended, and the Don't Run Wolf King locks him down. Cram with the specialty here in game one. That's a double and a diversion that they won't take.
It's just to probably keep Onyx PH on their toes right now. SRG OG are clearly in the lead, and they've been playing the early game relatively well. We'll be checking that instant replay right now. It was right after they took that turtle. You did mention that Cram didn't go for the I am offended just yet, but it seems like they were after more. So they didn't just settle with the objective. They literally wanted to establish this 1K lead that they currently have by getting more kills after Onyx PH.
This Ruby is what got them that final game. Obviously, it's also with the Roger. Last year in the Grand Finals up against Falcons AP Brent. So you can definitely see the Cram, I mean, he's so comfortable on this pick. He knows exactly the limits of this hero, when to go in, holding on to the I'm offended, just peeling for the team until the right moment comes in to get that massive one to turn things around. And even with the utility jungle, King Kong's HP bar, you know, hasn't really been helping Onyx Philippines. They haven't been able to utilize that sustain because I guess SRG just have too much damage.
That's where the entire damage conversation goes in. And again, you pair it up with the Lu Yi, who Stormy, even just now, we saw decided to use the diversion that wasn't really after anything. It's just a diversion that was used to threaten Onyx PH. And SRG OG with this kind of lineup, and the lead that they already have, can just keep going for all those surprise plays with the diversions, with the I am offended. And that's not to mention Yums, because Yums, he's been a little bit more conservative so far. He's been there just to protect the title strikes come in at the right timings, and the knockups. Those are going to be very crucial as well, because a single well-timed knockup, even up to 2 members of Onyx PH, could definitely change the flow and tide of the game. And that's what we might be seeing right now, because Yums is holding the brush. Oh, but he gets spotted by King Kong.
Yep, the shield unity able to open up the bush there. The curtain call already baited out as well as Cram. This kites away, traction pulse lands on Yums. King Kong still on it. Cram with I'm offended again, but Brusco goes over fist cry, able to disengage as well. King Kong wins the red tree battle as Kirk zones him in the back line. That's gonna be I'm offended and flicker combo, bringing him back into Skies to get the kill. Electrifying beats, King Kong holding his own in the front. Kelra jumps in the heavy crossbow, and they're gonna play again. That's gonna be Cram pinned down, able to dash out to safety, and it is Onyx Philippines with the win. But Stormy goes in all alone. What? Skies again jumping in, but has to respect Onyx Philippines.
An interesting call, but Grab still going for the I am offended. The Purify will be forced out of Super Prince as well, but I wonder what the idea was from SRG OG, because the moment that they were spotted out by Onyx PH, it did feel like they were just too confident to go in. They set the tempo for that particular team fight. But there wasn't anyone from Onyx who was that low for Stormy to risk going in and surprising them from the back lines. Oh, but Kirk, he won't survive that.
Nope. Tsunami slam under turret. Brusco caught in a bad spot, and Stormy gets back to even score. Every time Stormy dies, he's able to, balance it out with the assists too. 3 deaths, 3 kills, 3 assists. It has just been SRG who've been capitalizing more off of the mistakes of Onyx Philippines.
Yep. But right now, they're the first to actually take a turret away from Onyx PH2. So the lead is just growing for SRG OG. Great reactions from Keller as well, not putting himself in such a dangerous spot. But this is an immediate response from King Kong too. That's a lot of damage coming in from Innocent, however, even despite the early game which we've seen him go through up against the Irithel, where it felt like Keller was just doing a great job. He's actually leading by, even if we say it's just a bit, that's actually massive for a Granger up against an Irithel. But Cram?
Absolutely. Like you said, this small lead can build up to a massive one. And here's the thing about the Ruby, right? Yes, you can poke him down, but he has ridiculous amounts of sustain, so he'll be back up with another mini wave.
That's just how quick he can find his way back into the team fight. If other have to reset, look for certain creeps just to find some of their HP. Oh, what? King Kong actually goes back.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be the disengage, but he actually walks back up. Cram again, full HP with the Brave Smite, with the Ruby. Innocent with poke over to Super Prince. King Kong holding onto the turtle right now. Super Prince gets got to half HP.
Oh, he has the traction pulse now, though. He might go for it. Oh, there you go. That's going to be Cram targeted, but Yumes!
In the back, Skies winning out the retreat battle. Now Bruce with the fist crack, but it's defensive. They go in with a Tsunami Slam over to King Kong, but he's still going to be tanking up so much as Kirk jumps back in with a vengeance. Able to tank up. King Kong shredded down very low. Innocent gets a double, and it's 2 on the Sky Piercer.
And we just mentioned the entire small leads build up into bigger leads and bigger problems now for Onyx PH. The amount of damage that came in from Innocent dealt with both the tankiest frontliners here of Onyx PH. Kirk did a great job. Again, the Vengeance 2 was a huge part in how that team fight was sort of a bit more prolonged for Onyx PH, but Innocent literally didn't care. He went for the ones who were blocking the damage dealers, and so it made things a bit more difficult for Super Prince, for Kelra, just to find the right position to land all those heavy crossbows and all those basic attacks.
And just like MSC 2024, SRG are playing their style of MLBB, where it's aggression or offense is the best defense. This is how they play front to back for Innocent. It's an unorthodox way to play front to back because usually you just have tanks in front, but they have damage in front. That way, Onyx Philippines are kind of messed up. Like, they can't really dive in because they can't ignore the front line. And Innocent, in the end, gets all those free shots.
Yeah, that's Innocent with already 3 core items. And Sekai's just now already picked up the Holy Crystal as well. So in 8 minutes, SRG OG can already be considered to definitely be online. Stormy does feel like he's serving a bit more of utility in this current situation, but do they have an idea, or does Brusco actually want to go for this? Yumes is there protecting Innocent, but it won't be enough!
Chain CC with the shield unity! What a pick from Brusco! Holds onto his position in the bush and gets all the value, but there was no shutdown. This is the thing about SRG right now. Their lead has mostly come through objective. I mean, there has been a few kills, but there's no actual bounty to turn the game around yet.
Yeah. It's too evenly distributed across the members of SRG OG. They've just been that much well coordinated in terms of the team fights and how it's been going so far, but there's a potential diversion we might be seeing from Stormy. Where is it gonna go? Oh, Kirk has an idea.
Option current call as well. Cram with the I'm offended again. It's gonna be Yumes jumping to the backline, but the Purify comes in for Kelra. Traction pulse locks Yumes. The Skies goes in, but it's gonna be peeled down by Brusco. He bites the fist crack. Skies. Electrify beats Innocent. Gets the shot with the Rhapsody. All of those connecting and finding the man, Kelra.
And it's not usual for us to see the opposing team find a way to land their skills or to basically gain access towards Kelra. It's always Kelra who usually is the last man standing, usually turns the tides for his team, but this is a completely different situation now. Innocent with the range. And with the way that SRG OG have been just constantly breaking the formation of Onyx PH, they've made it a bit more easier to target one of the most crucial heroes in Onyx PH's lineup now.
And now it gets even more difficult for Onyx Philippines to get to Innocent. Sure, he was caught off guard earlier, but now he has a Wind of Nature. So it really comes down to Prince to be the one to get the execute kills, to dish out damage in the team fights. And you can see that massive lead for Innocent in the gold lane as we were talking about this matchup. Everybody had their eyes in the gold lane, and man, Innocent's making it looking rough for Kelra.
We've been putting so much highlight on Kelra after multiple highlight plays that he's done yesterday. And if he's able to find another one here, then I don't know what to say anymore, but all the more do they have to work on the defense first. There are waves coming in from SRG OG's side and a Lord that's still full HP marching down bottom. At least they have two marksmen who could potentially deal with this. Oh, but speaking of, now we reduce that just to one marksman now.
Holy shield down below taken down, but also Kelra getting assassinated by the Prince up top. Skies! Hey, a lot of questions onto Sky's utility meta. How's he gonna do? He gets on a signature Joy and he pops off. Cram opening up again. Superpen's gonna be caught by the Yin reaction. A few shots by Innocent, forcing him all the way back to base.
That hurts. Okay, they find the I'm offended on King Kong. That's a lot of damage already coming in from SRG OG. And mind you, this is already a Kimmy who does have the Talisman first item, but also the Blood Wing. So there should be a bit more of the shield. There should be a bit more ways for him to take all that damage, but it does seem like SRG just has too much. A single combo from the duality from Stormy is already able to bring him down to half HP, and if you even look at the damage dealt ranking, Innocent, Stormy, they're just up there. Onyx PH have a lot of catching up to do in terms of that, and how long will it still take for them before they hit their power spikes or spikes, as you mentioned it?
Hey, we'll have to see how long they need. I mean, through the item builds right now, like that power spike seems pretty far off. And the Great Dragon Spear gets built up, but he still needs the Malefic Gun here to go through that front line, which has been like really tanky. Or in a way, you won't really expect them to be tanky because it's a Kalea and Ruby. These two heroes aren't really the best of tanks, but they've just been able to brawl things out, dish out so much damage that it's more of SRG doing more than taking. Onyx Philippines on the other side, their tanks aren't built up yet. You can see Brusco really struggling in the gold department. Almost, well, again, 500 gold down, 600 gold down. The jungle is the biggest one. You can see that massive gap between the Joy and the Baksha where, yeah, King Kong's really struggling on a utility pick right now. Radiant Armor, Anti-Cuirass, he's building towards a Sky Guardian helmet, I believe. He just needs a bit more HP. That's what the team needs. But SRG are not giving any space over. Right as the objective spawns in, they're going to go straight for it. King Kong not able to get there in time. Free for Skies.
And Cram just standing there already does so much for SRG OG. Because there's a threat that if King Kong goes in and bumps into the wrong target, it'll be almost zero chances of him getting out of that because of the continuous layers of crowd control that can come in from SRG OG. And so clearly there was an attempt from King Kong there, but they did not decide to risk it anymore. And so that's going to be another problem. Like, King Kong has such a huge responsibility on his shoulders right now to tank majority of the damage. Even Kirk has the War Axe priority here on the CC and is yet to build the other defense items that will be necessary for them to buy a bit more time for their team. So now here comes the Lord once again, marching down the bottom lane. What does Onyx PH try to do? Will they actually go for a setup there? Or does SRG just take this through the disciplined route and just focus on the turrets instead of anything else? And it seems like that's what they're planning, or that's what they intend to do.
I'd say there's no risk. I mean, there's no they don't need to do anything right now. They can just play very slow and wait. They probably did watch the matchup against Spirit yesterday for Onyx Philippines, and they saw how Onyx Philippines were able to orchestrate such a massive comeback in the later stage of the game, and it was through going a bit greedy, overextending. So SRG, they're going to play the disciplined game. They've taken risks all this time to get an 8,000 gold lead, but now with the 8,000 gold lead, never mind, Yums conceal already. That's going to be the dive in the back. Skies getting the assassination on Kelra again, but it's going to be traded back. No, it is a turn in the back. I'm offended by Cram. Brusco walks up, cancel that, and it's going to be caught by the shield unity under the turret, but it's still somehow able to escape. Cram surviving again. A few of the Rhapsody shots over to King Kong. Stormy surviving with the regen, just barely off of that turret, and they get a base turret up top.
I know we just mentioned patience and being a bit more disciplined, not overextending, but that could have been way different if SRG was not this much ahead. Onyx PH with just Brusco, King Kong, and Kirk try to look for another trade, but Grammy just keeps getting his HP back.
Tsunami slam over to King Kong. Yums going back in again, but King Kong gets away with the shield unity just in time. Onyx Philippines defend, but look at their base.
Okay. Overall, it was just Sekai's who they lost in exchange of all base turrets from Onyx PH and a few kills here and there. So that is clearly a win for SRG OG. The lead hasn't been that much affected by that single pickoff they got onto Sekai's. It's still at a 7k gold lead, and they can just resume playing their game, playing a bit more disciplined and careful from this point onwards, because they definitely got what they wanted, what they needed from that level 2 Lord, and they're just 9 seconds away from potentially getting theirs next, and maybe last Lord if Onyx PH doesn't find a way to deal with this. But does King Kong really want to go in first? SRG OG, they've already positioned themselves well enough and weren't necessarily revealed by the Magic Sentry.
They got everything and more. 3 base turrets to their name. They can play the slow game again. It doesn't really favor Onyx Philippines at all here. They have to just make a decisive play up forward, but it's so difficult when SRG have so many ways to sustain, to disengage. They got like a billion dashes on Cram. Innocence always safe far back in the composition. And Skies always comes in last. Stormy, you don't even know where he is. The moment he pops up, it's behind you.
And Kelra, they have to deal with the waves up top. This is going to be a disadvantage for them, leaving King Kong to contest for the rectory.
And it's Innocent who wins it out. King Kong brought back with a Tsunami Slam, still able to walk away with the help of the poison. Sky's going to be caught, has to win a crown. Will he find the immortality? He will, just in time. Cram in the back, jumping in again. That's going to be Purify over. Keller dishes out damage with the heavy crossbow, but Brusco with immortality down. Yin-Yang reaction from Stormy. Innocent gets a double, and he'll find another. That's a triple for Innocent. Make it a maniac as Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports, tear Onyx Philippines down in Game 1.
That flicker from Sekai's, no, from Cram on the Ruby. Clutch in an attempt to save Sekai's, and that wasn't as successful as it seemed, but it was all that mattered. Even after they lost their jungler, they were able to hold down all the members of Onyx Philippines who were trying to run away. And that minion wave down bottom, it just helped him so much too. All his HP just kept going back. And you know what, even Stormy, seeing that opportunity, he was like, yeah, we could just diversion our way to the base and put an end to this right here and there.
Well, hey, you saw what SRG were able to do. Riyadh is just home turf, it feels, for Selangor Red Giants. They always somehow find a way to just get buffed up.
This is something that the Malaysian fans are definitely celebrating, but it's still game number 1. Now let's head on to our panelists to hear what they have to say and how they're going to break down what happened in this game.
Thank you very much, Brigitte, as well as Mirko. Looks like the OG Onyx Philippines draft is so good. SRG OG had to try it out themselves, and the execution was amazing. I like that this matchup, even for the first few seconds, we already see a lot of action going on. And it's nice to see that both side laners, because we were setting it up, both Cram as well as Innocent had an amazing game. Heck, Innocent got a maniac.
Innocent got a maniac, and you know, it's hard for me to say who is better here, because Cram created an opportunity for his team. Sekai's, he was going to the back line and just destroying the opponents, and Irritel got just vanished.
I hate it, but I love it when our K2V reads out into the game. There was nothing that Onyx did to try and follow the 3 things we talked about. Sure, you can maybe use a third one in Kelra and say, yeah, if we got to the ultra late game, Kelra would have gotten it done, but look at this. And you'll also see it more when we go back to the highlights. Range-wise, SRG OG have everything going for them. They have a way to re-engage, they have a way to reposition, and they win just sheer free hits from afar. And when they get diving in, Onyx PH don't have any good options to protect Kelra, nor Super Friends. And that's very un-Onyx of them.
And I really like this Ruby pick because I kind of feel like moving into MSC all the way from the wild cards, Ruby is always that X factor. Honestly, Ruby is the wild card because we know how strong the Ruby is, but it doesn't really work in every single draft. Coming into this draft, going up against Onyx Philippines, where they have 3 frontliners, it does make it so that it's very punishing for an extended team fight where, like you said, Stormy as well as Innocent is able to free hit because you're not able to dodge if you're always stunned.
And you know what's interesting? Arcadia always create for his team interesting compositions. Yesterday we saw Xborg. Today we see a Ruby. And I would like to say that Kram made 100% of his job. He did everything perfect. I'm offended. All team just joining and cleaning the fight.
And you look at Onyx, it's like everyone has this extra sideline that they don't get to do, or even worse, it's their main job that they don't get to do because of what SRG OG are bringing to the table. It's literally Onyx getting outranged, come into a fight with a sawed-off shotgun, going up against a Kraken. That is what SRG OG looked like. They had so many ways to engage, so many ways to wrap around you, and then they wrapped around you, and then that's all that Game 1 wrote. There wasn't very much Onyx did, honestly.
I kind of feel like that's the perfect way to sum up this analysis, that the range needs to be solved. And we're going to give time for both teams to really rethink the draft going to game number 2, because we're going for a short break. But after this, we're going to be resuming the semifinals for game number 2, SRGOG going up against Onyx Philippines.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to to the semifinals here. Welcome to the English broadcast. Right now we're looking at the S-Class mid lane showdowns because look at this. The top 4 teams have S-tier mid laners. We got Stormy, Super Friends, Sanji, and Sans, and all of them has an S in their name. Heck is the first one.
I think, there is something in it. S in the nickname, S tier, and all the mid laners. You feel it?
Yeah. Here's the thing. The semifinals belong to the Supreme Mages, and it really does feel like in this current patch, the mid lane is very difficult to play around, but the fact that they're all still able to create huge impact plays really says a lot about their teams, especially SRG OG going up against Onyx Philippines, the match that we're looking at right now for both coaches, understanding the versatility of their Supreme Mages, that they allow them to go to the later stage of the draft to potentially pick up something that could counteract what the opponents can do.
And if I'm allowed to speak a little bit of truth, in game 1 of this very series, the mid laner for Onyx PH felt like he was just Prince. He wasn't very super. There wasn't much that Kimmy was bringing to the table that made SRG OG think twice about their engagements. They just run roughshod through the map, and the Kimmy was just throwing blind traction pulses.
And that the reason not of the Prince, this is actually about Kimmy. We already discussed it a lot of times that you need a good trio to let Kimmy a good start. But on the opposite side, you got Loy E. They instantly first blood, and then they were just stomping and making more and more power to the mid laner. And Kimmy was playing from the back.
And that's what's so miserable about that draft in game 1 for Onyx Philippines. The one hero that had range for them was the one hero that was the most vulnerable. The one hero that could maybe reach the Granger quickly and safely was the one that was struggling all throughout.
And this is why I kind of feel like for this matchup, heck, all 4 teams, Assassin Junglers, Orgos, EXP laners that can dive to the backline, has high value because we're looking at amazing carries here. It doesn't matter coming from the mid, from the gold lane. And in game number 1, that joy was able to create so much chaos. Sure, you killed Kara, but by killing Kelra, all the damage is from Super Prince, the Kimmy. So without that, hey, it's going to be very difficult. But now we got a quote here coming in from Brusco. He said, I don't think we're in our top form yet. There are still lapses in our communication because we sometimes get a little complacent and those small mistakes tend to snowball. Hopefully we can show our best performance tomorrow, which is today, especially since SRG has improved since M6.
You know what, let coach play a little bit of hardball. Communications were a very small part of what happened in game 1. I think the draft alone was what they needed to fix. So if game 2, Onyx PH can show that, hey, this wasn't working for us at all, we can get a better draft and maybe show that your communications are better. Don't get complacent, then we have a series.
Before we get into the draft, I would like to remind everyone the MSC 2025 pass is still available. While it's still available, make sure you guys grab it quick. There's 20% off for the entire period. Purchase now to get the new Nolan Archon of Knowledge skin. And make sure you guys complete the task to get all the coins. But now we're going to jump back into the draft. What are your thoughts here, Destroyer?
I got a lot of thoughts about it. First of all, when we saw the first phase of the draft and I expected Kimmy on the right side for the Onyx Philippines, I see, okay, they skip it. Then I noticed that they just don't want to pick Loy, and I was, why? Tell me any reason. Why do you skip? And after that, on the last phase, they take Kimmy. And that was my second question. Why do you do it now? You could you could cook something before the second draft phase.
This is the beauty of a best of 5. No matter how many mistakes you make for the first or second game, there's time for you to recuperate. There's time for you to get back. There's time for you to get stronger. And yes, I believe this is something that we discussed during the draft in the previous game where Super Friends could have waited to Red 5 to make a choice. But like you said, they chose early as 4. And because of that, SRGOG has a rough idea how to deal with that composition. What are your thoughts, Leo?
SRGOG, they know, they understand the assignment. Like, they read into game 1 draft so well. And now in red, this is a good gut check. This is a good way to see what they learned about Onyx PH in game 1 after that 4-game series against Team Spirit. And against RRQ, they went back and forth. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue.
Yep.
I want to see how Onyx PH adjusts. It's really on them now.
Yep, welcome back, folks. This is the second draft of the series. Onyx Philippines will be first pick, SRGOG second pick. Right now, Onyx Philippines are already looking at two mid laners, betting out the Jushin as well as the Kimi. SRGOG betting out that Yisun Shin as well as the 1-1.
And the last bomb they should make Selena, definitely. I'm pretty sure that they will choose.
Or
this.
SRG could take it.
Oh, potentially, but Onyx Philippines then, can insta-lock. And there won't be any other opportunity for the SRG to pick it. And from the left side, I think that Kalia is one of the options.
Yeah, honestly, SRG, Kalia, Selena is one of their power picks as well. So it's definitely something that Onyx Philippines has to consider. They're banning up this Phoveus.
Somebody setting up for Arlet.
Yeah, and we know how Destroyer feels about that Arlet.
I can hear it. The gears are grinding.
It's like Coach Arlet, and then Destroyer's like,
no, please, don't do it, bro. So the last ban for SRG, and that's the question. What do they want? They want to exchange, or they want to we ban Selena and we let the opponents to pick something like Granger, because the Granger for now between two teams it's 100% win rate during the knockout stage.
Nope, not gonna happen. I would have rather done this, because what if SRG banned the Kalia, give Onyx PH the Selena? It's easier to read. Now Onyx PH can go, all right, do we go Kalia now and give the box shot to the other side?
Looks like they first picked that Lancelot.
Rather not. So SRG, do you go box Kalia?
Hey, maybe this is Onyx Philippines saying we cannot lose tempo. You know what, King Kong? Get off that utility, we need you on Assassins.
And what do you think if they take the Kalia and Granger, the other side? So, let back shot. Okay, they already took Lancelot and jungle.
Looks like they're going for ACC as well as a Kalia.
Even Onyx PH has to think twice about the Baksha now.
Yeah.
Because it's
honestly, I'm not
free.
liking the Baksha.
Yeah, no, it's not as free. So they do get the Granger.
That's the thing that I don't like, actually. Why you let them Granger? It's, again, Kelra, Granger, 100% win rate. He got a lot of games here, and it helps them to save the limits. Because Kelra can work from the backside, and at the same time, Lancelot with the Badang will engage on the back line of the opponents, and there is the cross line that you can't.
Gentlemen, I think SRG has just come to the point of, yeah, Kelra's gonna pick a hero either way. He's gonna play like Kelra anyways. Just give him something, we'll work around it.
So now SRGOG, 15 seconds left. Did they pick a jungler here or a gold laner? The joy is still up. If it's not picked up, it probably will get banned soon. Looks like they're gonna pick up the Moskov here, so making sure that they are able to win at least macro-wise. So this is gonna be a Moskov against Granger matchup. SRGOG still has not picked a jungler. Highly likely will get banned out later.
And then likely as well, Coach Vecchi and Arcadia are gonna ban out mid laners to try and choke down on Super Frames, while Onyx should take out junglers.
At least the Joy.
Yeah, at least the Joy and maybe even the Haya.
You know, the funny fact that Instant got 4 games with the Moscow and 0% win rate. At the same time, we see the raid boss, the boss of the gym, Kelra, with the Granger. And I got a lot of questions for SRG OG with this draft. But maybe they're gonna surprise us. So, and this is Farsha, instant ban.
Yep, again, attack Friends. I don't blame Onyx PH for not picking Friends in the first phase, but they gotta have something up their sleeve, because SRG are gonna pick the Stormy hero in Red 4. Like, that's gotta be it.
Yep. So now Onyx Philippines, we are thinking that they're going for a jungle ban, but what if they just like, you know what, let's see how big of a hero pool both our mid laners have. Imagine if they go loco and just ban mid laners as well. 4
mid laner bans, and then even give the Red 4 ban to SRG.
Just to see, yo, Stormy, Super Friends, like, how deep can you go?
Yep. Pop quiz.
Pop quiz. We'll see the Nana coming in from Stormy.
This is the Predator ban, and
I miss Sicilian.
If we are speaking about the mid laner bans, Onyx Philippines potentially can remove Loi. That's the option, because there is too much opportunity for macro games for SRG. You got Moscow for split pushing. You got Loi for instant removing from one side to another side. And I think they should think about it.
heroes like Chip are coming to consideration now if Onyx really is so desperate for map control and macro rotations. One more ban for SRG here. Close it up. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the Luyi, or if they do open it up, Stormy might pull doubles.
Yep, they ban out the Novaria, and this is good because the similarities between the Farsight and Novaria, they move very fast to the side lanes.
But one is more utility, the other is more burst, and this is the same Novaria that felled Team Spirit last night, so SRG did their homework here.
And one more point. Navaria, yes, I wanted to say that Navaria counters Luyi actually also with Astral Echo. You can check the bushes. It also opens you the resources to engage the jungle.
So now how deep do they go? It's not 4 mages, man, but it's still 3. And SRG, what is going to be their mage pick here?
So there's very little reason to Valentina. Maybe Eve?
Hey, Zetian, who knows?
Zetian, wow, Zetian has dropped in priority recently.
And what do you think if we take, from the SRG OG side, right now, let's go jungle. And last pick, mid lane.
Oh, they pick up the Kagura.
This has been forecasted.
A way to open up the map, able to cleanse yourself in case anything bad happens.
And alluded to multiple times on broadcast and off. Interesting pick here by Stormy. What does Prince pick? What's left for the Monster Mage?
Valentina.
What do you get with the Valentina?
Get the
Tsunami Slam?
Yeah, probably. Got the Tsunami Slam, but now they picked it up. They pick up the Valentina. And now for their EXP laner.
Oh, you know, Curtain Call, and you got actually got a catcher. This combination. You just steal the combination from the opponent.
Yep, interesting play. Valen can even take the current call and they use the same combination. So this should be a joy, unless you want to get frisky and pick up a Hayabusa here.
Gentlemen, I like the optimism, right? But I'm not a big fan of the 1-2 step. I'm not a fan of, oh yeah, we have the combo at home. It's very cobbled together. SRG now, what does Sekai's pick here, the Sky Prince? Can he?
Hayabusa.
Yes, but also I think there's room for him to play utility.
The only question is, the only utility here is Akai.
And Baxia.
And Baxia, yes. We have that one too. 5 seconds left. And it does look like they're going for utility here. They're going for the Baxia. First, for me, I still prefer Assassins, but what do you think, Destroyer?
I'm gonna say that Onyx Philippines should win. I like their composition.
What about you, Leo?
I'm skittish about the whole, we have the combo at home, so I'm gonna play it conservative and say that SRG, there was room for them to pick that utility jungle.
Yep, and now we're gonna throw it over to our casters, Brigida and Mirko. Hope you guys are ready because we're throwing over to you guys the second game of this match.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and I hope all the viewers are ready for game number 2 as well. They've had plenty of time to reset and regroup about what happened in the last game. And so I feel even in the draft, we're seeing the changes come in early on. Welcome to game number 2. And this time around, I feel like my biggest question would be, again, regarding damage. Because where do we see a lot more damage coming in terms of the early game from these two? Oh, wait.
Stormy was waiting there. That's some crazy patience, man. To just sit there while you're getting... You gotta be careful. He doesn't have regen, too. But yeah, back to your question. Hold up. They're just brawling it out in the mid lane.
Yep. It seems like they're trying to show us who does have the better damage in terms of the mid 2v2s so far. But I feel like the exchange is just going well for both sides. Like, they have decent amount of regen, ways to just get the shields coming in, especially from Stormy and Super Friends as well, Brusco. So there probably won't be that much kills coming in just yet, not unless the junglers go in for the fast rotations, and that's going to be primarily through King Kong first. But SRG are going to respect that well enough and going to keep themselves safe. Moving on to the side lanes as well, I think we've seen these matchups come in multiple times. I guess the most surprising one would be that the Badang does come in a bit more often in the XP lane again. I think even Kid Bomba yesterday did use it in the XP lane. Even though we thought that it was a pick that is more prioritized in the roam position right now.
I'd say it's a pretty good matchup against a CC. Again, you want to counter CC, you do it with crowd control, the other form of CC. And it has been working out, I'd say, in the group stage especially. Not too much in the knockout stage. Yeah, Bomba wasn't able to get a win on the Padang against the CC when he was up against Kirk. But let's take a look at the emblems here. Tenacity, firmness, a whole lot of tankiness for Brusco. It's actually the Bargain Hunter and Inspire for Prince. So trying to get online ASAP. It really looks like Oniker now with King Kong and an Assassin leaning towards that snowball. Skies, Shield Unity able to go onto Super Prince. Now he's getting the full CC over to him, forcing the Purify out, but he has a dash and the Purify. Again, Prio to SRG for Turtle 1.
This is somewhat similar to the entire Super Prince on the Kimi situation earlier, wherein SRG doesn't feel as hesitant to just go in and pour in all of their resources because there's like literally just Brusco who could potentially stop them, and that's going to be primarily just through the Unbreakable. And if there are other members of Onyx PH who don't get to provide the follow-up, then SRG OG just can't keep going at it. But what is going to be the plan right now? King Kong, they're holding the objective.
Chain CC on the CC. Crime going to be taken down there, but the final basing attack by Super Prince is going to be back again for SRG as they get a pick off onto Kirk, who stayed there a bit too long, got caught by the Shield Unity, and Stormy was able to dish out damage. Skies now, in the back line, Super Prince able to go for the dash now, trying to kite away, but gets caught by Skies. Still, turtle battle. King Kong gets it, now punctures away, but Brusco will get Tsunami Slam back. Phantom Execution by King Kong, now going to the Stormy, and there's no mana on Stormy. King Kong with one, jumping again with a puncture. Now Yomes able to dash in forward, but Kirk comes into safety to help King Kong as he dashes to safety.
Yep. The moment both of the XP laners were already down for these two teams, it was really who could pull off the better mid trio that mattered the most. But Cram was able to dodge that Fizz Break, Fizz Crack combo. And going back, that was one of the most, I'd say, crucial plays that came in from King Kong so far. Like, he wasn't able to do that much earlier on with the backsha.
Yeah.
But now he literally felt confident enough to battle up against 3 or 4 members, even when he was all by himself and when all his other teammates had to recall.
That's true. It's just very different when you're on a hero that's kind of like just there. Tsunami Slam stolen into the Thorn Rose. Phantom Execution dodge away from the puncture from King Kong, but AOG will lock Yums down. And King Kong should get the kill. Yep, in the air, Yums falls. Thing is though, we've seen the Kagura in the group stage. It was Super Prince who picked it up. I didn't really like it, but here, with the Baksha and with the Kalea too, it's honestly pretty solid. Purify used up, SOD landing it and going for the final shot. Skies gets the killing spree. And again, it's a win for SRG. And to go back to my point, Brig, I really think, oh my God, they just don't want me. Okay, you know what? You know what? All right, there's another kill over. Yin Yang overturn. Prince able to sustain. Now Stormy looking for the final umbrella push over. Gets it down. Stormy with the help of Yums just brawling across the map. And you know what?
That's your point.
That's my point.
You
Chain CC into the Yin Yang overturn. Oh my God. King Kong wants to go. Phantom Execution. Oh! Stormy broke King Kong's ankles.
And this is why we no longer need to explain, because everything just works so well. The Kagura doesn't need to be the one starting things up, or doesn't need to be risking the yin-yang overturns and then potentially just allowing the other members of Onyx PH to escape, because the tanky heroes, the setup here for SRG OG just make things a lot more easier. Oh, but hold on, Cram!
Chain CC again. Cram has no way to move. Yin Yang overturn, now locking them down. With the Tsunami Slam too! But the AOG comes in and King Kong still able to survive, but Skies finally gets the Poissons to shut him down.
Very unfortunate. King Kong and the rest of Onyx PH. Super Prince still trades another kill onto Stormy, who I feel like has been such a huge problem for Onyx PH all this time, but at least even then, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that SRG OG are the ones who are still able to take this objective. It might, or Onyx PH might just buy enough time for King Kong to make it and still secure this objective for them nonetheless. He's gonna skip taking the purple buff as well, so it does seem like the turtle is indeed the priority right now for Onyx PH. Oh, but the knockup!
Yeah, luckily has a fist crack. King Kong still on it with a puncture now. Stormy dives into Kirk. It'll be a kill over as Yums able to flicker out to safety. Again, Brusco caught on the umbrella. King Kong with the puncture again. They get the turtle, but they lose Kirk in the process.
And I think this is one of the questions raised by our panel too. Super Prince right now, he's holding the Tortoise Croissants, and it can be useful to some extent, but for the Valentina, you're looking for those more explosive kinds of ultimates to steal away from the team, and I feel like even Stormy, there was a time when he was on the Valentina, stole the I Am Offended multiple times and just did multiple setups for his team, but oh no, King Kong all alone!
Phantom execution, dodges away from the Tsunami Slam. Brusco comes in now doing his own slam over to Yums. It'll be a kill over to Brusco's Fringe, walks up with the Poissons, and he stole with the Purify. Innocent lands the SOD, takes it, pins Brusco to the wall. Damage coming down slowly but surely. Brusco taken out by the umbrella of Stormy.
Stormy just held on to that yin-yang overturn, and it was well worth it for SRGOG as they take the turret and yet another kill. Keller's just focusing on trades for now, taking down tier 1 down bottom. Oh, King Kong still wants to go for Cram again. At least he doesn't get bumped by the Baxter Shield Unity. Could have been different under the turret. Oh!
Finds it and punctures away. The Kirk Fist Crack saves him again from a possible Yums Tsunami Slam. And they're just clean with it.
We were saying this about SRGOG too. And now it's Onic PH who's doing this exact approach in terms of playing a game or the game. That's an almost or a 700 gold lead already in the hands of King Kong, and for some reason, like this entire assassin utility matchup between Onic PH and SRGOG, it's seemingly always in favor of the team with the assassin matchup, with the more aggressive matchup. And yes, to a certain extent, it has been working for SRGOG because, again, we've been highlighting the entire concept behind the Kagura and all those tanky frontliners, the combinations. But once Onic PH just gets to find the right footing, then it's a completely different story. Now, will SRGOG have a way to contest this final turtle of the game?
Oh my god, what a top by Brusco. Phantom execution in the back line again. King Kong just diving in. Stormy has a yin and overturn, goes in. Tsunami Slam locks him down with AOD. Walks up, and it is going to be Kelra to clean things around. Now a double for Kelra on the Grangers. Innocent just goes and clears out top lane.
Stormy, he kept that yin-yang overturn right beside him. So regardless of whatever King Kong tried to do, he would find a way to keep himself safe. Oh, but they're now going after Sakai. Oh, the damage from Kelra!
Oh, he's gonna go for more SOD! What? Super Fritz takes the SOD to send it for Kelra! And he gets a double! Fritz gets the kill on Innocent! When have you seen that? A Valentina to take an SOD, and now he purifies out of the Tsunami Slam.
Okay, yes, take it back. Like, Super Prince has a very interesting take on the entire Valentina IMU situation. It does seem like even though he's been a bit more careful in terms of the ultimates that he's been getting when they're actually ahead and this much aggressive, he has a lot more other options. We have to put a huge emphasis on this play by Super Prince there. Even when we thought Onic PH could no longer reach and finish off the kills, Super Prince was there to do the job. So now it's SRGOG who will have to play this a bit more defensively. Might I say though, both teams, they've done and they've had a lot of great micro plays. Like the micros in terms of Stormy, in terms of the yin-yang overturns, the positionings, they're very, very much commendable. But Onic PH now, they have the Lord, and they're definitely going to find a way to capitalize on this.
But also, I think just go for more damage, dude.
Yep.
The team with utility jungle just hasn't really been able to fully control the game. Even with 4 kills on Skies, now 5, it hasn't, well, unfortunately it is utility jungle, so again, with the kills on him, it doesn't really change anything. Brusco look for a taunt there. Yom's gonna go for the Tsunami Slam onto Brusco, and that card gets a massive fist crack in the back of the AOG. Will come through, Yom's gonna be taken low as King Kong jumps in, and Stormy is forced to just play it safe. SOD clears out the minion wave, but there is another in the mid lane and the bottom lane for Onic Philippines to go and capitalize on. Cram, no vengeance. Kelra with the damage again. Yin-Yang overturn popped down, but Kelra throwing out those bullets over the Skies, who's tanking it up really well. And they have another wave to play with.
That was such a play from Kirk. Even when we thought that SRGOG could have potentially punished Brusco, because he did attempt to go for the Unbreakable, right? He went, he walked under that turret, tried to go for the Unbreakable, didn't land or didn't connect onto anyone, and so SRG found an opening. That was a clear response through the Tsunami Slam coming in from Yums, but since Kirk was able to land that flicker fist break fist crack onto the other members, then SRG OG just couldn't complete the job. And now there's another set of waves coming in, and it's a completely different situation when King Kong doesn't get caught in by any form of crowd control by SRG OG and just freely lands those punctures.
Okay, so in the end, it is still just a non-stop siege. Kelra walks up again, has a Purify, gets out of Tsunami Slam, almost a perfect ENG overturn to counter it as well. Good pin down, oh my lord, Kelra just walking through, gets pierced down, but he's still able to cut away, even from the last shot there, spacing perfectly. It's a kill over again as Brusco gets the AOG out of there. Cram falls to King Kong. And after all that, you'd expect more bodies. King with a dive on Skies, it's a double for King Kong.
The sidesteps from Kelra, the timings from King Kong, the KK connection, they're just making it happen. And oh, Innocent so low!
SOD again by Super Friends. Yums chunked down, one last shot to find the kill. Friends gets it. It's a killing spree for him as King Kong dives in with the puncture. 3 base turrets down, and Kelra has dealt with the waves. Friends again, they're going to be caught by the sun. Super Friends still able to go for it. Terrifies. Innocent walks up and gets the kill, but gets traded back by Kelra. King Kong in the back gets a kill before ultimately ending the game to get us to an equalizer. 1-1.
That was another Spear of Misery IMU done right there by Super Prince, creating so much space here for Onyx PH. And we just mentioned this entire thing about the KK connection. Kelra and King Kong now being online, finally online. The sidesteps and just making it very difficult overall for SRG OG to land all their skills, despite the presence or despite the multiple ways that they could actually make use of their AoE. There were the tidal strikes that could come in from Yums, there were the yin-yang overturns, and we couldn't even see Cram land a curtain call that was efficient enough to punish Onyx PH and those members who decided or just wanted to keep going in, because even though you wanted to use the curtain call onto these targets, they just have... King Kong has iframes, Brusco can just find a way to AOG himself out of it, and he doesn't necessarily have to be beside Kirk all the time, because we've seen it multiple times. They tend to go for individual plays as well. So there were just so many things that came or fell into place for that game. Let's hear what our panelists have to say as they break down game number 2.
Thank you very much, Mirko and Brigida. And I don't know, maybe it's the inner Malaysian in me and the inner Indonesian in Mirko, but I don't like utility junglers, man. Like, Vaxia is strong, sure, but give me those assassins. I kind of feel like these are such impressive junglers in King Kong and Skies that even though the Boxia got like 5 kills and 2 assists, it doesn't really translate into a lot of pressure on the map.
It's hard to have this conversation without bringing in the prime example of a player that doesn't care about junglers that are either assassin or utility, Carl Teasy. He excels on both. So that's why when SRG here picked that last pick Baksha, even I saw it coming, but why, right? Why? This is a total polar opposite of what happened in game 1, and this just brings up a new win condition for Onyx. There's something that we did not put in those original keys to victory, and that is enable King Kong. King Kong needed this Lancelot.
Definitely, and that's why you should ban versus Onyx Philippines the Lancelot. But I also want to mention again, like the 5th time for today, guys, Granger again, the Granger, and here we go. So the Innocent, still 0% win rate for Moscow. They need time, but Onyx Philippines won't give you the time. And to just burst the opponent, you need like the composition. Yeah, you got Kalea, but with whom? Only with the Umbrella, that's all.
It's so easy to blame the Granger and say Innocent kind of sucks right now in the Moscow, but this only happened because of the sheer creativity. And again, I hate to say it, this is my fault. I forgot that Super Prince is a maestro on the Valentina.
Yeah.
In 2024, the M6 World Championships, in the Grand Finals nonetheless, he played a Valentina and stole away, guess what? An energy eruption. It's that weird third skill on the Fredrin and taunted 3 dudes from Team Liquid ID. Now, if all folks didn't see it, go ahead, scrub back after this bit. He SOD'd. He SOD'd. He stole the Moscow's ult. I've never seen that.
So, Leo Destroyer, I kind of feel like we need to add one more key to victory for both teams, and that's actually getting the first pick. Because right now, being on second pick, you only have one ban, right? You got to ban the Yisun Shin, and then you got to ban out the 1-1. Right? For SRGOG, they got to think about banning out the Selena. So it's almost like you have no bans when you're on second pick.
It's as if the decisions were made for you already.
Exactly. Because I agree with Destroyer, like ban out Lancelot, etc. But you can only do that if you're first pick.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's the thinking that I didn't thought about.
It's
That's
difficult.
a good point. It's a good point, actually.
It's difficult for Onyx because Onyx likes being in red. They're one of the few teams that actually help push the 52% going into the knockout win rate for red side. So if that's the case...
But this game, they was on the first pick. And Lancelot insta-lock. After that, the SRGOG led them Granger. And here is the composition already. Also, the Valentina was a perfect pick. I don't. Yeah, you just remembered that it was okay for the mid lane priority. But still, I think that the composition overall for the Onyx Philippines was much better here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like let's look back at some patterns here in terms of losing the matchup, because both teams that chose their EXP laner early looks like they get punished just a little bit. And this is
early meaning a CC.
Exactly. Now here's the thing. I think even if you change up the CC and pick something else, it might even yield the same results, because this is one of the I would say rules of drafting for a few years now. A lane that could get punished will get punished if you picked up early. And one of those lanes right now is the EXP.
So not only do we have the first ban set, we also have the order of drafts already set. You're saying ban 1, 2, 3 in blue to allow for something to be open and keep your XP laner and mid laner for the second phase. Like that seems to be law here. That is the mandate in the Battle of Gods and Giants.
No, of course you got other options, but as we can see, it doesn't work at all. So the priority should be for gold lane, mid lane, and for the roam. Oh, okay, jungle. Never forget about jungle. But not XP lane, mid lane. Okay, you can postpone it just a bit later. If it's not Selena, one of the rules.
I feel like this is the thing when we're jumping into our top 4 semifinals, because every team here are essentially friends. They know each other so well to the point where I kind of feel like for both of them, it's almost expected, the kind of draft that they'll be having. So this is a different layer for the coaches, is that how do you deceive your opponents? Because here's the thing, even if you have a pocket pick, most likely your opponents know about it.
And this Kagura was no secret.
It was no secret, yeah.
Among scrims, I think some teams have already employed the Kagura. So the victory doesn't come from cheese. You can't win via cheese. I think that's the understanding here. So you just have to win via good fundamental drafting.
You know, if we speak about the pocket picks, it's something like Aurora showed us. The Atlas, just who could predict it?
Way out of left field.
Yeah. So
Gusion.
And Valeric maybe like we discussed a lot. Team Spirit potentially could show us, but they didn't. Still, like something like that, something super unpredictable, like that can be a pocket pick. Kagura, no.
Yeah, but now we're going to look at the reactions from the crowd, because that was an amazing game. Because right now, from a best of 5, we basically defaulted into now becoming a best of 3. And I love that we're here in Riyadh, and there's so many people cheering for both SRGOG, Onyx Philippines. Again, a big shout out to the fans here, because you guys give the energy for the players on stage to give their very best. And yeah, I kind of feel like when we're talking about the best teams in the world, we have to talk about what happens even before the match even starts. That's how intense this game is. Even in the draft, you make one mistake, it changes everything.
It's a game of margins. And whoever makes the most punishable mistake, best believe your opponent will jump on that and drill you into the ground for that. Because that's what we saw in Game 1. Game 1, Onyx PH looked like nothing. Game 2, SRGOG committed the same mistake. And if anything, they lasted just maybe 2 minutes less, 3 minutes less. It was a much faster game.
Oh, you know what it reminds me? Yesterday games of Onyx Philippines, actually. The first game, they lost like easily. The second game, they exchanged, okay,
we're gonna win you. The Team Spirit. I'm speaking about the match Onyx Philippines versus Team Spirit, and right now happening the same. So the crucial moment now for SRG OG, if they can win or not.
So it's kind of like win condition. Onyx Philippines lose game 1 and then proceeds to win everything else later on. Again, like you said, this is a battle of margins. And I feel like for both teams, this is weighing very heavily here because let's just set the stakes here. Winning this one, going to the grand finals, is not just an opportunity to become champions, but winning this basically seals you for at least $500,000 US. So there's a lot on the line here. Minimum. If you're second place, that's the minimum you're gonna get.
You can double down, actually, if you win, of course. And by the way, if we speak about SRGOG again, or about Onyx Philippines, they will be the champions if SRGOG wins the twice champions of MSC. And if we speak about Onyx Philippines, they will be the champions of the M Series and MSC Series.
Either way, it looks like for all of you guys here watching at home or in the stadium, we're gonna be here for a very long day because yesterday we got 9 out of 10 games. Today we might see 10 out of 10 games. We're about to jump into the draft very, very soon. And I gotta say, for the players performing on stage, a lot is on their shoulders. And I only ask for one thing. Assassins, man. I actually can argue for Fredrin. I kind of feel like Fredrin works very, very well. But other than that,
Fredrin is the outlier.
Because, dude, his kid is amazing. Buff, nerf the guy no matter what you do. He always has a role in the meta.
Just takes control of those turtle pits, lord pits. Can even have odd bursts of damage from out of nowhere. So yeah, I agree. Which makes you, again, question. Game 1, Hayabusa was open. Game 2, Hayabusa was open too. So there's definitely some conversations that we're not privy to. There's some things in the draft that we don't see that the coaches and the players can, that led us to this point.
You know the interesting thing that Baksha appeared right after the Kimi started to dominate mid lane. And it's like the counter peak, everybody start pushing this to the meta, and right now what I see, the Baksha, you know, the teams know how to counter it. The Kimi, you need some time. So maybe let's just skip it and prioritize something like an Assassins.
Yeah, no, I think fundamentally these teams have so much to talk about. I'd like to elaborate in just a bit.
Yeah, and for you guys at home, the All-Star is still here all the way to the 5th of August. Join the limited time Dino patch in MLBB and secure yourself a free Popolin Koopa for the Hunter skin. Leo, you were saying?
Damage profile, in addition to range, and these roles being high priorities in the early phases and in the bans. Game 1, Onyx had no burst. Game 2, guess who didn't have burst, fam? At least reliable burst. SRGOG. Kagura sure has some level of burst, especially if he gets a power spike in the early game, but that's a skill shot. And Onyx were super mobile.
And look at this, we're already starting to draft here. SRGOG is going to be first pick, allowing them more free bans, betting out the Selena, Fanny, as well as the Lancelot. Onyx Philippines, this is the bad thing about second pick. You don't have a lot of flexibility in the bans. You got to ban out that 1-1 as well as the Yi Sun Shin. And now the final ban is actually going to be that Hayabusa. We were talking about it. And game 3, we're not going to be seeing it.
Fredrin and Joy are now suddenly high demand commodities.
It's almost like we're back 6 months ago.
And I was just about to fall in love with this meta. I was loving it. We were going well, like we were having conversations every night.
And you know, if we speak about the bans, yeah, and Hayabusa disappears from this game, but I got a question. Why not Kalea? I mean, like the first pick for SRGOG, they definitely gonna pick it right now. And we didn't see Hayabusa for 2 games in a row. What changed?
Honestly, I kind of feel like they're asking SRGOG that question. If you don't pick up the Kalia, we will definitely pick it up. And you were talking about the Granger. This is a good chance to let SRG pick up the Kalia so that Onyx Philippines, they can get the Granger. And there you go. And the Joy. So they instantly pick up their win conditions, not thinking long and hard. These are 2 amazing picks right now. Pick it up quick. And now, in terms of Assassins, what's left?
KK Connection is back. Assassin-wise, are you gonna force Sekai's on the Ling?
That's really late. That's the only thing. That's really late. I feel like the only way they can pick that up is that if Onyx Philippines, they pick up something like a Kimi, like maybe. But then, I don't know. Very difficult.
Fredrin still viable.
That's not an assassin, man.
Yes, you want assassins, I know, but Fredrin here, additional crowd control, additional damage, you can follow, and I think you should prioritize for yourself Gold and Fredrin. I don't know who. Okay, it's also a good choice.
Yeah, but the thing is, this Farsa is not super free now, is it? Going up against the Joy.
Yep.
This is the natural predator for the Hottie Birdie, right? Like, the Joy just smokes the Farsa.
Not to mention, CC and Lapu-Lapu are still at large. Onyx PH could pick one of them and then ban the other come the second phase. And then, what does Cram pick then?
But then you got no crowd control actually for Onyx Philippines if you take Lapu-Lapu. If you take, okay, you got one stun, that's all.
They don't care.
They don't care. Okay. They'll just go on Farsha.
I mean, like, a good crowd control is denying your opponent of the ult, so
yeah,
it's kind of amazing.
Or just putting them to sleep.
Yeah.
Just take them out of the map. Onyx PH, a good direction for them, in my opinion, would be to just take out Arlet and Phoveus.
Yeah.
That's it. Or Arlet and CC. Deny the Arlet Fredrin combo.
Either ways, right now for Onyx Philippines, I think it's not a hot take to say that they got a lot in this round. And you were talking about this, Leo, where Onyx Philippines, they like being on right side. They like being on second pick. It looks like they're manipulating it well by understanding the Kalia is a hot pick for SRGOG, and they punished that.
I think actually the last pick for Onyx Philippines should be CC. That's from my perspective, because otherwise it can be a good combination.
But they already have the Lapu.
Did you mean SRG?
I mean Onyx Philippines should ban.
Oh, should ban
right.
CC,
yeah.
Yes.
So that's the option. If we're speaking about SRG, let's go for the mid lane. That's the option. Valentina, what can we also...
Valentina Loyi?
Valentina Loyi, yes, good bans.
Yeah, looks like they're going for the Luyi first ban here. Are they going for Innocent again? Because I kind of feel like with this Kalia, we should be thinking about a possible Beatrix.
Beatrix or Iritel.
Yeah.
Those are still solid picks left out there. I don't know if you want to Harry.
Beatrix better, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to Harry. That's way too much magic damage. You're going all in. A single Athena shield and poof.
Also Beatrix, you can combine it with the Fredrin Taunt, you can combine it with the Kalia. So engage and then the nuke damage instantly from your mage and from your... Okay, it's the Harif band even.
Yeah, still respecting the Harif because the Harif has a favorable matchup going up against the Joy. So again, probably they're readjusting their priorities, making sure that King Kong has a good game.
So they'll allow the Irithel.
Maybe Kara's just saying, like, do you really think he can counter me? Sometimes to be champions, you need that kind of mindset, you know?
If we're speaking about the gold lane, you actually counter the hero, but you don't counter the player. So you can still play from the back line, you can still be safe. Yeah, you're losing some gold XP, but you're coming back. And Iritel needs some time. Yes, Farsha gives you that time. Fredrin can give you that time. But still, we remember what happened with Kelra versus Joy.
Honestly, good ban here, banning out the Jushin, making it so that Onyx Philippines, they can get that tempo. Because I kind of feel like this is Onyx Philippines style. By controlling the game the first 3 minutes and then expand, don't stop.
Yeah, and again, that Jushin definitely answers the lack of CC. We were saying Onyx PH does not have the reliable crowd control. The CC provides that in spades. You spend 2 seconds too long underneath her beacons and suddenly you're knee-deep in Onyx PH's lineup. What are they picking red for? Again, still no mid laner and still no jungler, still no roamer for the super fam.
Let's go, Badang. What do you think about it?
Badang is good.
Badang or Cho.
Yeah.
Or Gatot. Gatot's good too, especially against the Farsa.
Yep, and there you go. You pick up the Gatot here. So, Onyx Philippines, it does look like they already have a lot of answers for the problems that SRGOG has.
And 2 picks for SRGOG. So the priority for the gold lane, that's the most thing that interesting me. I would prefer to see the Beatrix. Actually, I like the composition. I like it with Farsha, I like it with Kalea, I like it with Fredrin. And for the explain, I would like to prefer CC still. I like this pick.
Yep, still a lot available. Even the glue is available if SRGOG wants to go that route, because that does seem like one of Cram's comfort as well. Still a lot of picks for SRGOG, especially on the EXP.
Scary if you glue though, because their fire mist is still open.
That's true. So they pick up the CC instead. So will this be the Beatrix or the Irithel? It looks like they go for a Bruno. Not in my bingo books for this one.
Yeah, no, because the Beatrix was way too spelled out. So was the Irithel, because again, SRG knows that the Irithel just suddenly dies to the Granger and the Joy. So they go Bruno. It's a almost forgotten hero.
It's most, it's more safe pick, but I don't like it. I understand that on lane it's harder for you to play as Beatrix, yes, but overall, if you go to the mid lane, it's much more profitable.
I like that both teams, they're kind of like saying each other, let's play tempo. Let's see who has their foot on the gas first and who can accelerate without the brakes. So now, Onyx Philippines, final pick here for their mid laner. A lot is still open. It looks like they're gonna pick up the Eve instead. So a lot of zoning here by both mid laners.
So far, 100% win rate on the Eve for the black and yellow. Onyx has also found success in this by putting it in the hands of San. So, you know what? Onyx PH, they got momentum. I like it. They got a kill box going for them.
I would like to say that I also like the Onyx PH draft more than SRG OG. Sorry, Bruno, I don't like you.
Thank you very much for our analyst for the breakdown of the draft. And right now, for game number 3, we're going to throw it over to Brigida and Mirko.
Thank you so much. A bit of opinions here and there in terms of which they prefer and not, but now only these two teams can get to decide which works best. They've equalized the series, and we're heading into a best of 3 to finally find out who's coming out of this. Welcome to game number 3 between Onyx PH and SRGOG Esports. That was a very fun draft to watch.
It was really fun, just, predicting the drafts as well, because it really just came down to what you know of these players, right? Like, what are their comfort picks? Onyx Philippines responded to the heavy assassin ban by banning out their own assassins, setting up for the Joy. It was amazing to watch a draft, and now we get to see a battle for match point. Whoever wins here, ladies and gentlemen, will be able to secure match point. A bit of safety in the single elimination bracket.
Yep. And they also bring back the Bruno, who again, in terms of like history and what we know of SRG, was also during that time. And the Bruno was just popping off, especially back in M6, but you could say the same for Onyx PH, and they were even the first ones to bring out one of the most unorthodox ways to answer back against the Bruno, which was, if you guys would recall, the Layla, even back in M6, but now they're playing up against it again in this kind of situation where SRG OG are forced to bring out the utility junglers again, but this time around, with the Farce in the mid lane, we could potentially be expecting them to play this a bit more better. There could be a lot more space created since they have a bit more of burst damage coming in for the early stages of the game. But looking at the emblems, yep, it seems pretty standard for majority of the heroes here, but wait.
That's good info. King Kong going to be able to go for the dive here. Stormy still saving the flicker, and Kong doesn't get the electrifying beat. Sky's walking up now over to Prince. We'll get the poke down, and yeah, nothing too crazy in the emblems. It does seem like for Onyx Philippines, they got what they wanted for, right? Like what they went for, sorry. Hayabusa ban, they really wanted the Joy. But even though we've been saying no utility, the Fredrin is a great counter to the Joy.
Yeah. Just a well-timed energy eruption. It's gonna make a huge difference for the team fight. Oh, but there's the Unbreakable and the Bravest Spider.
Pulled out the Bravest Spider. Still, Sky's been in the retreat battle. Ow! Oh! Razor's Wrath getting the big pop over the curtain call, locking him down. Yum's still staying alive somehow as Kirk tries his best to deal damage. Now the Feathered Airstrike with a Flicker 2 doesn't actually land. That additional movement speed for the Purify, helping Prince to get out.
Oh my goodness, that timings. Brusco, I'm surprised he survived for that long in that entire fight where he was just up front in the faces of the members of SRG OG, and just that constant enhanced basic attack kept him alive even though he should have died way back. And even that Bravest Fighter from Kirk, and Super Friends in that positioning with the real-world manipulation, just making sure everyone was right at the edge. So it's probably also why it took a bit more time from SRGOG to reach Super Friends, to make things a bit more difficult for him. And mind you, that Purify might come in a lot more sooner because he is once again on the pull yourself together. So that's how Super Friends potentially is planning to keep himself safe. Again and again, he can just rely on the Purify either to get out, to keep the stuns out from Stormy, from Yums, and that's one of the biggest answers again to the entire idea that SRGOG has in terms of their lineup.
Yeah, it's again, they have a ton of damage. Despite the utility jungle, we've gone through this already. They already have a CC. They have a Farsa and a Bruno too here. I think it would have been a bit too risky for them to go for the Beatrix, even though, yeah, we were talking about the Beatrix possibility too, the instant burst down that we saw up against RRQ by SRG yesterday when the Kalea went for any Tsunami Slam, really, on anyone. Right now, Onyx Philippines really need to get space for King Kong. That's what they need to do in the neutral objective battles, right? Because we saw earlier when King Kong had to just brute force his way into the fight, he gets chain CC'd way too easily by the Fredrin, CC, Kalea, even the Farsa.
And that's probably the idea too why Onyx PH decided to go for this draft, because in terms of team fights, that's a lot of space you can create with the AOG, with the real world manipulation, and of course just the bravest fighter being casted every now and then by Kirk. Oh, but Super Prince, they find a way to access him.
Yeah, great damage now onto Brusco too. Pop and Revitalize already. And it's not actually going to help Super Prince to get back to full.
No.
Yeah, they have to concede this one. That's free for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And hey, with that setup, there was absolutely no way Onyx Philippines could brute force the turtle without losing members.
So that could be the best way to go for SRGOG. That was a perfect call prior an objective to heavily poke a member who is a crucial part in how the team fights are going to unfold. And they went for Super Friends. So they had to rely on a potential team fight without the real world manipulation if it went down to it. And so now, Onyx PH clearly in the back foot. They're the ones reacting to how SRGOG is being more decisive in terms of the rotation than Kellera can't even do much. They will have to let go of that turret.
Beautifully done by SRG. Oh, King Kong gets away. Luckily for King, there was no one there to really stop him from dashing with the current call. But yeah, Selangor Red Giants, especially with the Bruno, you really want to play the strong side over for Bruno. So the fact that they got 2 turtles, plus they were able to rotate down below, ending the laning phase ASAP, means that Kellera really can't abuse the Granger laning phase anymore.
Yeah.
Puts Bruno, Innocent, in a very good spot.
We've been talking about space, but Onyx PH, hopefully that space doesn't get limited to the team fights, because when they get shut down, then things are not looking too good for them anymore. SRGOG, clearly with the utility jungler, are making it work, unlike the first 2 games we've seen so far in this series. This is how you literally capitalize on the idea of a utility jungler, because you have a strong lane in the gold lane, you have a mid laner who could definitely help you in terms of creating that space, and better yet, even supplying the damage, which is why Onyx PH feel a bit more hesitant in terms of going in, because Stormy and Yums, their combo's just too good. And now they're gonna go after King Kong. Ooh, energy eruption!
The timing on the F5 beats, flicker over. King Kong gonna be taken low, still able to escape. Deflection proc gets him down. A big bonk over to the minion wave. Actually, that was just 1 minion. Rest in peace, minion.
That was, I think, 2? Or maybe, yeah, that they could leave the lane alone already, but now Purify already used by Super Prince still gets caught though!
Yeah, an early Purify from Prince gives Yums easy access to get Tsunami slamming. That was uncharacteristic for sure. Selangor Red Giants, they're capitalizing on every small mistake that Onyx Philippines make on the map, and now it's a free turret in the mid lane.
This doesn't feel too calm and collected. Wait, Kurt goes in alone?
Yeah, chain CC it again. The curtain call. Oh my lord, so much damage. Even with the Revitalize, they go through it all. And Innocent is just balling his way to 2 kills for free for SRG.
You get it, right? There's Brusco, who's also coming in, so that's probably why he was a bit encouraged. Oh, but wait! Close call. Close call for King Kong, but he still gets to escape. And yeah, you would have thought that Kirk went in alone, but it wasn't entirely the case. There was Brusco too, but was it still the right decision to go in knowing that it was just the 2 of them? Because there wasn't any damage, and SRG had plenty of damage. I mean, look at this 2k gold lead.
Yeah.
Already in the hands of Innocent on the Bruno. So whoever Yums decides to go for, and that setup earlier onto Super Prince was just a bit too free, you know, but whoever he decides to go for from this point onwards, you could expect the damage to come through from Innocent, to come through from Stormy.
It's just too tough right now for Onyx Philippines, like Selangor Red Giants. 3 kills on Stormy. That's the only possible bounty that they can get. Again, he can just play far back. He has a flicker too, and mainly I think what makes them, the backline, so safe is the amazing front line that they didn't actually have in game number 2, right? Like game number 2, yes, they had Skies on a Baksha, but Onyx Philippines just got online so early. Now that SRG got 3 turtles, even just with that, without the gold lead, they should be in a proper spot to actually hold down Onyx Philippines' damage. But with the 6,000 gold lead, Onyx Philippines might have to just wait for, what, 15, 16 minutes of game time before they can actually shred down Skies.
There's no threat of burst damage just yet from Onyx BH. They're, as you said, literally waiting. And now you see SRG OG. They just bounced back in this series. They're showing us a performance that's not too far from what we've seen in the previous year when they took the championship in MSC 2024 for themselves. Now they're doing this to the reigning world champions. And if they're able to actually get match point, that puts them one step closer to getting a shot at defending that title. Now Onyx BH clearly have to find a way to work around this. That's a 4k goal lead, and Super Prince fortunate enough to work on that sidestep, but now he doesn't have the Purify.
No, he does not. Holy Shield in the mid lane, they be popped open again, and there's just no damage, not even to Cram, who isn't the main frontliner. Man's able to sustain. Prince is a level down on Stormy. The only advantage, if you can even call it that they got was, all right, Stormy used Flick, so a bit more vulnerable. But even then, he doesn't really need Flick. He's been able to utilize it to go and dive. That's a free turret down below. Innocent picking it up now. RWM with the Bravest Fighter as well. Kirk melts it down. King Kong on the back line with the AOG as well. Won't land. It's only on to Innocent, who's still able to dish out damage for free. Brusco falling. Innocent gets a double kill. One off from a hat trick.
The closest and probably the best target for King Kong in that situation was Stormy, because you said it there. What?
There's a hat trick, and they're gonna go for the end. 10 minutes in, Onyx Philippines have no way to react. They will be forced back in their base. Hey, MSC 2024, they did it. MSC 2025. At this point, Riyadh looks a whole lot like Selangor.
They gave no time to us, to Onyx, to regroup, to reset. And they just went after it after that one miscalculated play coming in from Onyx BH. And as we've mentioned, they could have gotten a kill. They could have punished the lack of flickers that Stormy clearly did not have in that moment, but he just flew on top of that stone that was right there. And no one was able to get access to Stormy, and no one died from SRG OG. So it was just so easy for them, especially considering that Innocent was untouched. He was clearly untouched in this game and in that particular team fight. So whenever you look back at what happened in that game, this is the definition of how you make a utility jungler work, of how you make the entire idea of this lineup work. And this was the final clash. Now, I feel like the panel has a lot more to say in terms of what happened in this fight, so let's head back over to our panel.
And this is why, in my eyes, I don't like utility junglers unless they're Fredrin, all right? He's the face of utility junglers. He's the daddy in the jungle, man. Like, Fredrin makes it work. And I gotta say, very good performance, and maybe this is how you just gotta win out that battle. If you have utility in your mind, only Fredrin.
Fredrin was so good, but I also want to mention about the Stormy. You know, he made so much pressure all over the map, and he just won mid. He just won mid, and the triple of SRG OG, they could do everything they want.
let's go bottom, let's go top side, okay, let's go take turtle, no problems, nobody gonna disturb us. And that's the thing when you play the second tempo. And okay, I was worried about Bruna, but actually I would like to say that gold lane mean nothing. I mean, they did nothing in that game. Not like I'm trying to underestimate their efforts, but overall, if we speak about the game, the trio won. The trio won the game.
It's not that it didn't do nothing. Gold was just there to make that advantage that SRG got very early on all the more unsurmountable for Onyx PH. I hate how I talked about these fundamentals, these principles, these must-dos for both teams, and then at the end of the draft for Game 3 say, yeah, I like Onyx PH now, when they were clearly lacking in burst. Yes, there is burst when the Joy does find soft targets, or the Granger if he's able to set up shot after shot after shot on targets that sit still, but SRG did not allow for that. SRG had the better initiation tools even. You mentioned the mid-trio, the Kalia, the Fred, and the Farsa. Those three things can just run around after the second turtle and call shots. This is SRG just fundamentally understanding the assignment, while Onyx kind of strayed away again, like game 1 and 2 never happened.
So right now, like again, we just got to go back to the law of the draft, at least for this series. Number one, first pick seems to look pretty good. And number two, early picking your EXP laner does make it so that you know how to deal with it. But the other thing is controlling tempo. Who puts their foot on the gas first and refuses to press the brakes looks like has an advantage in this series.
More nuke damage. You know, the more I see the mid laners that need time, if we're speaking about yes, constant damage, but still, it's not like in the early game. Oh my god, what a numbers.
Dude, Cram having the highest damage in that one. I thought it would be either the Bruno or the Farsa. I was like, nah, man, my CC does a lot of damage.
I actually predicted that Innocent should be, but Cram, again, he showing us how to play CC. Remember, we already mentioned today about 21 KDA when he played versus RQ on CC, and again, he is doing the same.
This is half Cram's effort. Again, amazing athlete, team captain for SRGOG, but also the hero itself. CC is just so capable of dishing out this much damage. And again, this is a byproduct of the lineup that Onyx PH drafted. They're a lineup that likes to fight for a while under their kill box, under the real world manipulation. If that is what Onyx PH wanted to do, SRGOG, all they wanted to say was, okay, I guess that means you get to sit under my yo-yos a little longer, and we end up with a 10.5-minute game.
Here you go, folks. MLBB logic. Bring yo-yos to a sword fight. You'll win for some reason. But right now, we're going to give time for both teams to really think about their draft coming into game number 4 because, again, it looks like the draft is everything. We're going for a short break. After this, we will resume the semifinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, SRGOG is at match point against Onyx Philippines. Onyx Philippines has to win this one to push us all the way to Game 5. Welcome back to the English broadcast. My name is Rafael Alonso. With me is Destroyer as well as Leo. Right now, breaking down for this game. Looks like first pick does have the superior draft. Leo, what are your thoughts on the series so far?
The fundamentals, the laws, the mandates stand true. This is the nature of the beast. And if you do not check those 2 or 3 things first, the side selection be damned, you're bound to lose a game. And Onyx PH only have but one game, one life to rely on. They have to get everything right.
I would like to add one thing. I'm pretty surprised, and I'm glad that I'm surprised about the performance of SRG OG. I don't know if it's Arcadia or the team itself, but they're performing so well.
It's Riyadh, man. Every single time SRGOG comes to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, they just get a buff.
That's the thing. I'm not even surprised anymore. I know that SRGOG are this strong, but it's the decisions that these teams make along the line down the road of the series that change the way it goes. Because again, it could end here. It could be a 3-1 SRGOG victory.
And for you guys at home, the Metro Zero train is arriving at the MLBB Battlefield with a stunning new series of skins. Make sure you guys stay tuned because the upcoming Metro Zero cinematic trailer, you guys will find out who will be in that skin line. And now I kind of feel like for us, the main thing is the damage profile here, because I believe, Leo, you were talking a lot about burst, and I think going up against very strong, fast reacting teams, if you burst them before they can react, that's probably the only way you can beat very high mechanical players.
Yeah, bursting down Onyx PH is a good plan and a half, because you're already making them doubt their entry. You're already denying the peel from Brusco and Kirk, and if you do that, you can't even expect KK to do anything. That's what happened in Game 3.
Third game was an example how to make it fast, how to make it real, but not all the time it works. If we're going back to previous games, if we go yesterday, and just remember, Team Spirit games, sometimes Onyx Philippines, if you make one mistake, even if they're playing with absolute lead of the opponents, they still can come back, they still can make it real.
We'll see if the theory being first pick is going to help you out in the draft. We're about to see, because Onyx Philippines is first pick here, batting out that Jushin, and now SRGOG. Kind of feel like we can predict this. It's going to be the Yusun Shin, the 1-1 and +1. Maybe it's even the Selena.
Most likely. But maybe they're gonna change everything, and you know, they'll just leave. Okay, go play 1-1, because yesterday Onyx Philippines played 1-1 twice, right? And one time they lost.
Yeah. So right now the Kimi as well, the Jushin ban out. Onyx Philippines going up against SRGOG. The players that usually get overshined by someone else, the mid laners, looks like they're very key here in this matchup.
I don't think that was a secret. I think we all knew that the S mages had something to do with their team's success, had everything to do with their team's success. So if you shut them down, if you put them in a weird position, then all the more their team struggles. That's what's happening to Onyx Philippines right now. The Eve was a good pick, but not the best pick, not what they needed at the time, because the Farsa on the other end was taking names, making heads roll. And there's the Kalia, still left open, the Lancelot.
Yep.
That is what Onyx PH did to win Game 2, to get us the deadlock. But SRGOG, they got one more. What else needs to be taken out here?
You know,
Selena.
Like the same scenario. I already saw it. And actually, it's just repeated. That's the question. What's better, Selena or Lancelot?
I feel like they abandoned Selena. Onyx Philippines will pick up the Lancelot, and then SRGOG, they'll pick up the Godpot and Granger.
That's a good option. That's a good option. Just change not the beginning of the draft, but the draft for yourself. So don't let to play Kelra with Granger. And Lancelot.
Oh, interesting.
They'll open up the Lancelot, allow Onyx to pick the Selena, then SRG just picks a mid laner with Purify.
Or maybe just go back to game number 1 and early pick the Fredrin and then force Onyx Philippines to go Baxia or Joy. I mean, like, again, we'll see, because with the Lancelot ban, a lot of options are open. Even SRG could pick up the Selena for themselves. So I gotta say, game number 4, it could go either way.
I got a question. If Onyx Philippines gonna take Selena for them, why do you need to change something? And let's go Farsha plus Fredrin again. Just to repeat. If it works, why not?
They go for an early CC pick here. So, I mean, like, to be fair, it hides a lot. You just know the EXP, but this is like one of the laws we're talking about. Don't pick your EXP early.
They said no to the best pick that they've been looking forward to. I think I don't know, if you're down 2-1, I don't know if gut checking your opponent and saying, do you have a Selena right now, is the best thing to do.
So right now we're looking at, without the Kalia, what is going to be the priority here for SRGOG? There's a lot of priorities. Fredrin and Joy stand out as amazing junglers at this point. Baxia, X-tier hero, sure, but not really looking good for the knockout stage. Granger, the Selena, and right now looks like they have made the decision. They're going for the Gatot as well as the Selena.
That's the gut check, the Farsa.
Yep.
Because I think that's one of the few things left for Onyx Philippines.
Or Luyi.
On early Luyi?
I'm not saying early, because I really feel like they should late pick Super Friends.
Yeah, but
pick 4 and 5, but
it's not gonna come through. There's no way it comes through if it doesn't get picked in 2-3.
If you don't pick it right now,
it's gonna get banned.
Yes, absolutely. So there is the position when SRG, first of all, they prevent Onyx Philippines to take the composition like CC plus Gatot They remove Selena from Super Friends, and right now they are in a pretty good spot when they can pick everything they want. So Onyx Philippines, they have got options. Granger, one of the good picks.
Pick up Moskov.
And Moscow.
Okay, interesting here. Picking up the Moskov as well as the Fredrin. The Joy doesn't look too hot now against the Moskov, against the CC, against the Fredrin. So the real option here is the Baxia. Or they want to get frisky with it and pick up an X-Borg, because I kind of feel like X-Borg still works well against Onyx Philippines.
Yep, you're fine against the CC. You're great against the Fredrin. But it's going to be on Sakai's. Can you make peace with that?
I mean, he did it yesterday and he made it work. So, again,
and
there's options.
He won with the utility today already.
Yep. Or, I don't know, pick up the Granger and feel comfortable. But I kind of feel like Innocent, you have the ability of picking any hero and he'll make it work. So
Granger is the best pick, I think. So, but the Granger. Granger appears here. So it's just safe pick. Let's call it like this, because you understand, if you don't pick it right now, it will be banned.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like Luyi should be banned out by SRGOG, and Onyx Philippines, they should ban out the X-Borg. And then after that, see what else is comfortable.
So ban X-Borg, ban
maybe Baxia. I don't know, because Baxia is already countered here by the CC.
So you allow the Haya Joy?
Oh yeah, maybe ban out the Haya, yeah. Maybe ban out X-Borg Haya.
X-Borg Haya or X-Borg Baxia.
I think from the right side, if we speak about the bans, we need to concentrate on the mid lane. And Loy, yeah. You mentioned it, actually.
Yeah. Do you also ban the Novaria?
I would.
Yep. Arcadia would.
Oh, they ban out the Ruby. The pick that countered the CC in game number 1, which, honestly, looking at this composition, could counter them as well. But the next one should be an X-Borg, because it's not. It's going over for SRGOG.
And they have no picks yet to shut it down. Is this the Farsa here for SRG or the Novaria?
Novaria. No, I don't see Novaria. Farsa looks okay. I would like to say even good.
And then they pick the Hayabusa.
The only problem is actually Gatot.
Sorry?
I said, like, for the left side, Farsa is okay, but the only problem is Gatot. So, or maybe if you get the marker of the Selena.
Oh, a glue. Looks like they're asking Onyx Philippines, do you want to ban the glue or do you want to ban the X-Borg?
They're telegraphing the glue.
Yep.
I mean, if it is a glue, you change the way you play completely.
But it is one of Cram's signature, even in MPL, MY. Picking that up, he just has a smile on his face, you know? So, not gonna confirm be the pick, but it's definitely one of the options on the table.
Man, Ikram has grown so much in the past year. Stepping up to be team captain, having such a lethal hero pool. Onyx PH are taking their time with this.
I would
You
still
need
go
to
for
think
Export.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. As Lafel mentioned, there are two options. You ban Xborg or you remove glue. And yeah, they understand that they need to remove the glue.
So they wouldn't risk it against Ikram, but they will gut check Sekais.
Yep. I mean, like, we'll see, because this is going to be a very big gamble, because I feel like we agree that King Kong needs to have an amazing game for Onyx Philippines to have an amazing game. SRGOG, they have the opportunity. Maybe they're just going to pick up a very bursty mid lane to make sure that the X-Board doesn't get online, making sure that the Faraga armor is always get taken down.
And that's where heroes like Farsa come in.
Maybe even the Valentina. I can't even see that one happening.
Valentina, yeah, actually, you can steal at least 2 ultimates if they pick Xborg. I mean, SRGOG. So that's a good option. But do we need to pick right now Xborg?
No, not really. Looks like they pick up the Phoveus here. Not a good matchup against the CC, but looks like they just want a heavy front line here. I mean, to be fair, Phoveus wins against the CC early game, but once the CC gets the War Axe, then you start struggling.
And maybe they want to prevent like potential Arlot roam.
For Onyx Philippines?
Yes.
Ooh,
It's still
maybe.
a good answer, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
So they hit 2 birds with 1 stone here. Didn't even cross my mind. Good catch,
Yeah.
Destroyer. I think the Arlet...
I forgot Arlet exists.
Yeah, because again...
because I didn't like it.
won 0 times! So, Onyx Philippines, so these are the options, right? Farsa. Definitely, I think you need a Farsa. You need burst, sir.
Farsa and Purify.
Oh, they pick up the Boxia roam here.
There it is.
Yep.
Oh no, it's Valentina!
Yep, they pick up the Valentina. I think they're seeing this X-Board pickup and really want to get that last Insanity, which honestly kind of works against SRGOG's draft. I mean, like, hey, we doubted the Valentina before, right?
So, if not burst, sheer initiative. You just out-tempo your trio mid.
Be very macro.
And just, okay.
Interesting decision from Onyx Philippines. So they're like literally biting SRGOG. Okay, go for it. You pick Xborg. Last Insanity for us also. And there's a question. For whom it's better?
Imagine we're setting up and they don't even pick up the X-Board. Like, just imagine, right?
Well, there's a chance they don't because it's so obvious now.
Yeah, right, because of the Valentina. Now they got to think about it. And they pick up the Joy instead. Not an amazing matchup here. Not a great draft for the Joy.
Confirm 2 things to steal, right? Easy pickings, AOG, or freely unlocked electrifying beats.
Oh, it's so hard to say which draft I like more. I would like to say Onyx Philippines. If we see Xborg, I maybe would say like SRGOG, but for now, Onyx Philippines.
Well, either way, right now is match point for SRGOG. Can Onyx Philippines extend the series? Thank you very much, gentlemen Leo, as well as Destroyer. And right now for game number 4, Brigida and Mirko.
Thank you so much. And we are at match point for SRGOG. 1 win away before they get a chance to head into the grand finals once more. We'll see how it goes as they decide to lock in the Joy for their last pick, even up against this kind of lineup. But the question lies too in, could Onyx PH pull off a successful Fredrin utility draft as well in this kind of situation? Do you feel like it could still be a comfortable game for King Kong despite the presence of the Selena, despite the presence of the Gato Kacha and all that?
That's a great question, Brig, and it really comes down to the players to answer it, because at this point, the thought of glory, once again reliving the glory from the past of MSC 2024 lingers over SRG, as Onyx Philippines are the one placed in a tough spot. Yes, the blue side has had a 100% win rate, so by statistics, Onyx Philippines, they've gotten themselves a pretty good chance, but it's SRG in Riyadh. That's like home turf.
They just look like they're so much in shape right now, even in terms of the way they're able to outpace Onyx PH overall, even though we've known Onyx PH to be one of the teams who have been always that consistent team when it comes to the patterns, when it comes to the rotations. And they, yes, forced out a flicker out of Innocent, but that's all that matters right now, literally keeping him safe and in the game up against Kellera, who's been managing the lane pretty well. But looking at the emblems real quick. Okay, that's Stormy does seem like he does want to keep the pace going for Sekai's, and they just want to be the ones first to rotate out, and that's what they plan to do as they get control over the river for majority of the part of this game. And that's something that does sound very achievable for them, considering that they're on the Gatot Selena. Oh, but wait. Yeah, Keller, he looks mad.
Yeah, after what SRG did to them last game, after the Bruno strong side pick.
Yep.
Definitely is mad. Is able to win out the lane. No flicker as well on Innocent, so that's going to be a big problem later on. Stormy with the flicker out already. Doesn't land the Abyssal Arrow, and King Kong's able to get the damage done. Turtle, definitely prio for Onyx.
Yep. They're paying so much attention to Phoveus, which I feel is another question we have to look at later on. How are they going to make use of this hero? But here comes the fight.
Cram with Dark Wave in the back line with the flicker as well. Now pops into Vengeance. It's King Kong with the win in the retreat battle. First blood to Onyx Philippines. And it's a big bonk to Cram. Kirk gets the kill. 2-0 to start the game. An invade. And the Turtle, they've gotten everything. And Stormy, not even given the chance to recall.
That's probably the first answer we're getting in this game. There might be some bit of struggle for Cram. He did flicker in, decided to go for the Dark Wave, surprise Onyx PH, but they were ready. Even Kellera made it to the fight, interestingly, even without the SOD landing. So it was literally Onyx PH just deciding to brute force their way through that fight, and I feel like that in essence is what they could be capable of, considering the kind of lineup they have. This is a Fredrin and the Baksha. So you have enough tankiness to deal with everything and have mobility in terms of the Valentina too. Oh, but Kellera!
What a read by Youngs. Just holding that bush, and it's another kill in the bottom lane to SRG. That's what you get when you don't go for Purify up against a comp with the Selena, right? Like, once you get Chain CC, there's absolutely no way you get out of the Abyssal Arrow. Brusco's doing a pretty good job at stopping the wave from crashing into the turret, but it will end up hitting. I think it should still be Kellera making it in time.
No.
Oh, now he has to go use that SOD.
Yeah.
All right, so he gets it, does a little bit of damage to Innocent, but he loses a lot of gold, and Innocent is now in the lead.
That's not to mention that he's already 101. He has a kill, he has an assist, and he did get a decent amount of energy shields down bottom. So if SRG get to allow Innocent to snowball again, then that's like one out of the many things that they get to take off their list in terms of how they're able to activate their entire lineup in this game. And so far, so much pressure has been placed on the gold lane. They're literally making things so much more difficult for Kellera to dominate the way he usually dominates his lane. And now he has to rely on the SOD in order for him to catch up and get a bit of assists here and there. But SRG OG are the ones holding the turtle right now. What is going to be the plan? Oh, there goes the AOG.
Oh, but King Kong is still able to get the Retribution down. Now as Brusco pops into point sounds, and Kirk does a lot of damage with the current call. SOD lands in the back line as well. Super Prince steals Electrify Beast. That's going to be Kellera in the midst of it all. What? Jumps in, flickers back, Spear and Misery, pinning Cram down to get a kill. And again, it's Onyx Philippines who take the lead away from SRG and died from Prince. This could be a solo assassination. One more basic attack. Oh, Sky's able to escape the outplay as Kirk falls, trying to zone SRG away. Kellera, can he get this turret? That is going to be the turret falling, but Innocent is walking up with Rhapsody. Prince looking for the play as well. Good Spear of Misery. Kellera dodging away and will be able to pick up the kill on Innocent, although it will be traded back. Brusco, Shield, Unity over to Stormy, who's able to dash, but Super Prince has stolen away the ult of the Selena. Dodges, no, gets hit by it. Stormy gets out.
Even when Onyx PH were forced to split up, or I feel like they weren't even forced to split up. They decided themselves that they were going to split up and go after certain members of SRG OG all by themselves, and it's interesting to see that it still worked in the end for them. Super Prince did such a great job managing the members in the backlines, managing Sekai's even all by himself on this Joy. Fortunately, just lacked a single more basic attack to take him down. But even other than that, in the previous fight which happened in the Turtle Pit, Onyx PH, with the amount of crowd control sustain that they have, were effective enough to isolate away a single member. And so even during that moment wherein we felt that Kelra might have just used the SOD in a not so good spot, was actually able to still survive, reposition, and also help in taking down that one isolated member that Onyx PH had. So they just have to keep this pace, they have to keep this sequence going so they're able to make use and maximize their lineup more, because like Onyx PH essentially, maybe that's one of the strengths of their lineup. Like they don't necessarily rely on each other too much, and they can do plenty of things even by themselves, even when no one's really paying attention to where the other members are.
Again, yeah, so individual plays. Kirk has gotten hit by 2 of those missile arrows. Shield Unity with a taunt now, locking Cram down, giving the Dark Wave, not landing. Kickoff still wins the retreat battle. Despite his own away, Yums caught in the bad spot. Now Kelra with the SOD landing it and finding a way to enter the fight. That's a Spear of Misery to pin Cram down yet again. And Onyx Philippines are keeping the lives of Game 5 up and running.
Yep, they're still staying in this game. They do not want to hand over the win just like that. They've done it twice. They've won against SRG OG twice, even way back in M6, and they do not want to get or allow that revenge to come in anytime soon. So we did mention the entire idea about individual plays and Onyx PH being good at that. But even when, or especially when, you let them play like this together and set up the tempo for themselves, it's also going to work well. Oh, Sekai's so close.
Rich from an angle, King Kong going to be cornered. The turret there, why the Abyssal Arrow is over, but he's still able to survive somehow. Yums though won't be able to. Prince steals away. Selena all dashes towards the arrow and doesn't get hit.
I mean, that's one of his signature heroes, so in a way he still gets to use it. I think that was a surprise in the draft 2 earlier, like he didn't, or they didn't necessarily prioritize the Selena.
They saw the Selena and Prince was like, Coach, I want to play Selena.
In any way I can.
In any way, and why not? It's like, sure, here's the Valentina, you can now play Selena.
I mean, even now, he got the Granger. This was something he did way back too. He got the Granger ult with the Valentina and used the Death Sonata. He got the Moskov ult in the previous game on the Valentina and just to surprise everyone. So he's just capable of doing all these surprises on the Valentina, but oh wait, King Kong!
Uh-oh, a taunt over to the back, now the Retribution as well, dodging away for the Dark Wave, getting another taunt of the Shield Unity, locks him down, and Kelra finds a killing spree. Holy Shield propped in up top. Prince again steals away the Death Sonata. 1-2, are we gonna get a third shot? There you go.
Yes, the answer is yes. Super Prince just doesn't fail to surprise and entertain us whenever he gets his hands on the Valentina. And so he has, what, how many options now? Because he hasn't even been getting the AOG. It's been mostly the Death Sonata or that Selena from Stormy. Like, maybe Sekai's could even be one of the best options if you would propose, but Super Prince, the way he's playing this Valentina is just so interesting. Now it's going to be a free objective going to the hands of Onyx PH. And this all happened in 9 minutes in the game. So once again, it's another case of being very efficient in using the Fredrin, as mentioned by our panelists earlier, the face of utility junglers.
Fredrin is him right now. Like the Baksha is kind of like, I think he's fallen off quite a bit. I think maybe because of the hotfix that changed his defenses. He's now much more squishy. So even with the poisons, even with the damage reduction, you kind of have to rely on snowballing early to be the tank that you are. Fredrin on the other side, he relies on himself, yo. He's a Chad. He's a, like, just like King Kong, he's a Sigma male, you know? He just does his own thing, sustains over. And Onyx, they've done a good job at managing the waves up top as well. Kirk holding his own against Skies. This actually might be an electrifying beats used by Skies. He's going to continue to chase Kirk. The Skies, has to go all the way back to recall.
King Kong used his Retribution earlier though, but it seems like they still have other ways to potentially set things up. Oh wait, nice Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah, but it's going to an amazing disengage. Crab going to be taken down there by King Kong. Walked up way too aggressively. Fridge steals the Death Sonata again. And now it's going to be King Kong locking Stormy down. Kelra with a mega kill. Leaving a Spear of Misery, able to get it on Skies. And it's Frizz with his splash. What? The piercing damage! Kelra got the kill on Innocent through the crystal. And now it's Yomes and AOG stolen, not even landed. Kelra with a triple, and ladies and gentlemen, in the Amazon Arena, we're getting a Game 5.
We are going all the way for our first semifinals today. Man,
it's your fault.
It's their fault. It's everyone's fault at this point. You know what? If Onyx PH seemed like they lacked range, maybe the constant IMU Death Sonata was the way for Super Friends. I don't know anymore. I'm just trying to make up theories for why he gets all these unique ultimates. But
Coach, I want to play Granger.
I want to play Granger. I want to play Selena. Like, and it's working.
And he played Gatot earlier too. Last play.
So I'm not entirely sure if you still want to ban the Selena or the Valentina for Super Friends in this case, because like there are just so many potential pickups that could really change the flow of the game, and we've literally changed the flow of the entire series. So let's hear what our panelists have to say about game number 4.
Thank you very much, Brigida, as well as Mirko. It couldn't happen any other way. It had to go all 5 games, but this one with SRGOG losing, the real question is, SRG saw the counter matchup. So why? You pick up the Phobias into the CC. You pick up the Joy against the Fredrin. These are things that they themselves has utilized. So the question is, why?
I don't think it's as simple as the lane to lane. Again, these two teams are the best of the best. MSC champions, M6 world champions. They understand that the draft individually is not as big as some of their parts. So I think it really comes down to the fundamentals. Because again, look at Onyx now. They did not check the box for full burst, right? But they got trio mid priority. That's the story of Super Prince's Valentina. I'm convinced that this man is a savant. He's a maestro when it comes to playing this hero. He plays it in his sleep, I reckon. But for SRGOG though, look at this lineup. It's the opposite. It's the complete opposite. It plays individually. It plays, all right, we just make sure that this happens. Even that Joy pick at the last moment, like that was something we were even questioning.
Joy last pick, a lot of questions. Because, yeah, I understand from one side you don't want the last insanity to your opponents, but you see, like, two big front laners, like the utility jungler, you see the Boxer, and you understand, like, CC will be on the front line. And yes, it's like the perfect pick for Xborg. Yeah, and from the opposite side, Valentina. Yes, but you overload her. Anyway, you got Selena, you got Gatot Kacha, even the Sonata with Granger. So a lot of opportunity to steal, but it's more priority for you, and you don't use it.
The Valentina here doing over 5,000 damage per minute. Super Friends really doing a lot with this Valentina. So I kind of feel like whatever he picks up as of now can no longer be questioned because he's the monster mage.
His use of the Valentina defies all preconceptions about the hero. About how, oh, there's got to be 1 or 2 big ticket ults. Oh, you have to still apply, you know, the principles of drafting. Like there has to be some level of burst elsewhere. This is a lane bully, so your side lanes have to be... No. You don't understand. This is Super Princess Valentina. It's built diff, and that's one of the things now we have to consider. Maybe even SRGOG, this might have put the fear of God into them, because now you only not see blue side win a lot. Not only must you ban the Yusun Shin, the Lancelot, the Selena, like these things are still true. You just have to add that. You have to respect Super Princess Valentina.
You can't make that kind of bans. I mean, yes, you have to respect, but you can't ban it. You need to make the priority for the other heroes, maybe potentially the options when Valentina can't steal the buttons from you. But also, if you make this priority, you like shooting in your leg, because you're making yourself less resources that you can use.
This is how high stakes competition gives you questions, and you got to give the answer, because we started with the best of 5. Now, essentially, this is a 500,000 USD best of 1. Every pick, every ban, there's money in stake for that one. So, honestly, if I was SRGOG, I would consider that Valentina ban, because you don't want to go into a situation where when you lose, and then afterwards you're like, we should have banned it.
You're right. Now going into the next draft, one must consider what are the mid lane priorities for SRG now. Number 1, ban the Selena. Number 2, put a Farsa or something onto Stormy. Come the turnaround, because we now know that Onyx PH like to put Super Friends in 4 and 5, regardless of blue or red. Ban the Lo Yi, because that's something that you gotta respect too. And then also just ban the Valentina, because usually what do we see alongside that Lo Yi ban, right? We last saw a Novaria ban.
And it's a fair miss.
But yeah, you saw that match, right? You saw that match with the game with Team Spirit. It took Onyx almost 20 minutes to try and get that matchup, that team comp online. So it's very risky to play the Novaria. I don't think it's as good as it is.
You know, you mentioned it like one Loi, one Selena, and then I just one Yushun. So you don't have that amount of bans. That's the problem. You need to understand what's the priority for you, and that's the thing that I asked to make SRGOG the previous time. When you see the first pick, okay, I just asked do the same. If it worked, go again Farsa and go again Kalia. It's okay. It's a priority pick for you.
So maybe that's the reason why they lost. The Kalia finally got banned out. So without the Kalia, now they're like, okay, we gotta go back.
Fred and Farsa, yeah.
Yeah. Either way, yeah, this is going to be the final time they draft against each other, and we all expected this. Saying this is going to go all 5 games was not a hot take. But now, I feel like the fans in the audience, I feel like even they're feeling it for this one. They're like, this could go either way. No matter what happens, we just got to accept the result.
I think by game 3, they already felt whatever this is. Whatever that hot feeling down in the bottom of your stomach was, they've been feeling it since game 3, even game 2. Because I'll tell you now, folks, being in that very same arena as a fan yesterday, as I watched Onyx Philippines versus Team Spirit, it is unmatched. It is there's nothing quite like it. So when they put people on camera, when you see those reactions, you see but the tip of it.
And you know, now I understand when you said it's more hard to stay at the venue.
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Yes.
Exhausting, draining.
Right now I understand, because it's like a roller coaster. My team won, lost. It's like a match point for everyone.
These folks right here, look at that.
I mean, like for me, my blood pressure gets high. My throat is out of it. I have no more voice after all that screaming. Heck, one time I wanted to puke. That's how intense the emotions was.
You need to live off the momentum. Right now, right here. Maybe it's the last time when you're cheering for your team. I speak with the audience, definitely.
By the way, just saying, this is just the first semi-final match. We got another one after this. So for all the Onyx folks, there's one more Onyx you're going to be watching right after this. This is insane. Like, this feels like such a long series, and it's just the first one.
But luckily, unlike the RRQ SRG match yesterday, these go quick. Like if you lose,
oh yeah,
it's like a chess match. Like, all right, I made a mistake right here. Let's just wipe it. Let's do it again. Game 2. All right, let's do it again. Game 3. Let's do it again. Game 4. Might this be the outlier? Might Game 5 be the one that went as long as the Team Spirit matches go to 18, 19, 20,
30,
touch
30
the tip
minutes.
of 30? Could it be this?
I hope so. Because, you know, the last game should be the most emotional. You need to express the feelings. You need to feel it. Like all the emotions that was charging, and just blowing up.
Destroyer sounds like these are demands. We're expecting too much of the game. I think we just need to make sure that the teams draft well enough so it's not a stomp.
Yeah, it's really like the team's just edging the folks here. But yeah, going into the draft, I kind of feel like this is one of those points where, as a fan, for me, I'm not going to be questioning it. It's like, you know yourselves very well, you know the opponents very well. You went 5 games against them, 4 games against them. So whatever happens, happens, which is a good and a bad feeling, because at one point you're trusting the team, but at the same time you kind of feel powerless.
No matter what happens, hearts break.
No matter what happens, hearts break. We're just like about a minute away from the draft starting here. I don't know. I have nothing to ask at this point.
SRG's gonna go blue, right? It's gotta be.
They should.
SRGOG gonna go blue. Onyx gonna go red. And I'd like for at least this universal truth to remain a truth going into Game 5. Onyx is comfortable in red. What's been going on? Like, they've been making funky choices in the series so far. So hopefully they come back to their senses, time travel, restore settings to how they were in the peak of MPL Philippines Season 14, Season 15, and do good in red.
I just want to wait and to see the draft, you know? I'm so excited. I feel like it's the moment of truth because the two champions, they're facing each other and it's 2-2, the decisive map. That's all on the line.
Well, folks, I gotta say, for the people who were anticipating this match, I feel like they got their money's worth because it shows the best out of both teams. We've seen the best of SRGOG, we've seen the best of ONIC Philippines, and now to end out the show here, what's the final match gonna be? What's the final game gonna be?
I could not think of a better way to spend your Saudi weekend. It's a Friday afternoon here in lovely Riyadh, in the Boulevard, and in the cool halls of our arena is the place to be. Right here, right now, these two teams are gonna compete in a contest for that very trophy, for the livelihood, for the sake of their key. Their key gets crushed after this.
Oh yeah.
There's no turning back.
Starting from the knockout stage, we saw a lot of keys crushed. So much pain when you understand that this is your key or your favorite team.
Their game, their decision making has to be flawless, like Super Prince's face here. This young man, he's handsome. He's more handsome when he plays the Valentina. Are we gonna see it? That's the question. Are we gonna even see his heroes?
The precision has to be there, and like you said, absolute perfection is needed by all 10 players of this game.
Porcelain.
You know, not absolute perfection. Yeah, I want to see absolute cinema, like you call it, guys. Not you, okay. Like it's called by Kid Bomba.
And now SRG is going over for blue side first pick here. ONIC Philippines betting out the 1-1. SRGOG still respecting Super Prince on that Selena, instantly batting it out. Will they ban out the Lancelot here, making sure that King Kong doesn't get his hands on that hero?
1-1. From the right side, I expect also Yushun Shin. From the left side, Selena, instant ban. And I think they want to prioritize Kalea for themselves again.
Zushin also. Expect Zushin to get banned out real quick.
There's a lot here. The Lancelot, the Jushin, even the Fanny gets banned out by SRGOG. It looks like they're going to ban out the Lancelot. So the first two bans are relatively the same. And the Yusun Shin is still a permanent ban here coming in from second pick. So the last two bans here is going to be crucial. This is going to be the $500,000 US ban.
Or divided just 100,000.
Yeah. It's either 500K or 150K.
So there is the difference. And funny, the last ban, I still don't like it, but okay. It's the priority from the Coach Arcadia and SRGOG, and the last ban is Kalea, actually.
So yeah, again, that's what they did in game number 4, and it proved successful.
So what does that leave SRG with now?
Jushin.
What's the opener?
Or take away the CC again.
Phobius?
Less on the Phobius. I feel like Jushin is there. If they want to pick a Fred, maybe. But again, could be countered. I feel like the safest one is Jushin.
Or CC.
Or CC.
That's the option, but maybe just lock in Granger. No, it's CC. If I heard right. Yes, it's CC.
So the other side can go...
They could go Fred if they want.
Granger, Fredrin.
Yeah.
Farsa.
Farsa, Fredrin. So we see like the compositions should be built around Fredrin, right? Or maybe you got any other options?
I mean, like considering the junglers that are open now, Fred, Joy, as well as the Hayabusa. Unless either junglers has a Hayabusa in their pocket for Game 5, we're going to be seeing early Fredrin.
Yeah. They do. I'm pretty sure Sekais and King Kong aren't shy to play the Hayabusa. It's just, these are better right now. There's a Zushin showing face for what seems to be forever. And the Fred.
We were talking about mid-trio prio. Fred and Jushin. It doesn't get more prio than that. Like, you can fight at any moment. This is a dangerous opening coming in from ONIC Philippines.
You fight at level 2.
You fight at level 2, exactly.
Constant damage, a lot of sustain, and yes, it's a good pick. It's a really good pick. But
from SRGOG. Right now, what should they pick? I think about Farsha. Okay, if you don't pick Farsha right now.
Or Luyi.
Or Luyi. Yes, it's a good pick also.
Ooh. Yep. Picking up the Farsa and the Akai here. So for the final game, looks like a possibility. Not confirmed. Possibility, utility going up against utility here. Haven't seen a lot of Akai for Skies. Gotta see how it performs in this game.
Also, again, could be a coin flip into the roam.
Yep.
Humes could step on a clutch and suddenly, depends on how Onyx draft goes so far here. We've already changed a few of the priorities. Again, for the first time in a while, Super Prince gets his pick in the first phase.
Yep.
So do you go Granger now?
They should. But actually, should they? Because they got first ban and then they will pick right after the second phase. So I think the priority should be for the Explain and it's Badang.
Super duper prio. Like you just punish so hard.
And very flex because I believe in the previous matchup, it was the Badang going up against the CC, which Badang won.
Yep, so Kirk does have a Badang in him. So we don't know, that's what's scary here for SRG. So what can happen is Onyx can hold this out. They can take this to the grave, meaning pick 5. They'll never know where the Badang goes up until the end.
I like the Badang ping from the side that Onyx Philippines put SRGOG in the position when they should think like, okay, is Badang Explain or is it Badang going Roam? And there is the variety of the bans. But from the other perspective, you know, they got Akai, SRGOG, I mean, and potentially you can help the opponents to lock down.
I gotta say, this opening trio coming in from Onyx Philippines, if this Badang is going to the roam, they could really fight at any moment because the Badang can initiate very well. And despite his role, you know, either EXP or roam, despite building tank, he does a lot of damage.
Especially since SRG's picks, a good majority of them, if we're already seeing the jungle here, are gonna be softies.
Yeah. Akai is definitely not the tankiest when it comes to the picks in the jungle. Now the Arlet gets banned out. Onyx Philippines is pretty convinced that this Akai is going over to the jungle, banning out the Gatot. I wonder what else will they ban out, because so far, I'd say Humes only used the Kalia and the Gatot.
I also think about the Cho ban. What do you think about it?
One of his signatures, we haven't seen it in a while.
Yes.
Yep.
And I don't know who you kick at this point.
No good kicks right now.
You don't want to kick the Badang, you don't want to kick the Frederick, and I don't think you can kick the Jushin.
Especially since we know she's going to be rocking the Purify most likely. There's a Matilda ban. 2 roamers taken out.
Yep.
For Onyx Philippines in the last phase of the draft. They're digging deep, like they're really just choking out Humes here.
And the last decision, SRGOG. So, I think Granger, they should ban it. Because then, after that, they can exchange of the gold. Like, okay, you take the Moscow, we take Bruno, we take
I'm
something
smelling Harith.
Harith?
Because it's okay against the Farsa. Farsa for the S-Right, and you open up the Zaman Force, and then she's scared out of it, you know?
Yep.
But, you know, they ban on the Ruby, making sure that kind of forcing this Badang to go EXP if they want to match up against the CC.
They want to understand the clear initiation. Like, Badang, okay, but if Onyx Philippines got, for example, Ruby or Arlot plus Badang, you know, there is double opportunity for different kind of initiation.
I'm impressed that neither team actually banned anything in the gold lane. They're really just opening it up for half-man, half-beast of the gold standard. Here's the Granger. We saw it coming, like it was definitely even one of those first pickables in red. Now what does Innocent get here?
Go Bruno again. Is that the option? Just went out super early and then translates to a win?
Yeah, no, you want something that has a early power spike or something that doesn't care. So even the...
I just got one thing. Don't pick Moscow, please. It's just the question.
Stats will tell you yes. Yeah. But also I was going to say Harith. Harith's fine.
Harith is fine. It's kind of good. I
would like Claude here. Okay. There's the old pick for Humes. Yep. Where have you been?
One of the signatures, but again, not a lot of options. Like, he really has to show the mastery here to make it work.
Onyx PH are locking and loading their Purifies. It's going to matter.
And the last pick?
Bruno.
Bruno.
Yep, it
so
is that Bruno.
They actually want to win early game. Yep. They want to push their opponents super hard. And the Chu is a good decision.
Yep, that is mid-game initiative for SRG's rotating kill squad. Onyx PH, they got one more. The jig is up. We know where this Badang is going, and it's in Rome. The Phoveus reveals itself.
We saw in the previous matchup, not good against the CC, but Destroyer, final thoughts.
Just because of the Cho last pick and the good composition that I see from SRG OG, I want to make a prediction that they gonna win. But I also like the Onyx Philippines draft.
I'm all in for Onyx, man. They're the reason why they picked that Phoveus last.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to the final game of this semifinal series. Brigida and Mirko, good luck for this one.
Thank you so much. We definitely needed that. This has been such an interesting take in the draft. Smart moves, mind games everywhere as they draft for the most crucial game that'll either make them stay or will be the cost of their end, of their journey's end here in MSC at EWC 2025. Welcome to the final game in this series between SRG OG and Onyx PH. Will SRG finally get their revenge? Or will Onyx prove once again why they're the reigning champions of the world? What are your thoughts on the final draft, Mirko?
Oh, that's a tough question. You really put me on the spot. The Fredrin's great. I liked it. I thought there was going to be a setup for the Arlet Red 3, but they instead picked up the Badang, and then we got to see why. Yep. They really shut Yums down, forced him to play on the Cho, a hero that we haven't seen him on for a while. Yes, we kind of know him for Cho. He's played Cho before as well. MSC 2024 was crazy run, SPS 2. But this tournament, I don't remember seeing any crazy plays for Yums on Cho, so I think that could be, you know, again, an angle that Onyx Philippines took with the Badang pick instead of the Arlet. Then they proceeded to ban Mathilda and got that again, taking away his picks.
Everything
else worked for SRG. So it really is about putting Yums into his uncomfortable spot, and also Skies.
Yeah.
A guy.
Because even the panelists mentioned it. If ever the Cho does come out, who do you even want to go for?
Exactly.
In Onyx PH's lineup, you'd have to be very picky about who you decide to use the Way of the Dragon on. And even if you do get to land a kick, you definitely have to have Stormy by your side, because that's where majority of the damage is going to come from. Innocent will have to take a bit more time before he gets to deliver in terms of damage. And that's another thing. You don't see how well coordinated or the idea of the combos between the lineups or the pairings in SRG OG's draft so far is going to work. But that's a mini skirmish before the turtle fight, so let's see who gets the advantage in this first objective of the game.
Yeah, good poke earlier to Cram. Now Super Prince going to be caught in the mid lane. Still able to get level 4 in time. Pops in the Lancer Flare on Yums. Skies has the heavy spin. Kirk has the Vengeance, actually. Dark Wave already used up. Now going to go for the pick, and it will be on Skies. That's going to be the Inferno Pursuit coming down. Still a red tree win for Skies. But their airstrike and the curtain call locking him down as Kirk doesn't survive this battle. Stormy picks up the first blood. Brusco caught in the top spot. Yums walks back up. It's a double! Away the Dragon as he flickers forward. Kelra walking into the fight again. A beautiful taunt as well. Cram thrown back into turret range. Frizz with the Crimson Beacon. Now trying to turn things around, but it will end at a 2-for-2.
So many things didn't land, miscoordination from Onyx PH, and you see the knockups and the interruptions coming in too well for SRG OG. That heavy spin which just prevented everyone else from coming in, and that two-man knockup coming in from Yums. So essentially, maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be all on the Way of the Dragon. It's in the way Yums could just literally destroy and break the tempo for Onyx PH here, because that's what we saw in that particular fight. And even that missed flicker combo from Brusco, that meant a lot, because Stormy was just too free. Stormy's 2-0 on this Farsa, and that's not going to be too good if you're Onyx PH.
And you can really see, Kirk struggle a bit in that team fight. Yes, he has the Vengeance. He knows he's going to be pinned down a lot of times, but I think we would expect the Phoveus to do a bit more in Turtle 1. He was just completely nailed down to the ground, and SRG didn't really feel the pressure of the Phoveus.
It did seem like Kirk and Cram had a battle of their own, because the way that Brusco actually put the wall down in that turtle fight was kind of like some sort of way to isolate these two guys, but Cram had easier ways to work around these kinds of obstacles. Like Cram can just bounce here and there. You could just say the same for Kirk, but so long as no one gets to really proc or doesn't, as long as he doesn't get to proc this passive, then it's gonna be a bit more difficult for him to do that. So Onyx have to be mindful of this upcoming fight because SRG, they just have so many tools to ensure that they'll get the objective freely for themselves.
And both of them want to fight for this. They both want to go for it. Yums with the G-Kundo canceled out. No way to drag and follow up. There's a curtain call. Will lock King Kong down. Still, Skies baited in. Kirk going in front of pursuit again. And Skies popping in the heavy spin early. Super Prince popping in a Crimson Beacon. Kirk getting the Dark Wave in the back. And now it's going to retrieve battle. Won by Skies somehow. It's a taunt for Yums. Kelra gets the kill. Stormy with the killing spree. Back again as Brusco goes for the pin down on Skies, but it's Cram to get the kill. Stormy with the flicker forward, trying to go for the stun. Kelra kiting away, and it is a ruthless battle back and forth.
There wasn't even much damage from the Appraiser's Wrath just yet. SRG OG just stood right in front of it, but it's a good thing for Onyx PH that even Kelra was able to join in that fight. He's currently 2-0-1 on the Granger, but you could say the same for Innocent. Innocent has been providing so much more damage than we expected him to, even when he needs to take a bit more time on the Bruno. And that's going to be a problem for Onyx PH because I feel like even Innocent just through the worldie could save himself a lot of times. And now, oh, that's so aggressive! Look at SRG OG! They're just working around their key members so well.
The key member this game has been Stormy. The mid lane for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports from the first fight. That feathered airstrike landing on crucial targets, getting the damage done. Even when it's cancelled by Brusco, he's already gotten most of the damage out. Yums, great position. Brusco with a pin down now. Super Fins pops in Lantern Flare. King Kong tries to go to chain CC him, and Stormy is right there with the taking. Feathered airstrike cancelled out instantly by Super Fins going for the Crimson Beacon in the skies. Pops in heavy spin to go and defend, putting everyone away from Stormy.
That was a lot of damage from this 4-0-1 Farsa. You have to admit it. You saw just how Onyx BH literally scrambled after that. It was already surprising enough to see Super Friends go in with a Crimson Beacon blindly in that bush, where there were several members of SRG OG waiting for him, and that could have been something potentially for them, but at least he was able to walk away, not even using the flicker. Yep. But I think that's another conversation too. At least for Super Friends, for Brusco, for Kelra, they do have their flickers. But when Kirk does put himself in a spot where he just decides to full commit and SRG OG is just everywhere, he can't find a way to get out because he doesn't have the flicker. Oh.
Walking up into the heavy spin out. That's going to be Skies winning the retreat battle. Oh, massive Dark Wave in front of Pursuit to the back line now. Brusco goes for the Fist Crack and Super Prince continues to chase on. Innocent still kiting free hitting. Kirk taken down. Super Prince now with the Crimson Beacon able to kite away as Kelra gets one, but Innocent dishes out so much damage. It's Skies who picks up the kills. It's a double and that third turtle to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
3 consecutive turtles, 3 objectives that SRG OG are just able to easily get their hands on. Emphasis on easily, just because of how useful this heavy spin is. And that's just one of the many things that makes all the objective takes a lot easier for SRG OG. You have Humes also with a potential threat on the setups. And look at how this is, I feel, the second failed attempt from Brusco to find a setup, a counter setup on the Badang. And that's also all aside the fact that Innocent is once again untouched for majority of the team fights that we see happen in this game. So now that we look into that, where is the range gonna come from Onyx PH? Who is gonna deal with Innocent when they need to find a way to deal with him?
Kirk is 0-4-2. He cannot be the guy to walk up, but he is going to walk up. Pops into Vengeance as well. Innocent just treading through with the help of Stormy too. Kirk, no movement, going to be taken down by Cram. And now it's Onyx Philippines on the back foot. Brusco, can he make the play? He actually walks up and gets kicked back all the way to the back over to Stormy. Skies on a killing spree, and Onyx Philippines in shambles.
He wanted to go for something, but how unfortunate is it that you walk straight in front of Yooms. Now that might be another setup. Yooms gets to find the knockup on Kelra. Oh!
Heavy spin, bringing Kelra back all the way, and he does not have Flicker! Stormy finds the shutdown, his 5th kill this game. That might send Selangor Red Giants over to a big win. Kirk forced to back away. That was a retry by King Kong. That means this Lord is free. SRG can get it, and they can snowball their way to the base of Onyx Philippines.
We can't see the value of the vengeance just yet. Kirk is having such a hard time performing in the EXP lane on this Phoveus. Even with the presence of a Cho, even despite the presence of Bruno, even despite all that, it just feels that Onyx PH can't find the right way to make their lineup work together. So many conditions have to be met. And this is seemingly the complete opposite of what we saw from them in the previous game, where they were just able to make so many things happen all at once. Now it's SRG OG with a 5k gold lead. Kelra at least is very close in terms of gold, actually even a bit ahead against Innocent. But that's only Kelra. That's only if you look at Kelra.
Only Kelra. The rest of them are all far behind. And I think most of the lead is on Cram. You can see the CC matchup against Phoveus again. We already got to see it in the previous game. For Kirk, it was on the CC winning it out. And now Onyx Philippines fall to the strat that got them the win. Again, the CC against Phoveus. It's a different approach, to be fair, right? It's a Phoveus with vengeance. But that makes it a bit weird. You're an all-in hero now. You walk up, and if you don't get a kill, you're dead. Kill right in the back. Forced to flicker out. The Lord charges in to the base, and it'll be Skies brought back by the Lantern Flare. Kirk now at half HP. Kelra walking back again. It's gonna conceal already. Onyx Philippines holding the base. The base turrets are all intact. But now the question is, for how long can they hold?
That's all Onyx PH has to do right now. Hold on to their base. Defend their base turrets as much as possible. Because SRG OG, they're just so close to once again returning to the grand final stage. If they make it happen in this upcoming siege, another Federal airstrike already committed by Stormy. That's already a lot of damage onto Prince and Kirk.
Skies walks up a bit too aggressively and will get poked down. They have to play it slow. We've seen these kind of moments from Onyx Philippines when it looks like it's impossible to turn the game around. They suddenly click.
Yeah, it's that
and
one
they
moment.
Capitalize on those little mistakes. We saw it from the Spirit match yesterday. And Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, they have studied it. They know how to play discipline. This isn't their first rodeo. Going back again, resetting. We get a look at the damage dealt ranking that is just led by Stormy on this Farsa. Such a monster. 2 times he's been able to zone Kelra, take him out of the fight before Onyx Philippines can even do anything about it.
Yeah, and we had this entire conversation about Fredrin being the face of utility junglers, but you know what? The way SRJ OG are pulling this off, the Akai jungler consistently securing the objective, securing the turtles, and Stormy just feeling like that guy who just enables everyone, or maybe is even the guy everyone tries to play around in the early stages of the game. It just allowed SRG OG to arrive at this point in the game, and they can focus their attention to other members now, definitely on Innocent a bit more, because Innocent 2 is looking to be online. I don't think he's had to use the Purify at all yet in this game. Oh, Skies goes for the pin down.
With a heavy spin already over to King Kong, he's still going to be able to take some shots, but Stormy gets the last one in. Lord not taken yet. Cram still has vengeance. It's a few shots over to him, but with no King Kong. That means Onyx Philippines will have to give this one away. And SRG, again, are getting closer and closer to making it back to where they were just a year ago.
King Kong, that was the first time he died in this game, but that was such bad timing. If you're Onyx PH, SRG OG, as you've mentioned, they've been wanting to get revenge on Onyx PH. After so long, they are yet to win against this team every single time they meet.
Prince.
Oh, but another heavy spin!
Again, Skies walked up with a heavy spin. There's no Lord. They baited out some big resources on Onyx Philippines. And it might be a case of SRG being too quick with it. Those are some really crucial resources to go for the siege. They could have gotten more than one base turret, but now they have to be happy with just one.
Yep. Onyx PH have a lot of time to work on this Lord, on this objective. Oh, but there was an attempt. Better dare strike. Yums could have also looked for a setup, but at least got revealed just in time as they used the conceal. So as you've mentioned, Onyx PH clearly still holding on. We're 14 minutes into this game. There's a lot of catching up to do when you look at the other matchups, when you look at the other heroes and players here for Onyx PH, but everything looks good. If you look at Kelra, King Kong just a bit more behind in time, in terms, or if you look at him in comparison to Sekai's, but at this point we're transitioning into that part of the game where it's just really gonna matter on how you're able to serve as the front, how you're able to use those crucial energy eruptions, set things up for your team. Everything is, it's gonna have to rely on Kelra.
It's all on Kelra. We've seen him pull off masterful comebacks, clutch moments to turn things around against Spirit, against many other teams in the past, against RQ and SBS too, but now against the Red Giants, he's gonna need more than just a miracle, because you're right, Brig. It's just on Kelra. Onyx Philippines usually in a comeback, they have much more damage dealers. Here, they have one dude.
That's why I took my time. I've been trying to think of where else could the damage come from? Who else could they potentially rely on? Because you could expect Super Friends to be another layer of crowd control, another way to set up to find the knockups and certain members of SRG OG, but not unless he does have the Sky Piercer too. We'll have to double check that later on. But it does feel like it's a bit more of a utility that Super Friends is serving right now in terms of Onyx PH's lineup. So how well could they protect Kelra? How well could they play around Kelra?
Lightning Truncheon for Stormy. That's going to help him in, again, those feather airstrikes. If he just finds one on Kelra, it's going to hurt him a lot.
Yep.
There's no respect from Kelra as of this moment towards Magic Defense. He knows, not even Wind of Nature, he knows he's the only guy here to deal damage. He needs to go Glass Cannon. That means he puts himself in a tough spot, but you've got to play with those little margins if you want to win a game like this. 8,000 gold behind against a composition that, by all means, outscale them.
Yeah.
Selangor Red Giants OG Esports are literally en route to making it back-to-back to an MSC Grand Final at the Esports World Cup.
You have to manage the waves. Onyx PH, they have so much to think about at this point in time. There's a wave up top, down bottom. And how do they enter this area? How do they make themselves seen in the Lord Pit?
Ooh.
That's a curtain call already committed by Cram though. So
wave up top.
That's the thing.
No conceal too. They've already baited it out now. SRG should be able to go and force this out. Super Friends caught in the tough spot. Yums already to Kundo, and now Kelra makes his way back. Let's see if they can save this game. It's giving the heavy spin stolen away. Sky's in the back line still. King Kong gonna be kicked by Yums with the way of the dragon. That gives him all the space necessary. Kelra in the back doing damage. It is very low. Kelra still going for it again. Immortality down. Kelra against Yums. Another immortality down. And now it is just Kelra left to defend against 5 members of the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports crew. Kelra with a flicker forward. Innocent dodging away. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports against all odds stop their way to making it back to the MSC and Esports World Cup Grand Finals.
SRG OG, they get their revenge against Onyx Philippines. And now they return to the grand final stage with that shot of being the first ever back-to-back MSC champions in all our history in MSC. What a moment for them, what a performance even. All the adjustments that came in at just the perfect time.
Last year, They turn from mortals to giants. This year, we get a chance to see the giants become immortal. And it comes through beating one of the scariest teams we've ever seen in MLBB, Onyx Philippines, who've just been reigning, dominating throughout the year, finally look vulnerable in the hands of Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
They have indeed improved. People have indeed adjusted. Things are way different than they were back in M6. Back when Onyx PH were with their winning ways. And my, oh my, did they bring us all the way. This was a game 5 that they delivered to us for the semi-finals, and I feel like we were all in for a treat, but unfortunately Onyx PH, despite everyone with their expectations, will now have to bow out of this tournament. And SRG OG will be the only remaining team from the left side of our knockouts bracket. We're just awaiting whoever they will be going up against between the winners of our upcoming match. But this is what whoever will be winning from that side will have to prepare for. Now, I know we're all looking forward to hear what our winners have to say. So let's throw it over to the stage with our hosts to hear the winners' interview.
And there you guys have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is officially your first grand finalist for MSC 2025. It is none other than Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And beside me right now, we have Sakais. First of all, Adit, that was an incredible 5-game full series. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so happy and feel like so amazed with our performance, because here's the thing, the people keep saying that I'm like not like last MSC, like I'm dropping, my performance is not good, but here's the proof, I'm the grand finalist.
There you go. This is his proof. This is his statement match. He is in the grand finals. And that is your statement to all the haters out there. Now, Sakais, we know that based on the track record, SRG OG has never won a match against Onyx Philippines. And this dates back all the way to M6. Right now, today, you guys actually eliminated the reigning world champions. What are your thoughts on this, and how did this even happen today?
I think we just really hungry to get revenge against them, because we lost against them 2 times in international, and we really won this win, and we got the best revenge ever.
Best revenge ever indeed from the side of SRG OG. Now, Ade, I usually realize that you're wearing glasses back at home in MPL MY and in tournaments. But over the past few days at MSC, I realized you're not even wearing glasses. What's that all about?
Actually, I still wearing, but outside of I'm playing, because when I'm training, I didn't use the sunglasses because I feel I cannot used to it, and it just I think I feel better play without sunglasses. Yeah.
Okay, now Ade, tomorrow you guys will face either Kyrie or Carl TZ. Now, in the MLBB ecosystem, everybody has been saying that these two are the king of the jungle, and I'm pretty sure the audience here all agree. But now that you're in the grand finals 2 times back-to-back in technically just 1 year, do you think you're in the leaderboard now for the king of the jungle?
Like I said, I don't want to admit, but let's people say it. If they think so, yeah, it is.
Let the people say it. What do you think it will take for you to be considered the king of the jungle?
If champion, maybe, yeah.
If champion, maybe. Okay, final question. Between Onyx Indonesia and Team Liquid Philippines, who do you think you will be meeting in the grand finals tomorrow?
It's kind of hard to guess because both of them is really good, and my opinion, I think Liquid PH will make it because they have the good there, and I really want to face them once again and try to get my second revenge.
Ooh, in potentially another revenge matchup tomorrow at the Grand Finals, will Sakai's be able to meet the GOAT, Carl TZ? There's only one way to find out. However, before we find out the second Grand Finalist, it is time to throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this insane series. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Skies. Despite all the hate, all the criticism, everyone doubting Skies over and over and over again, this young man once again proved that he can go all the way to the grand final. So congratulations to SRG OG Esports being the first grand finalist. And with that win, they just eliminated two possibilities. The first is the all Philippine Grand Finals and also all ONIC Grand Finals. And they said, hey, there's a chance that Liquid could make it through. But after this matchup, I don't even know how to predict this one, Leo.
SRG OG undid Kid Bomba's timeline shenanigans.
You know, the main thing that I want to mention, still, first of all, ONIC not eliminated, they will go to for the third place match.
There could still be an ONIC in the third.
Yeah, it could be ONIC third. Yeah,
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. That's exactly what I was forced to say. But so, actually, I want to mention how confident SRGOG and what a good performance they showed us, and they want another revenge. You heard, guys, right?
I mean, like, I kind of feel like for SRGOG, there's a lot of ways for them to really get on their top condition. Number one being Riyadh, so that's numero uno.
Something about it, man.
Something about Riyadh just makes Selangor Giants feel very good. The other one, it has to have emotions in that one. I kind of feel like they're going up against someone that they don't have any history with. They're like, you know?
Yep, doesn't unlock the best in them. And I think all the doubts, all the haters, all the animosity, it fuels them. It motivates them. Is that not what you want in not just your favorite team, your favorite players, but in an esport? You want some adversity. You want stories to be told wherein the protagonists, whether you look at it one way or the other, overcome what challenges them.
I think Riyadh challenges them, you know, because you mentioned like every time in Riyadh there is something around here in Saudi Arabia, and the most interesting thing that even their home, like when they perform during M6 in Kuala Lumpur, it doesn't support them that much like the audience here.
Actually, I kind of feel like more support kind of hurts them. But either ways, right now, we got to look at the heat map here for Sakai's to really see the movements of this young man, the guy in the jungle, to see how he rotates around the map.
The Sky Prince coming through and reviving the Akai, one of the few heroes that actually stepped up to Fredrin in his prime. The way he played it reminds us exactly why in the late 2022, that season, going into 2023, it's this duo in the utility jungle matchup that ran the show. He did, yes, get a lot of kills on Brusco and a couple of kills on Kelra and Kirk, but really what he was doing was something you cannot see here in these numbers, in these stats, is he was single-handedly forcing ONIC to respond.
And here's the thing, not only are we looking at his heat map, he is also our Sony match MVP, really pulling SRGOG into this game with the perfect game on the Sakai 4-0-12, winning those objectives as well. I gotta say, Sakai's like, yeah, if people motivate him by saying he's not good enough, I guess that's the thing about esports. Everyone keeps telling you you're not good enough.
A lot of efforts. And yeah, you know, also, we see the highlights and the moments when the Sakai's played Joy. That was also amazing. That was such a good performance. And the last game, I totally agree with you, Leo. He just revived Akai. He's, you know, Akai and Sakai's, it's the kind of equal words right now.
Which is weird because Fredrin's like a cool, sexy dude, and then you got defeated by the cute little panda. But this panda is deadly.
But he's also pretty good on the Joy. So what can this kid not do? I'll tell you now, what he can't do is be in the bottom of the top earners in all of MLBB esports. Because of this win alone, plus consider his MVP earnings from last year's MSC, I think, Destroyer, you did the math.
Yeah.
SRGOG is up there now.
They are like over everyone. And actually, second time, there's a question. You win MSC 2024. If they win MSC 2024, just imagine about that amount of money, about that prize pool.
I mean, at this point, you don't even have to imagine. At minimum, through MSC alone, they already won 1.5 million. Because now, being in the grand finals, even if you lose that one, that's already 500,000. Of course, knowing all the players, no one won second place. Because second place hurts more than last place.
That means you're the first loser.
You're the first loser. That's right. That is very, very painful. But again, just to remind everyone, just like the story said, Onyx Philippines, they are not eliminated just yet. They're going to be playing for third and fourth place for tomorrow. So I believe, even though this is the bad thing. Yes, you lost, but you don't have time to relax. You have to watch TLPH against Onyx ID. You got to study that one because you still have to fight tomorrow.
And isn't that bittersweet? Number one, you're forced to work and still maintain a modicum of professionalism and esports competence because you're still playing tomorrow. And your two potential opponents are, number one, your heated rival from the previous season, season 15, that you went all the way with, that you swore you could have beaten. And the other is your brother in arms. The dudes who wear literally the same damn jersey.
That even sounds painful. You know, this the story.
Oh, it is painful. It is painful.
That's kind of painful.
Not a lot of love in esports.
Nobody wants to be the super fam right now, and that's why they need all your support. That's why they need your love.
Definitely. Guys, support them in chat, everywhere, right down in social media. They need it. They still have to compete. They still can reach the top 3.
But let's just say, while we have time here, how insane is our top 4, man? Like, these are legit the best of the best that the world has to offer. And these are the kind of games that made us feel lucky to be working in this environment, man.
Yep, yesterday we went 9 games out of a total 10. Today we're on the way to beating that again because, folks, watching at home, come on. You think Liquid versus Onyx will go less than 4, less than 5?
Nah, man.
Full
no
series.
way. No way.
If it does, something went very wrong.
I just said full series and maybe I cursed. Maybe that's the reason. But potentially it should be 10 games. I mean, 10 maps for today. And I'm pretty excited to see it.
Speaking of which, let's actually move on over to that kind of topic here. Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onyx Indonesia. Both teams are S tier, but only one team can go to grand finals, meaning SRGOG. So now, Team Liquid as well as Onyx ID. Let's not put predictions. Let's just talk about the strength here. So, Leo, tell us the strength of Team Liquid Philippines that we could look out for in the next matchup.
Team Liquid Philippines are top of class across every lane. You look at mid, jungle, that trio, deadly. They team fight whenever. Talk about initiative, you talk about tempo, they got it regardless of the kind of draft that they end up with. Side laners, you got the Apex Predator, Sanford, and then you have the Filipino sniper, Oheb. Oheb is the hungriest he's ever been. In his whole career, this is the hungriest he's ever been. His first time in Riyadh, you can't count that out.
What about you, Destroyer?
If we speak about Onyx, right? First, and the most important, coach here. First of all, let's begin with this. And if we speak about the composition, I like really much about the cooperation with Keyboy and Kyrie. And I think the most priority thing that we should look for is the versus Kyrie and the Carltese. Here, the thing that it's the battle of the jungler.
Now that you've brought that up, let's just take back into consideration the last series. Lancelot, Yi Shin, forget about it. For some reason, so easy to kind of force joy into certain situations. Hayabusa, they need to see his shadow, fam. What does that mean for Kyrie? Because we know that Carltese is very capable of playing Akai's, Bakshas, Fredrins. That's how he won his second world championship.
I mean, like, if we're talking about jungle picks, the Hayabusa for Kyrie made a lot of highlight plays back in M4, one of his best heroes. And he has that AA Mon. We don't know if there's any other secret picks. I mean, like, here's the thing. People get criticized by saying, why you pick up Amon? That's not a good hero. But here's the thing. That's Kyrie.
Oh, no. That's Kyrie. And he played Hayabusa, by the way, not long ago, yesterday.
Yeah.
it's just the way that the draft is going. That's why Hayabusa is kind of a question mark now. But no, gentlemen, I think it was during the group stage. I think that I tuned in. Was it not you or Gideon who talked about it? Wherein the reason why Amon is a hot pick right now is because of the double, triple marksman.
Yep.
You just put a beat on someone, pop, you press the button. There's no way you're dodging this. You're dying.
In a way, that was their answer towards the Yi Sun Shin. Lose early game, but then once you get items, you one-shot everyone. And now, folks, while you guys are still here, we're actually going to be going over to an interview with Onyx Philippines in regards to how they feel after the matchup against SRGOG.
Here we are now backstage with Kelra after that loss against SRG. Now, Kelra, that was your first loss in history against SRG. How was the Super Family taking it?
We need to improve our, I think, chemistry and also our decision making, because SRG is better than to us in terms of decision making and also his chemistry, because they already 3 seasons, I think, build a lineup.
So they were just stronger in terms of chemistry and decision making. But how are you guys doing? Like, emotionally, are you okay? I mean, you seem to be all smiles, but what's going on behind the scenes?
Actually, I'm not sad. I'm just thinking about some of my mistakes, and also I look moving forward and for our match tomorrow.
Okay, looking for your match tomorrow, the third place match, right?
Yes, we need to focus on that.
Okay. So this is also the first time that you lost to Innocent. Is there something that you want to say to Innocent, maybe?
To Innocent, you're very strong and keep improving, keep strong, and good luck to your match.
Very wholesome coming in from Kelra. Is there a certain hurdle that maybe Onyx PH is going through? Maybe coming to the group stages as well. We saw very ups and downs journey for Onyx PH. Is this recurring up until this point that hasn't been fixed?
For me, I think we fix our we fix our mistake in group stage, and I think because we lost because SRG is better than us today.
Okay, just for today. So what difference was there from SRG back when you met them at M6? Because technically you swept them, to SRG now. What was the difference maker? What changed from SRG?
In M6, it's a big difference, because in M6, Onyx is very dominating, and our playstyle is very different to other teams. That's why we dominate the M6 and win straight, undefeated in M6.
Okay, so it's just a different meta maybe that was happening?
And also assassin meta that time.
All right, so that's the main difference, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe finally a message to the Sonics, Kelra. You may talk in Tagalog.
Tagalog? Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin na Sonics, sorry kasi nabigo namin kayo, pero promise namin na babawi kami sa mga susunod namin tournament.
All right, once again, thank you so much, Kelra. Good luck for your third place match tomorrow, because we're going to head over back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Kara. And that's the championship mentality. Even when Eterna is saying, like, how do you feel? I'm not sad. And that's the thing. He doesn't have a choice. He cannot be sad. He has to think of tomorrow.
She didn't have to do that, but she still did. An interview with the losing team. Eterna, you're a champion too. But also, the teams that are going to be competing tomorrow, Onyx PH plus whoever loses the next series, are also in for... Like, who was it harder? The team that lost now or the team that's going to lose later?
Either ways, your mentality is going to get tested. You guys are looking at a knockout stage bracket. It has been confirmed. SRGOG will be the first finalist here, and Onyx Philippines will be knocked down to third place match. After this, Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onyx Indonesia. Now, I know both of you have a lot to say, but right now we're going for a short break, because after this, it's going to be an intense match. Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onyx Indonesia, who will go to the finals.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
There's going to be one. Papa shuts him down, but Caldese makes the others pay anyways. 3 for 1, immediately traded out. Make that a 4 for 1.
Give it to him. Kyrie finds the immortality. He goes for the Phantom Execution. The Thorn goes
Who's better at Lancelot?
Kyrie.
I'm gonna say Kyrie.
I'm just gonna say Kai.
Kyrie of MSC from the Lancelot.
No way. Why no way? No way, because that's what they said. Mirko was like, no way. Oh yeah. Kyrie! That whole line of me going, Kyrie, every international. Oh, you know how it goes. But yeah, Kyrie's Lancelot has a special place in my heart.
I think that moment where he escaped with the Lancelot is still seared very traumatically into a lot of people's brains.
Caldese, easy. Easy for me because I've already promised myself after M2 that I would never doubt him again.
That makes sense.
Which again, I have to admit, he showed the level of mechanics that a player can achieve during M2, and then Kyrie took it and kind of ran with it even further.
Yeah.
Only one had a skin made out because of how they played the Lancelot. You know who that is.
Now, if you are only talking about this MSC,
Caldese.
Caldese. I have to go Carl. I go.
Just because people have been really waiting to see his Lancelot again, and he gave it to us in as early as day number 1. And yeah, maybe that consistency in terms of using the Lancelot. So I'm gonna go for Kyrie.
But so far, Kyrie, that yesterday on the Lancelot, he was insane.
Kalian masih dulu 3 guys, masih kuat nih. MM guys. Epic. Wow. Lord solo guys.
So I mean, so far, Kyrie's impressed me more.
I'm just gonna go say Kai again. That's my bias, dude. But but when it comes to Lance, I'm gonna say Kai.
Yo PH, I'm coming for you.
I gotta say, the rival between Kyrie and Caldese has been years now. It's like Batman versus Superman. Superman versus Goku. Like this is a legendary match, a legacy on the line, an epic duel to decide who is the best. And Kyrie said if he beats Caldese, maybe he can be number 1.
LaFell, you know how those two comic book or anime-based rivalries go, right?
Yes, I know.
Caldese is Superman.
Yep.
Caldese is Carl L.
You know what?
That was good. That was good.
I found that one. Yep. That was good.
You like that?
That was really good.
That was good. That was good.
So yeah, speaking about these two junglers, actually it's really hard to say who is better. There are a lot of discussions. Which Lancelot do you prefer? Like Caldese or Kyrie? They both are legends. Let's be clear, they are legends and they're one of the best junglers all over the world. So I'm expecting that this will be a hard battle between them.
All right, don't get me wrong. I love Kyrie. Kyrie's my baby brother, right? But this isn't a game of Lancelot. This is MLBB. This is esports. It's a 5v5. So there's so much more things to consider when you're talking about this rivalry.
And folks, we haven't even begun, and we already have a debate here between Kyrie and Caldese. That's why this matchup deserves the Saudi National Bank match of the day, the SMB match of the day between the GOATs between both teams. I mean, like the real GOAT is Caldese, but hey, Kyrie, he wants to make a name for himself. And even in previous interviews, like, if I beat Caldese, then I'm a little bit more confident of saying I'm numero uno.
Yeah, he becomes number 1. But again, don't forget, Caldese said, I'm not even on this scale, man. I'm number 0.
I'm number 0.
I am Kosong.
That's good. Over it. And here is a lot of questions. And the biggest question mark, are we gonna see the full series? Or do you predict something else?
I kind of feel like knowing both coaches, game 1 and 2 is really about learning each other, right? Because kind of what we saw in Onyx Philippines going up against SRGOG, where the coaches are basically friends, right? So I feel like it will go full series. Like Leo said, if it doesn't go full series, then something really wrong happened.
Or at least less than 4. At 4, I think I'll be fine.
At least
Okay,
3-1.
okay, he's already for 4.
No,
At the beginning of the day, he was like, full series. At least 4.
I'm just managing my expectations, and to add to the dynamics of the drafting of these coaches, right? Just to talk about this whole Adi, Yeb versus Tic Tac and RC. If there's something we know about these two based on their performances so far in the group stage and the knockouts, Onyx Indonesia, they are very dynamic. They like to goad their opponents, they like to trade. Liquid have a solid plan. Did you see the way they attacked Aurora in the opening rounds of the knockouts?
Yeah, I kind of feel like we have to see what the players themselves feel. It's a good thing Eterna was able to catch Carl Teasy, so let's see what he has to think about this matchup.
Right now, we're with the myth, the legend, the man, Carl Teasy, the young GOAT here, right before their match up against Onyx ID. Now, back at MSC 2023, you, under the banner of Echo, were swept by Onyx. But you were able to claim your revenge in the group stages, but it was very close. So what do you think that you guys need to be able to claim this victory again over Onyx ID?
I think we just need to be disciplined and we don't need to force any unnecessary team fights and just play better than them.
Okay, play better than them, be disciplined. Is there anything in particular that was a little bit difficult in that match against Onyx ID?
I think we lost because of ourselves, not about the game, because we're too aggressive and too greedy that time.
Okay, but that's been fixed. Everything is okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, MPLPH, check. M-Series 2 times checked, but MSC still seems to elude you guys. So coming into this, what do you think is your advantage over Onyx ID?
I think our advantage right now is we're very adjusted to the meta very well, and I think my teammates are better than them.
Oh, you think your teammates are better than them? Like every role?
Yeah.
What about Coach?
Yeah.
Better than Coach Yeb?
I don't know yet. Maybe if Coach RC win.
Okay, maybe. We'll see. So Kyrie mentioned up on stage yesterday that if he's able to win against you guys, he will be the new king of the jungle and the face of MLBB. That's such a bold statement, Carl Teasy. Do you have anything to say to Kyrie?
Maybe if you win against me, I still think that other junglers like Kyle Teasy and Vice deserve to also be like on the debate, and good for him if he acknowledged me like that. But for me, I think other junglers deserve some recognition too.
Oh, that's so humble, Carl. There it is, the young GOAT, very humble as ever. Is there anything else you want to say maybe to Onyx before your match?
Just good luck to them and have fun.
Good luck and have fun. We're going to throw it over back to the studio. Good luck, Carl.
That was a lot said, but I like that pause on Yev. It's like, you know what? We just play better. My teammates are better. My coach is better. And then it turns like, Coach Yev is better? Sorry, your coach is better than Yev? It's like, you know, you gotta pause on the real GOAT, Yeb.
That was kind of funny, yeah. So they really understand that their opponent is not easy, but the confidence, I would like to mention, like, so we are better in every option.
There he is.
Except one.
Yeah, there he is. Look at that. He's all aura. That's Yeb. And this is Onyx. Onyx have a chip on their shoulder. I'll tell you now, their fallen brothers are waiting in the battle for third, and you know what? Maybe their situation is worse. They have all the pressure now.
Well, we got to see the Yeb effect. Taking a team that's pretty much last all the way to become champions. We got to see how that really affects for this one. So we're going to talk about Onyx ID first. We got Lupi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, as well as Savero. And now we heard Carl Teasy saying every single lane TL has won this one, but this is a pretty stacked roster coming in from Onyx ID.
This is one of the best times that we can try to argue against Carl because we're not showing any accolades. Because if you're talking about accolades, Carl is right. Literally, on paper, his team is so much better than Onyx, but Onyx has potential. Onyx has the Indo play style behind them. They can mechanic and outfight Liquid if the situation is right. And that starts in the draft. That starts with, again, Raja Yeba. That starts with Coach Adi.
That's one thing. Also, I want to mention, Carl Tizzi said, we adjusted to the current meta. And, you know, he marked that down. So, seems like he expects the more casual, the more orthodox picks from Onyx ID than from themselves.
Something to note as well, that's exactly what Stormy said in his own interview, saying like, we understand the meta and we saw how that resulted in the match. So, hey, maybe that's a sign of Carl Tizzi saying the same thing as Stormy.
Something to note, walking into this best of 5, the semifinals, an elimination match, I don't think, well, I haven't gotten any updates, but Liquid are not at 100%. This young man right here, the Filipino sniper, Oheb, Kiel Soriano, has been under the weather. He's been sick for the past 48 hours, and despite that, they still did well against their matchup against Aurora, but now against Colossus, a behemoth such as Onyx ID, the Sky Kings, I'm hoping that Kiel is at 100%.
And this is the thing. This is what you sign up for. This is the unfortunate reality of being an athlete. No matter what happens, you just got to win. But now, it looks like it turned out it's able to catch Keyboy. So, Keyboy, what do you think about going up against Team Liquid Philippines?
We're here with Keyboy backstage here before their match up against TLPH. Now, Kyrie mentioned that they wanted a rematch from what happened in the group stages, and now you're going to be able to finally have it. So could you talk to us about the challenges maybe against TLPH in the group stages?
Yeah, for me now, I want to revenge back them because before Sanji say they want to revenge and they get it, and now we are ready to get the revenge again.
Okay, so you want to take it back for you guys. What was the main obstacle? What happened? Challenge maybe in the group stages against TLPH. How did you lose 2-1?
I think we just make some mistake, and then the TLPH so good to like use the mistake, and then they are so good to find the solution, something like that. Yeah.
So have those mistakes been fixed today?
Oh, for sure, yes.
For sure, yes. Very confident. Because in that match, we saw tidbits of the signature TLPH stampede. Now, do you think that that will be a problem for you guys today?
No, I think.
No. No problem. All good. Because back in MSC 2023, you were the finals MVP. So if we had to rate your performance from Keyboy then to Keyboy now, how do you think your performance is right now?
On the way to my prime, and then more better later. Yeah, slowly.
Slowly going back to prime, slowly getting better, because we're waiting for the Keyboy moments. Where is it? Is it gonna come today?
Let's see.
Let's see. I want to know, this will be the first time in history that we will see a team finally pick up 3 MSC titles. What would that win mean for you?
For me, I think I just get, if I win, just get 2. But yeah, for Onyx, yeah, we are so happy if we get 3 MSC, and then later we need to take the M7. Yeah.
Okay, so you want it, right?
All.
Okay, so Keyboy wants it. He's feeling it. He's looking very confident as well. So we'll see exactly how this all unravels as we throw it over back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Keyboy. And now with that interview out of the way, for both teams, this is the battle to see who will meet SRGOG on the grand finals. So now we're going to start the SNB match of the day between Team Liquid Philippines as well as Onyx Indonesia by sending the stage over to Rose and Milosh.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at MSC 25 at the Esports World Cup. And what a game one we've had today. What a semifinal going the distance, confirming SRG in the grand final. That is a big, big day for them. Maybe back-to-back MSC winners.
Hey Milosh, that first match, I'm pretty sure both Malaysians and the Filipinos were at the edge of their seat. It was such a back-to-back full best-of-5 series, and I'm pretty sure that is the perfect way to start our semifinals for today.
Absolutely was. Even backstage, we're all on the edge. Some people were screaming out loud the whole time because they couldn't believe how close that match was. And if anything, it just means that the stakes are ever higher because you get eliminated here. It's the Esports World Cup. It's MSC, and your key that represents your hopes, your dreams, and your team's ability to participate at MSC 25 get crushed right on stage. And now we've gotten one team in that grand final, and we still have one more to figure out. It's a big story, right? Kyrie, Easy. What happens? Who's the best in the jungle? What happens through that in our second semi-rose?
It has always been a continuous debate. Who is the king of the jungle? Is it Kyrie from Onyx Indonesia? Is it Carl Tizzy from Team Liquid? And of course, there's only one way to settle this once and for all, and it is going to be in our semifinals match.
I'm hearing a little bit of chants, a little bit of cheers. So before we introduce our teams to you for second and final semifinal, I just have to ask you, are you ready? I think they can do better. Are you ready?
There we go. I'm hearing a lot of cheers from both the Sonics and the Cavalries. You know what? It is going to be amazing. So Milosh, who is the first team up on stage?
Oh, you know it is. Let's bring them up. It's the one, the only, the Cavalry, Team Liquid! They galloped into MSC 25 as one of the favorites and trotted over their group stage opponents and Aurora Gaming 2 days ago. The MPL champions have gathered many accolades over the years, but Carl TZ is still missing the one, the only, the MSC trophy to fill his cabinet. That glass ceiling of MSC Top 4 is just begging to be broken. That's Team Liquid.
And of course, going up against them, the Sky Kings. It is none other than Indonesia's finest. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Onyx Indonesia! Onyx Indonesia is hunting for their third MSC title after winning it all in 2019 and 2023. While Kyrie places Carl TZ as his king of the jungle, he hopes to claim that title as his own. This is the clash between the tournament's top two favorites. One of them continues their MSC fairy tale, and one of them gets their dreams and hopes crushed.
It's brutal, but that's just the nature of competition. So please, Onyx, please, Team Liquid, you may place your keys and take your seats, because I have a feeling that this game is going to be one for the history books. There's already so much history between these two teams and players over the years.
Yes, indeed. And obviously, the winner will be heading on to the grand finals tomorrow, and the losing team will be meeting Onyx Philippines in our third placer match tomorrow. So who will be meeting Onyx Philippines and who will be meeting SRG OG Esports? Because of that, there's only one way to find out. It's time to encounter the unknown.
I'm feeling really good because we've played like clean games, and I really do hope that we can also improve in our next games.
27 flickers up to Sensei still gonna get taken down by the GOAT. Carl TZ with a double. Tienzi falling to Oheb.
When we fought Mythical Seal, our mood was just like usual. Whenever we face against any team, we just focus on ourselves and just do our best in the game.
Now Ken with the flowing blood follow through. Kai with the shadow kill. It's a double for Kai. Oh my god! Kyrie Hayabusa!
But I think Onyx ID's playstyle is similar with Onyx PH because their trio mid is really flashy, so we need to watch out for them.
I think TLPH playstyle is aggressive and they also don't like to make mistakes. But for Onyx, I think our strength is also our aggressiveness.
SOD gonna be thrown in, Kimoy! Jumps in the back and a combo! Look, he gets a dark wave, they collapse off of a Kimoy engage, and even with the Bravest Fighter, Onyx take a big team fight win. Down, a Predator's Wrath, another kill over to Oheb. It's a double triple. Siggy Boo, the heavy crossbow will just fall again. Oh, head with a triple. Looking for the Maniac. Rolls up the flicker out to base. Now it's a full ton over. Deny the Savage.
Well, for me personally, I really do think that we need to outdraft them.
The deciding factor is gonna be all about mental. Whoever's mental stronger, that they will win.
Well, for me, to Onyx Indonesia, my only message is give this MSC to us. But I have one message for Kyrie: be ready to lose.
My message to Team Liquid is there's only gonna be one team that goes to the finals, and it's gonna be Onyx Indonesia.
What is up with today? Today is full of story. Today is full of emotions. Today is full of revenge. We just had the SRGOG against Onyx Philippines Revenge, and then this is going back to the group stages when that was an amazing matchup between TL going up against Onyx Indonesia, where eventually TL won. Now we gotta see, can Onyx get their revenge? But now we got the quote coming in from the GOAT, Carl Teasy. I hope we can reach that flawless form. Clean games, constant domination like what we showed in game 1 and 2 against Aurora. That stampede form is who we are. It also a mental tactic. We want teams to feel the pressure, to get them nervous the moment we start diving them.
And even in the pre-match interview, Kyrie and Sanford, them just fighting words. I like how both teams understand that this is not a match. This is not a game. This is a fight. And they're here to win.
This is the skirmish that will end. And we will understand who will be the final guy who goes to the grand finals.
I like for both teams, they're just going to throw down. And I like that they understand how important it is to get in your opponent's head. The conversation they shared is just basically saying, like, I'm not afraid of you. You should be afraid of me.
Yep.
So Kyrie was right. This is going to be a battle of mental.
Yeah, former generations of professional MLBB esports players would say, good luck, have fun, let's show the fans a good fight. No, that's a given. These guys know that they have to put words into actions, and that's what we're about to see here in this contest.
And again, for you folks, this is how you show your support to the teams. Grab the support chest. It's only 20 diamonds, but it gives you a chance to draw the luxury reward of returning MSC skin, Atlas, Rune, Sentinel. Again, show your team's support by purchasing the support chest. But now, going into this matchup, Destroyer, this is going to be an amazing matchup. What is your thoughts before we go in?
First of all, I want also to mention, like, during the interview, there was like, guys, let us win, when I'm speaking about Liquid, definitely. And also, the thing that I would like to keep an eye is the battle between the Lutpi and Sanford.
But now, this is interesting here because we're jumping straight into the draft. Team Liquid will have a blue side first pick. Onyx will be on red side second pick. This is a bit of a change because, yes, Fanny gets banned, but also the Yisun Shin. Now, Yisun Shin usually is red side banned because they want it for the first pick. So now becomes the question, what is TL gonna prioritize with this Yisun Shin ban? Now they even ban the Phoveus.
Yeah, no, even in blue side against Aurora, I could have sworn it was just an attack TNZ kind of maneuver, but no, they've always also banned Fanny and Yisun Shin, regardless of the side, red or blue. So now, with this Phoveus ban, they're setting up for opening CC. Kalia is also left open, though that's not one of their main favorites to pick. Farsa is also open. Lancelot though gets banned by Onyx, so there goes that.
Can I just say this is one of the reasons why people should still watch MWI, because people were saying, like, what are they doing? Why are they first picking CC? But lo and behold, semifinals, CC is becoming hot pick. And now the first pick is, I mean, here's the thing.
I mean, yes, but no, please.
Leo, give us a brief history on Sanford on this Arlet, in case this is Sanford on the Arlet.
No, it likely is because he comes from a long lineage of explosive Filipino XP laners. I'm talking about two-time world champion Flap Teasy, the Filipino cannon. He is of the same thread. He is cut from the same cloth, and this is likely going to be that. I'm just curious. You know, they set it up. They banned the Phoveus. We should have seen this coming. Destroyer. Sanford doesn't care about how you feel.
Yeah,
he doesn't care about the stats.
I know that Sanford. I know that he's super good, that he's super confident. I know how like the amount of power he got in his hands when he's playing Arlott, but I don't like Arlott. I mean, during MSC, you know. You also understand my feelings, please.
Liquid lock in for the first phase. When that's Zushin on Sanji and getting a Gatot Kacha on JPC. I told y'all it was gonna go on Sanford. Now Onic, they put the of course CC as we all know, it's a broken hero in XP right now, and the Fredrin in the jungle. There goes the whole assassin Kyrie situation. I don't know how Mirko's gonna shout Kai on this. It's literally a utility jungler. I think they should prioritize Sands right now.
No, I think actually Hayabusa should. Okay, never mind. It's Kimi. It's Kimi.
I know my Gila.
Yep. So here comes the trio from the one and the second side. We also already understand the XP lane and we see the mid lane priority.
Well, even in the conversation that both teams have, even Sanford agrees that for Onic Indonesia, the bright light coming in from Onic is coming from that mid trio, and they're already setting up something very strong here because Kimi and Fredrin, this is just Fredrin giving Kimi so much free space to do whatever she wants.
Yep.
And, you know, in a way, yes, it denies the Fredrin and the combo, but at the same time, hey, that's a good opening draft coming in from Onic Indonesia.
You can just slap anything in Rome there to support this Kimi-Fred duo. So now what else is open? Gold laner. We still don't have any gold laners. What's left for the young Savero and of course the Filipino sniper. Sniper. Beatrix. Beatrix open. You can also still Irritel. Ranger didn't get banned, so Ranger's
Actually,
still out
all
the wild.
laners.
Most of them.
Yeah, most of them.
Except for 1-1.
Yeah, only one is banned, so I don't think the priority will be for the gold lane. Maybe Granger, just because it's a safe pick, you can use it everywhere and adapt for every draft. I think they should maybe expect the bans or at least try to focus on the roam.
I do want to see if what happens right now translates to what happened previously, because if we're going back about understanding the meta, where Stormy said they understood the meta, and it looks like the meta is that scale up so fast, the opposing gold laner doesn't have time to get their power speed, right? So maybe we're just going to see that trend start here as well. Like move the game so fast that neither gold laners can be that impactful.
So Sans should pray since... No, it's already Kimi.
Yeah.
So, is that enough? I was hoping they were going to go Farsa if that's the case, if that's the direction we're going.
I mean, like, Kimi as well as Jushin are very good at setting the tempo. It's just about execution at this point.
They're both DOT.
Yeah.
Because again, if you just want the straightest line from A to B the shortest way possible, it's just Farsa. We've seen Stormy do it 2 games in the best of 5.
But maybe it's mind games and Kimi potentially is a flex pick.
Yeah.
I mean, still, you can go gold lane. Yes, most likely we see Kimi mid lane. But maybe here it can be an option and potentially they can pick Farsha for them. But is Farsha the good versus like Arlott and Gatot Kacha?
Plus the potential Hayabusa. Carl TZ could still pick the Hayabusa since they're attacking his utility jungle picks here. No Baksha, no Akai. I like how Onic is just really throwing back to about 30 minutes ago when they banned the Akai against their Fredrin.
Honestly, at this point, it feels like a best of 10 because it does feel like we're just going back from the previous matchup. It doesn't even feel like a new series, just add on. This is season 2.
It's the same energy.
Same energy, man. And now the Kai gets banned out. And, you know, like you said, the thing about the GOAT is that it almost doesn't matter what he picks up. Fighter, assassin, tank, heck, maybe with the mage, he can make it work.
Maybe Aemon. Leo was cheering for Aemon for so long.
Oh, no. Aemon only works against, again, the double, triple marksman.
Yeah.
Not happening in this match.
Yeah, but maybe, potentially. So, it's Moscow ban and Team Liquid, last ban. I predict Granger.
So just gonna crack down on possible good picks. So that'll be either Irithel or Granger then, between these two, or the Pocket Beatrix for Kill 1.
Honestly, I'm looking at the finals MVP for 2023 MSC Keyboy. Because even in turn, it's like, when are we gonna get that Keyboy moment, right? But you need a certain kind of hero to really do that. As of right now,
tick.
What?
The Chor tick.
sure thing.
Those are the things that make him do that.
Those are key boy moments right there. And honestly, the Badang could have done that as well. So honestly, good ban. Banning out the Kalia as well as the Badang. Really making sure that key boy's hero pool is shrunken down a bit.
So it's either just Cho or Tig now.
I think that still Granger, by the way, Granger is still viable for Onyx.
Yes.
I think Team Liquid can... what can they answer? Beatrix plus... It's Granger, yes, it's Granger. And what do you think about Damon for, I mean, if the Team Liquid...
Yeah, you're right, because there's at least 2 junglers, right?
Yes.
I mean, 2 marksmen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about Eamon, man. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Something to consider, though. Onyx can just last pick Matilda. That's clean.
Yep. Honestly, making it so that Fredrin is nigh indestructible. Honestly, very good pick. If it's not Matilda, honestly, there's still a lot of good ones here. And looks like they're gonna pick up the Hayabusa as well as the Harif here. So it does feel very tempo-y coming in from TLPH.
A lot of damage, a lot of crowd control from Team Liquid Filipino and Onyx. So, is it Matilda? Or what can...
Cho is weird. I feel like Cho is so weird.
No, Cho, no. I don't think that's the option. And
then that's the show. hey, I mean, like, I understand the consensus coming from you guys, but you know what?
Because again, consider he kicks, right? Who does the damage from there? Like, you have to aim that. You have to aim the Kimmy, the Granger, or the CC. I guess CC is like a third core.
I mean, at this point, you got to trust the coach. You got to trust the player. Thank you very much to both our gentlemen. But now we're going to be throwing it over to Brigida as well as Mirko to cast the SNB Match of the Day.
Match of the day heading your way, and it is gonna be between Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx Indonesia. The classic Philippines versus Indonesia matchup, but in the end, only one will remain to go up against the defending champions SRG. We're heading into the Land of Dawn. This is game number 1, and right off the bat, we're seeing a Hayabusa come in from Carl TZ, going up against the Fredrin, the face of utility junglers, but now in the hands of Kyrie.
Hey, if you showed me this draft and you asked me which one is Onyx, which one is TL, I would have definitely said Kyrie's on Haya, Carl's on the Fredrin. But hey, that's how it's going to start here. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of this series, a best of 5. We're expecting guns blazing from the start, but with the drafts, it may not be guns blazing from the start. It might just be, all right, we'll farm, wait for Turtle, and Team Liquid will be like, all right, I will also do the same in trade instead of contesting for Turtle.
I agree. I feel like there is definitely going to be pressure coming in from both sides. They'll try to keep it going for the majority of the game, but I don't think it will be easy for either of these two to convert them into kills immediately because of the damage. And I feel like damage has been another conversation we always talk about, but in the bottom lane, there's a bit of action too. But yeah, I don't think the Zushin could be enough to burst anyone down just yet, even when JP gets the taunt. And the Kimmy will get to shred people to a certain extent, but maybe not guarantee a kill just yet if Kiboy does find a setup. And that's going to come in later because Kiboy does still have to wait before his level 4 comes in. But speaking of level 4 though, Carl TZ, is he waiting for something here?
Yeah, he's waiting for Sans to walk up, maybe getting a little cheeky pick-off early on, but that's why you see Sans bring the tenacity. Like he's respecting the GOAT, he's respecting how much damage Team Liquid have as well in the team fights, and he knows with the Flicker, he is vulnerable. Severo, though, winning in lane against Oheb up top.
Okay, maybe it doesn't need to be a coordinated attack after all for us to see the first blood come in. That was close. So the bold laners are definitely going at it. Sanford still not able to get his level 4 just yet. So Onyx ID might be a bit ahead in terms of positioning and gaining control over the turtle. But then TLPH, they will make it though.
Here comes the Beacon to escape from Traction Pulse. That's an Appraiser's Wrath landing. Kyrie's still able to survive. Gets a 2-man taunt. First blood over to Sanford as that's Lutpi still dealing damage. Keyboy out of the fight already as Sanford gets chunked low. Sanji, Lantern Flare over to Keyboy. And it will actually be TL to win Turtle 1. Keyboy caught in a tough spot. No, Sanford flickers out, respecting the Jikundo possibility.
Yeah. So even though we did say that the damage in the early game might be... Oh wait, hold on, Lutpi!
he won't be able to get out of that. So again, Team Liquid, it wasn't necessarily that they definitely wanted to go for kills after kills, but I feel like they literally out-sustained Onic ID in that fight. They were able to tank enough of the damage, even from Sans, and JP was okay with it. Like, he still walked away, at most, just using the Revitalize, and this is something we constantly see whenever there's a Gatot Kacha too in the early game.
That's really the power of the Gatot Kacha, right? That Revitalize, added sustain as well. And considering the fact that Onic really don't have a lot of early game magic damage, just makes it very easy for JP to stand in front. And I gotta say, Sanji kind of won them that skirmish. He was the one that baited out the dash forward from Kai from, again, utilizing Crimson Beacon last second.
Yeah.
He used it like pixel perfect before the traction pulse actually landed, and now, oh, that's gonna be a free kill. Severo taken down as Oheb puts him in a clinch position for Carl to just deal damage.
Yeah, there weren't any shurikens needed anymore, nor stacks even. Carl TZ just had to use the Ogi Shadow kill, and there was no way Severo could potentially get out of that. Now, handing over the advantage to Oheb, probably will be getting his hands on a bit of energy shields here and there, but so far, both sides of Team Liquid have been winning with very minimal rotations coming in from Team Liquid. Oh, but speaking of rotations, Sanji...
Oh, actually pops Crimson Beacon, but should be taken down here, yeah. Even with the Purify, he won't use it, he'll just save it. The Crimson Beacon, I think, was mistapped a bit from Sanji there. Now a 1v1 at the bottom lane, as Sanford is actually winning in this matchup. But Sanji should be actually back up right as the turtle spawns. I don't think Onic can blitz this, right? Sanford with a jump, final slash over to Severo, doing a whole lot of damage, but now gets caught in the tough spot. Has the way to Dragon Flicker combo. Sanford taken very low, and he gets away. Dang! That's one of the best, if not the best XP in the business right now, but Lutpi is able to get something on the map for Onic.
They'll have to say goodbye to JP for now, but either way, he doesn't have the AOG anymore. So they won't have ways to set up using the Gatot Kacha, even if he did stay in the game. And so they just decided to save Sanford, keep that advantage intact for Team Liquid, and they will just still hold on to the lead either way. They're up ahead by gold, 1,000 gold, and even despite all that chaos that happened in the mid lane, Oheb was just quietly getting all those energy shields up top. I mean, you could look at how the tier 1 up top is already at half HP, and so Oheb could definitely be a little more active in terms of joining Team Liquid in the fights, because it's not the middle lane duo that's doing majority of the work, because their sides are okay. They could just leave them be.
You can see the SNB goal difference here. Only Kimi Sans really holding an advantage here. We don't really count Keyboy, right? Because he's on a roam. Sanford's so quick with the Vengeance, man. And I'm not talking about the battle spell. This is going to be quite confusing, guys, all right? Lutpi has Vengeance, the battle spell. Sanford's second skill is Vengeance. Lutpi gets a turret down below on the CC. Oheb up top. It's just a trade. I think this is what we expected early on from Turtle 1, but we're seeing it Turtle 2 onwards.
Oh wait, Keyboy holding the brush. Might not actually go for a setup, but it's a great mirror done by Onic ID so far, despite the lead that is already in the hands of Team Liquid. The next objective is gonna spawn up top though, and how does Onic ID find a way around this? Kyrie has been 2 levels behind, just now got his level 9, and the pressure is still on for Team Liquid. They're the ones who just are capable of coming in at the most unexpected timings. Onic ID, they have a much more systematic approach to pulling off this lineup, because you have to expect that the fight will start with either way of the dragon, or with Kyrie showing himself up, or with Lutpi trying to do a bit of zoning, but it starts now with the way of the dragon though. It's gonna be JP that's targeted.
Uh-oh, in the back line, Severo able to flick around in time. Sun's just right there. Kai brought back by the Lancer Flare, but is looking for more. Sanford caught in the curtain call. Final slash doesn't land. And Onic go back to the mid turret. Lutpi, that's a Vengeance proc and a Vengeance battle spell used up by Lutpi. Both having to back away, but TL with a lot more prio over for Turtle 3.
Yeah, and that's a lot of vengeances, really. So we have to not get confused with all that. But Team Liquid clearly in control of this upcoming Turtle. Onic ID holding it together. They're all 5 members complete here, though, so they still might attempt to actually look for something.
Goes for Jiku, no, now it's about force catching him. Good stun. Oh, picking up the kill. Final slash combo with the flicker. Kai caught in the bad spot. Still able to escape with the help of the traction pulse from Sans, and Carl securing the neutral objective for free. Now look for the Quad Shadow, but Sans respects it, flickers back. TL with a solid lead as Sanji puts the Lantern Flare down and zones Sans away, effectively getting this turret in the mid lane for free.
It's so hard to catch Sanford on this Arlott. So maybe some are still wondering why the first pick, and now it seems to be the answer as to why. He's just too comfortable with it. Even that last-minute traction pulse that came in from Sans was done, but they target him now.
Yeah, but it's not enough damage to take him down just yet. Vengeance Final Slash over to 4, bringing him a lot of damage, still sustaining Sanford! Staying alive, but Razor's Pride finally gets him down as Carl jumps into the back line, gets the quad shadow, the shadow kill over. That Sans down, Severo kiting away, but Oheb finds a triple on the Harith, and it's just Severo left.
Sanji wasn't afraid to stand in front of the faces of Onyx ID. Oh, Carl TZ nearly got a shadow onto Severo, but Carl TZ and Sanji, they were the ones who did majority of the zoning and the threatening towards the backlines of Onyx ID. I mean, you have to look at this. Right after the duration of the curtain call was already over, they just went around Kyrie, closed in onto the backline heroes. That involves Skiboy, that involves Sans. And now it forced Severo just to run away because he could do nothing without his other teammates. Not at this point in time, not at this part of the game wherein they definitely need to do a bit more catching up, a bit more of farming before they could actually engage in a fight.
My lord. Team Liquid are looking scary. JP zoning Severo in the back. Oheb denying as many minions as he can. But in the end, we'll have to take the turret. Yes, Severo gets that cannon minion. It's all right, though. Liquid have already gotten a 1,500 gold lead for Oheb. That's a Starlium build, so not the talisman that we have been seeing from Innocent. Purple buff almost stolen by Oheb. But again, Carl's already 3 levels ahead.
Yeah. I don't think... Oh, wait. Sanji, okay, still alive. But yeah, I don't think they have to rely on Oheb too much in terms of dishing out the damage because the other members are doing a great job at providing that at this point, like Carl TZ, even just Sanji. So he just has to perform exactly the way he's been doing. Oh wait, JP though!
AOG, and it's gonna be Sanji in the back picking up the kill now. Keyboy with the way to drag him, and Sanford is right there too. Carl gets kicked, has the quad shadow, but brings Mr. Keyboy into a bad spot for the rest of TL to pile on him.
Despite how desperately Keyboy does want to set the tempo or does want to look for all of the way of the dragon. Okay.
That was a zoning ult.
It's a zoning ult. Not necessarily one to set. He had the flicker, but he still didn't want to go for it either way.
Don't question, don't doubt the best XP.
Yes, we don't.
Go.
He can use it later if he wanted to. Now is not the time. But oh my goodness, how this is an 8K gold lead in 10 minutes, and they have a Lord marching in the bottom lane.
They still have the final slash flicker combo. Oh my goodness, Sanford finding a massive one in the back, and that will zone all of them away from the turret. Base turret taken down with the first Lord taken in the game, as that's Carl jumping with the shadow kill over to Ludwig, translates over to the mini waves that gets cleared out, and TL will move back now. It's too clean from Team Liquid. There are no holes in their game.
The final slash was right on cue. You just mentioned it. And that's exactly what Sanford tried to go for. Another attempt. Zaman forced by Oheb. Are they actually going to go for this though? They're actually trying to target the turret. Oh, but the damage might have been enough to take a kill on Keyboy if he didn't have the flicker.
Carl, finds an angle. Sanji gets the kill, I believe, with a Sky Piercer. I'm not even sure if he has a Sky Piercer. Would love to see the items right now. It is. Okay, so that makes a whole lot of sense.
So the damage from Oheb and Sanji. The damage from Oheb and Sanji. That's what you need to avoid if you're Onyx ID.
AOG to the back, the way to Dragon brings JP back into the base now. The crystal does a lot of damage. Lupe pops into Vengeance, but the shadow kill is doing a lot of damage there. Minion wave not ready. It's cleared out by Onyx. A wave in the bottom lane, but the base turret up top will still fall to the minions of Liquid. In 12 minutes, they have stripped Onyx ID of all their base turrets.
They didn't need to help the minions up top. And with very minimal effort from Team Liquid, they get to establish this much control and lead in this game against Onic ID. Damage dealt ranking, clearly Oheb is leading the pack. Severo is somehow dealing a decent amount of damage too, but if you were to take a look at that instant replay, that still felt in a way like a punish towards that AOG. That felt, I guess, a bit miscalculated from JP. The other members of Team Liquid weren't necessarily nearby to provide the necessary follow-up, and it was probably the most uncoordinated we've seen so far in this game, but that still doesn't take away the fact that it has been a clean performance from Team Liquid, and that especially will hold true if they get to secure this upcoming Lord once again.
A 10,000 gold lead to Team Liquid ID. Philippines, my bad. Hey, that happens a lot of the MPL ID.
Yep.
Onic ID, though. Oh, JP's looking for an angle. Finds Kyrie in the bush and zones him away. Oheb on the Lord already. Keyboy able to conceal. Now walking forward. Sanford able to get the final stash into the back. Now destroying that front to back. But attraction pulse lands on Sanford. Oheb jumping in, forcing away the dragon from Keyboy. But the Lantern Flare gets him back for Oheb to claim the godlike. Sanford utilizing the minions to dash like he's a Lancelot.
He let Keyboy through. He didn't care. Because they knew that Keyboy could only do so much without the other members. Another final slash!
Over to San, still there. Kyrie in the midst of it all, falling down. That's a free Sky Piercer stack. Lippy with the vengeance now against everyone. Gets one, but it's done. Kaltizi walks up again. Sanji lights up the base of Onic ID, and it is a stomp. That's the Liquid Stampede that we've been talking about for game number 1.
Another clean game. The priorities were too clear for Team Liquid Philippines. You just knew what they wanted to go after. You just knew who they wanted to go after, who they wanted to shut down, and how they did all that together in this game. Individually holding their lanes, getting past the laning phase without or with little to no struggles at all up against their counterparts, and especially when it comes to the mid trio, they were just so efficient in terms of doing what was needed of them to keep the lead growing, to keep the lead in their hands. And Onic ID barely had opportunities to shrink this lead. It grew to more than a 10k gold lead in Team Liquid's hands right before they ended that game. What a performance from the Cavalry. Let's hear what our panelists have to say after that game.
Thank you very much, Mirko and Brigida. So I kind of feel like one of the first things that we got to talk about is that Sanford is the savior for Arlet's win rate, because that looked clean and dirty at the same time.
I can hear Destroyer's tune already changing.
Yep. Actually, even before the game, I said, yes, it's Sanford. That's why it might work. And, you know, when I see the Sanford final slash for people, just like, okay, no more questions. No more questions, guys.
Even if he hits nobody, Mirko and Brigida saw it. It's zoning. It's denial of the defense. And that is what makes this performance by Team Liquid all the more terrifying. It's not necessarily a stomp the way we expect a stomp, because at least they got 6 kills in on him. It's not a stampede in a way that it's like a 12-minute, 10-minute game. It's more of a unstoppable object that you see coming at you at about 2 miles an hour, but you know you can't stop it. You know it's coming your way, like, oh no, what do I do?
So now, gentlemen, honestly, I think this is a very important question to ask. Looking back at wildcards, MWI group stages, and now to the knockout stage, we saw both Stormy as well as Carl saying like they understand the meta. So right now, I just want to ask the both of you your thoughts. What do you think is the meta now? And I'm not even talking about heroes. I'm talking about how do you approach the game now?
Rotations and triple mid. That's the main key. That's the main opportunity. Win early game. That's the main focus you should make. And here are the stats. So, okay, by the way, the carry. You see the damage. You see that damage. And that is Harry. The hero returns.
Yep, the way Oheb built it, if we will have time to show the items, he built it the old-fashioned way. You build a Starlium Scythe, you build a Feather of Heaven, and then Bob's your uncle. To build on, there it is, you'll see, folks, the item run-through that we're talking about. There you go, 707 on the young Kiel, Oheb, Soriano. Mid-trio, yes, Destroyer, you mentioned that. And what it leads to are better laning for your side laners, better rotations with the EXP, joining Turtles, scoring 3 out of 3. Better rotations from your gold laners, joining fights earlier, again, unlocking Oheb so that he gets this kind of a kill score. And better team fights in general. If your trio mid are able to engage sooner and call fights better, then everything else just falls for your opponent. Like, they're forced to split the map and then find just crumbs. And then you end up with a 10k gold lead.
And that was the question before the game when we saw Cho. So the question was, for what? Whom are you gonna one-shot? Like, okay, you want chain control? Take something else. But like the Cho, you need the burst damage. You need to nuke out your opponent.
Yeah, honestly, like looking all this entire month, it really is about this early game, this mid game feels much more volatile compared to all the previous metas where it almost looks like it doesn't matter if you lose the early, as long as you have an okay mid transition into late, then you're good, you're golden. But in this meta, it doesn't seem like that's really the case where, like you said, team fights seem a little bit more important now compared to before, and that early to mid, that's like the key spot where all the teams, they really got to draft their way to make sure that they have a good spot in that time zone.
And it's very rare now that a team can just give up Turtle 1 and 2 and then go from there. There has to be some way during even Turtle 2, let's say you just gave up 1, whatever, bad things happen. You give up Turtle 1 and then 2 by 2, you should be planning. It used to be that by Turtle 3, that's when you start to bounce back. But now, you have to consider, again, the very early mid and even how you find your power spike.
Even if you are planning to give up for Turtle 2, please adjust to the rotations and take something for it. I mean, like, exchange for the turret, exchange for the enemy jungle, but exchange. Don't just give up it.
I kind of feel like that's the biggest point, is that now, like, you really got to focus on those turtles, because even in the previous meta, when you have an assassin in the jungle, you almost like, I'm just going to sacrifice turtle 1 and 2. I'm just going to go for their buff, let them take the turtle. But even now, when we see the Lances come in, the Hayabusas come in, the Joy come in, they have to construct a draft so that they can still contest that turtle, which honestly is a very good adjustment to the meta. But also, maybe teams that try to go for a little bit too late of a draft is gonna get heavily punished in this current meta.
Which makes all the more SRG OG's win in Series 1 of today so impressive. They are a late game team. They understand the dynamics of pushing it past 15 minutes. But they beat a team like Onyx, which again, now looking back, Onyx PH, it seems like they've lost themselves in the current metagame. They don't know how to trade as effectively now in this current atmosphere. Now the question stands, does Onyx ID get it? Because now they have to answer that question. They have to answer to Liquid.
Also, one important thing. We see, like, for example, Zetian, who at the beginning, it appeared pretty often, but for now, we even don't see it.
Yeah, what does she add to this formula is the question.
Yes, so nothing actually changed, but we see that, okay, we adapted, we understand that it doesn't work. The same thing I'm expecting. I hope that teams will understand. Kimi, she needs too much time. Yes, you got Fredrin, but still we see that's not enough. When the higher tier you go, the further you go, or like for the tournament, the higher tier opponents you got, they understand. Let's go in phase, let's push first, let's make a pressure to that go.
Yeah, right now, like, while we're talking, let's look at the reaction coming in from the audience, because, again, that was quite an opening game to this entire match, this entire series. And, yeah, I really feel like for both teams, because CLPH, they really have this stampede going on. And even though you said it wasn't really a stomp, I kind of feel like it was enough, right? Because I think this is the big difference between professional players and everyone else. For us, 10 seconds feels like a short time. For them, 10 seconds feels like an entire week. They got to achieve so many things in that small time frame. So I really feel like we're moving towards a meta where you don't farm that much. You just got to get that going on quickly.
And that's the magic of Liquid. They understood that. Now it's not just talk. Because again, Stormy said earlier they get it, and it shows. Now, Liquid, Sanford, they get it, and we saw. What's Onyx to do? What's Onyx to show and to say? Because besides aura farming, legit, when he just drops Diamond Force, it's over. You know what's up. How does Onyx answer to that? How do they make this historic encounter worthy.
And the crazy thing is, if I check the stats correct, between Kyrie and going up against Carl is actually more Kyrie favor, where I believe he won 6 times and Carl wins 5 times. So if Carl wins this one, then they basically equalize. But also just to show how close of a matchup between Kyrie and Carl really is.
That's the match of the day. But no, it's not the match of the day, because previously we also saw, when we checked SRG, OG and Onyx, right? It was also a tough match, really interesting game. And here is like they got to fight for honor. And who's gonna win? I have no idea. But for now, I see that Team Liquid, they are more confident about the current meta.
Well, again, because this is the Saudi National Bank match of the day, we're going to watch this extend forward. And so far, it does look like blue side is heavily favored, right? Because as of right now, crazy to think, we're already on a second series, still 100% win rate.
Yep.
We'll see if it changes or not, but this does mean that Onyx ID should be picking up that first pick slot, and we can see if they have what it takes to take down Team Liquid with that first pick advantage.
And this is definitely another check for Liquid. Sure, you win flawlessly, amazingly, spectacularly in game 1 from Blue, but we know Blue is strong. How do you do it from Red? What is the approach to the draft? How do you switch it up so that Kyrie doesn't end up with a hero that he's comfortable with, aka an assassin? And how do you shut down the natural strengths of the rest of their lineup? Because I'm watching game 1, yeah? I don't see Sans. I don't even see Savero. None of them performed the way we expected them to. Sure, Keyboy found possible kicks, but the Cho was a big question mark to begin with.
Yes. So, a lot of questions, but the thing that I know gonna happen, 1000%, Team Liquid gonna ban Yushun Shin. So, the thing that Lapel mentioned right before the game 1, they remove it all the time, and they just don't want. They understand that they're not gonna play with this hero, so better remove it and make your opponent think, okay, it's mind games, what's happening? They are tricky with us, and just let your opponent off guard.
Yep. Actually, speaking of that, I still remember during the group stages, it was actually Onyx that let go of the Zuchin and then fight back with the Ama. I don't think they will do it here, but we'll see. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys grab the MSC pass quickly because, again, it's going to expire soon enough. As of right now, the MSC pass is still 20% off. So this is a good time for you guys to grab that for yourself because there's an opportunity for you guys to purchase the previous skins like Natan, Archon of Knowledge. So again, complete those tasks to get those MSC coins. And now back to the fight here for the draft. We heard from Destroyer, we're not going to be seeing any kind of Yisun Shin. My thought process here is that we saw that Fredrin is strong, but it looks like it's not just that Kai. The Hayabusa, especially in the hands of Carl, is looking pretty good. Will we see Kyrie on those assassins just to get that tempo back for Onyx ID?
I think Hayabusa should be a bigger priority for Coach Sheb and Coach Adi, given that in all of first series today, in all of Onyx PH versus SRGOG, we didn't see a shadow of Hayabusa, and I think that there was something fishy about that. But now, assuming that Onyx does go blue, oh Lord, what? Onyx is red?
Did it change? Okay. Well, I mean, TL is blue, and I guess they're sticking there.
So, the same game plan. You see? The same
Nothing has to change.
Nothing changed. Nothing changed. And there's the question mark. If they got a ban... Okay, no Arlot ban. So...
There you go. So, we follow logic. Where does Onyx take a turn? Where do they change their draft?
I feel pick up your roamer quickly. So, because maybe even Yums in the previous match, there was not many options, so they pick up the Cho. So maybe just, changing that one. Now picking up the Gatot Kacha as well as the Fredrin.
So there's the change. There's a major revision. Liquid, they lose JP's hero. What do they put on Dad?
They adjusted to the draft. They absolutely understood that, okay, Cho didn't work. So let's take Gatot Kacha, and here comes the adjustment also from the Team Liquid. So they're taking Granger and instantly Juicin.
Yeah, the problem is here, I kind of want something like a Farsa. You just got to be careful of the Arlet, but again, something with more damage. Selena, Farsa, Valentina, something of that nature.
but that also exposes Sans, and that lets Liquid attack him all the more, despite all the bans that can still come going into the second phase. The CC is put onto Lutfi, so this I get. Again, you want to protect Sans, but maybe second to Kyrie, and maybe your team captain, Kiboy. Sans is the guy. He is Gila for a reason. So they're protecting him now. How do you go by the second phase? Onyx can crack down on more junglers. Again, take out the
Haya.
Take out the Haya. Take out the Akai. What are you going to do, Carl?
It's a good question. And also I'm thinking, and what about Kadita for the Onyx? So actually, if you want to protect, maybe the best protection is by yourself. So it's also an opportunity, and you got the combination with CC and Garatkacha and also Fredrin, and there are a lot of CC, and you can combine it.
Honestly, yeah, that is a lot of control. Fred, Gatot, CC, that's a very you don't get to move kind of draft.
You just need the kind of damage to follow through, to finish what you started. Loyi gets banned here by Liquid, so they know that that's one of the ways they can get blindsided. Again, very directionally oriented. Their lineup is currently. There's a lot of initiative, but if you don't know where your opponents are coming from, say goodbye to successful engagements. Onyx, do they take out more roamers?
Well, it looks like they're banning out the Akai. I mean, like, to be fair, they have a lot of ways to make sure that opponent doesn't get a move, and the Akai can kind of protect it. The only request that I have, I would say preference, is that pick up a mid laner with AoE damage, because I kind of feel like single target would just kind of wasted a little bit for Onyx.
They took out the two reliable AoE mid laners, the Farsa and the Loyi. Do you Selena now? Because it's a little too spelled out.
Valentina is more spread out. I guess in a way you can make Kadita spread out as well. Selena is a good pick. It's just that I'm worried it's just 2-1 pick off-ish.
What if Kimmy?
Kimmy, no. Please. Okay, I'm okay with Arlott right now if Sanford playing Arlott, but I don't like the Kimmy.
You don't like JP? What if JP Arlott?
I'm okay also. And last pick, it's kind of smart. And I like it because there are several options.
Alpha? Welcome back!
Whoa.
Alpha in the jungle, first time in MSC 2025. The GOAT takes it into his own hands, and an old favorite too, the Hylos.
I don't care about your defenses, I got true damage.
Time to stampede, baby!
What a game! Wow, and the last pick, and it's if. I'm not sure about if. I like the composition from the both sides, actually. Especially my heart. Team Liquid took my heart.
I mean, like, I requested for AoE. Eve has a lot of AoE, but the thing is, once the Stampede starts coming through, Eve has no dashes to protect herself.
This is very Stampede coded for Liquid to dig that deep. I'm excited.
Well, thank you very much, Leo, as well as Destroyer. But now we got to throw it back to Brigida and Mirko.
Stampedes, dives, the Spear of Alpha and a glorious pathway making its comeback in game number 2 of the semifinals between Team Liquid Philippines up against Onyx Indonesia. Could it be a potentially better scenario this time around for Onyx ID, or will the surprise picks literally take them by surprise again here in this series? Welcome to game number 2. I'm gonna ask you first, how did you feel about this entire Alpha Hylos?
Yeah, I mean, I see the angle for TLPA. They really want to go for the Stampede. Hey, they don't even want to just go for Stampede. We saw Stampede in game 1. This is what we call a possible Stompede. They want to stop Onyx ID right here. They know after winning game 1 in that fashion, if they dominate game 2, they might have Onyx ID tilted. They might be able to get a game 3 where they could do something else. Maybe show up another crazy experimental pick. And it's great to see this kind of unorthodox, right? Yeah. I mean, it's weird to say unorthodox with the Alpha Hylos, which has been in the meta for so long. Yeah. But it is in this meta. We haven't seen Hylos in a while, especially not Rome. Alpha, did we even see it in the group stage? No.
He was in the yet to be used heroes. So
there you go.
Collage.
One more hero to add to the list. It just goes to show how flexible this meta is, how open it is. Sanford on the Arlet though is what I'm scared about. Like, we see all these new picks, but I'm like, oh, man, Sanford on Arlet.
Yeah, it's showing how flexible the meta is, but also how comfortable Team Liquid is in terms of the current meta, because they're just so confident in terms of bringing out all these picks, because they You're just so familiar with how you're supposed to use these kinds of heroes in the first place. I mean, this is something not necessarily what we know of Daddy JP when it comes to the setups. It's not the draw heads, it's not all that, but it's, in essence, it still suits the way JP does play at a roam role really, really well. And especially with how aggressive Sanji and Sanford have been. I think if any, Carl's the one who's a little more on the calmer side if you compare it to the San duo right now for Team Liquid. They're literally making things happen, but Onyx ID right now, they'll be the ones to first position themselves in the turtle.
Oh man, they won the bottom lane fight as well. Lutpi forced back as Low has to pop in regen. Sanji gonna be caught by these Void Blasts, but Carl's been doing a good job there. RWM coming down over to Kaltizi. It's gonna be taught over as well, and that will be the first kill over. Sound for first blood. Kyrie picks up the turtle, and it is a 2-kill start in the second minute of the game for Onyx ID.
Yep, that brief moment where Sanford just had his attention onto Lutpi and didn't necessarily land the stun was something Onyx ID did capitalize on. Ooh, Crimson Beacon kept him safe there for a bit.
Has the Flicker too. Sanford joining in the fight. Lancer Flare almost getting the last reset for Sanford to jump in again. But see, this is the gamble you take when you go for a draft like this. Yes, you can snowball, you can stampede, you can get your power spake a bit early, but if you lose, another time for Keyboy. Kyrie goes in and the damage should be enough. Sans putting it down. Appraiser's Wrath, big bonk away. Not in the sweet spot, but it is still enough to take the horse down.
He got his level 4. He nearly had the glorious pathway and walked out of that wall, so he could have potentially walked away, but Onyx ID denied that from him. Kaltizi still got his purple buff, but yes, I feel like in as much as Team Liquid has such a great comp in terms of its ability to dive, it can be heavily punished by Onyx ID too if they don't get to use it the right way. The real world manipulation, the AOG, and I feel like even our panelists have been very vocal about wanting a bit more AOE, and Onyx ID has so much of that. They could literally set the tempo for a team fight, set the box, and win that fight if all things go according to plan.
And this is the underrated game of Savero on the Moskov too. You would expect usually for the Moskovs to really just ignore first few turtles. Yeah. But Savero's always been that active gold laner. That's why he's been preferred over CW in this season. He's more aggressive from the start of the game. He's just more aggressive in general. And yeah, we saw him participate in the first neutral objective battle earlier with the SOD. And this is a signature pick. We've seen him play this since MDL, since Liga Nacional in Indonesia.
Yep. And it was such a perfect SOD too. Because Carl at that time was just right at the corner of the real world manipulation. So it was just so easy to land because again, there was a brief stun before you actually get to walk out of it. But there's a charge. Keyboy doesn't go in with the Unbreakable. JP holding the turtle, but is already a bit poked down.
Oh, Keyboy landed the taunt into Sanford there. Kyrie doing the taunt as well. Over to Sanji, just a bit of poke over, back and forth. Keyboy popping and revitalized now. That's getting the AOG used offensively. The RWM zones them in the back line as the glorious pathway gets popped up. Lutpi pops in Vengeance, gets away. SOD lands. Finalize the flicker combo there, but it's a 3-man top from Keyboy. Savero joins in. Pure Misery actually puts Shantizi away from the Praiser's Wrath. And it's going to be Kyrie brought back again. Sanford jumping in, will fall to Sans in the push. Savero doing damage. Now lifted up and will be able to flicker out to safety. Sans with a cleanup again, finding the double. Oh, Heaven Carl on the turtle. Kai looking for an angle here. There is no retribution for both Carl and Kai. It will be Oheb with a dead Sonata.
Oh my goodness. A great fight done by both teams, although Team Liquid were the ones who were able to stay a bit longer in the turtle. But nonetheless, Onyx ID, they still had their chances there. Savero went in at just the right time. Yes, did probably put Carl TZ in a much safer position, but either way, still posed a threat, so Team Liquid couldn't fully proceed with the fight. And I could say the same for Team Liquid too, the way JP just decided to make use of the glorious pathway to dive right into where Sans decided to put down that real world manipulation made them really uncomfortable. But now once again in the mid lane, there seems to be another fight.
Uh-oh, Keyboy caught on the tough spot, has the AOG. Doesn't get it cancelled. It was so close. You could see the Lantern Flare almost pick him up. But the goal difference here, mainly it's up for Sans. 4-0 and 1 on the Eve. And we've seen how it can carry games. It's just now, how do they deal with the clinch? JP pops in the conceal on the Hylos.
Yeah.
Kyrie right there to back Savero up in case anything crazy happens and he won't walk in the bush, you know? No Kumar moments, not here.
No. They for sure know that they're there, right? Like they're not gonna try and check
Yeah, they know. Severo knows he's gonna back away, but they still want to force it out. Sanji walks up.
What?
Keyboy with a taunt, but it's only to JP, and it will be a trade. Turret down below for a turret up top.
Okay, Lutbi's been working on the turrets for now. That's just all that he's been doing so far, but yeah, interesting how the idea that Team Liquid does want to do with this lineup is somehow answered back by Onyx ID for multiple times in a row now whenever they do try to engage in a team fight. Because I feel like even just the energy eruption, it gives that delay that buys enough time for Onyx ID to already set things up, especially when Team Liquid PH does decide to dive in. We haven't even seen a successful Spear of Alpha just yet coming in from Carl TZ2. Might have been an option for him to use it a bit more defensively for the past few minutes of the game. But now, will they try to actually go for another engage?
Boy, with the taunt again, JP able to cancel it out. Now with Lord's Pathway, Sanford with final slash flicker into the back line, but Sounds pops in a real world ablation in time. Keyboard with a taunt, Kai with the win with the retreat battle, as that's the RWM already out. SOD landing, Severo piercing through. Carl TZ kiting back with Oheb, and it's a back and forth battle with the Vengeance popped in again over to Lutpi, and somehow the minions get the turret in the mid lane, and it becomes 2 for 1.
Team Liquid have managed the wave pretty well, or Onyx ID might have stayed a bit too long, trying to wait for the right opportunity, trying to set up for that fight, which happened in the Turtle just now. And so we see how Team Liquid are actually able to keep up in terms of the sustained team fights. Carl TZ, as long as you don't get to burst him down, the true damage is definitely there. It does threaten Onyx ID to a certain extent, but you could say the same.
Wow.
Lutpi, that Vengeance just does so much. But yeah, the gold lead between our gold laners, I did not actually know it was this significant.
It didn't look like it, right? I mean, now Oheb has 3 kills. He's been stacking up kills slowly but surely. But yeah, you wouldn't expect that big of a lead. I guess the gold crab has really just been given over to Oheb every time, just because Onyx ID have always kind of ignored the gold lane. They wanted to play Severo at weak side, and Severo's been leaving lane a lot.
Yeah, that's true. So they might have not put that much attention into Oheb, and that might be the thing that'll bite them in the back as this game progresses. Because I don't even think you could say they've completely shut down Team Liquid just yet. It's just that it's been a bit uncomfortable for them whenever the team fights do break out, but it's not like they always lose out when you look at the bigger picture. It's somehow there are just a bit more advantages if you look at Onyx ID and the way they're able to keep themselves a bit more alive with a bit more HP after each fight happens. But I think you also have to look at the macro, because it's beyond how Oheb is surprisingly in the lead. They unknowingly let go of turrets, and I don't think that should be happening up against a team like Team Liquid.
Nope. The goalie is completely gone for Onyx. Now, final slash of the flicker combo over to Kyrie, and he's going to be bursted down to the Spear of Alpha. Oheb picks up the kill. The AOG defensively as Carl TZ gets chunked down, but is still able to survive. That's going to be Lutpi jumping with a vengeance, and it's still the retreat from Carl. Oheb gets a double. The SOD lands, but he cannot take it. Oheb, the Filipino sniper, with a triple.
And you wonder how many stacks he already has on this Granger, on the Sky Piercer, with a 6-0 standing. It's been a relatively quiet game for Team Liquid, but now that he's online, that definitely changes things up.
San's live cam view gets a kill on Sanji. A bit too aggressive, but yeah. San's got to be careful there. Kai holding in. What? Yeah, Sanji, I guess they just walked up a bit too aggressive.
That is the playstyle we've been seeing from Sanji.
That's
so
true.
I wouldn't be surprised if he might have done that. But you have to be a bit more careful now for Team Liquid. They finally regained the lead in this game. They're the ones with the Lord. Onyx ID will definitely have to work on that first. They get to reveal Team Liquid through the Magic Sentry. And they have the slows here and there. Final slash once again to Keyboy.
But the RWM is right there, and a double taunt comes in from Keyboy and Kai. The SOD lands as well, and the Brazer's Wrath does enough to take him down. Carl with the Spear of Alpha, Lutpi spacing away perfectly. Sanford down, Lord down, Onyx ID defended without losing a Holy Shield.
Okay. They still have all their Holy Shields
They
intact.
have, no, not a minute.
No. Just, I mean, they took down the mid.
Yeah.
So that's just one. But maybe not Keyboy if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not go for Keyboy.
That's true.
There are so much other options. I mean, he was definitely the most accessible one, but he has the AOG. So they'll have to take note of that moving forward, because I don't think that was the first time they actually tried to go for a setup and Keyboy was the one on the receiving end. And they just got out. Oh, wait.
Spear of Alpha from Carl, the glorious pathway, cutting Kai in the back line. Appraiser's Wrath comes down as well. The AOG locks him down in the back. Double taunt over. That's a lot of piercing damage. Sans with the real world manipulation. Zones them, but Carl jumps in with the Spear of Alpha against Sans. Gets a double Ludpi. Zone to the back. That's Sanford walking up. Sans still kiting away now. Pops into Void Blast as he kites again. And he evades from a lot of those shots. But Oheb continues with the siege in the bottom lane. Pushing out the Death Sonata. And it will be a base turret for TL as they look to push in mid.
Now they might just try to look for another one, but Kyrie will be here to try and defend and clear the minion waves. Everything changes when Kartezi finds the right positioning. Yes, he did go down, but you saw how he just blocked everyone off and just applied the right amount of true damage, much to a point where Kyrie, he just needed one last hit and he finally would have went down. So aside the fact that Severo was one of the first few ones to actually get taken down in that fight, Onyx ID definitely needed to play it a bit more carefully right after that happened, because Oheb was still alive. And Oheb right now is 701, level 15, probably already complete in terms of his items, or just lacking at most one. So this is where things can potentially change. Oh yeah, he has complete items, even the Wind of Nature.
Who has the better front to back? Conceal already. Lippy cancel. Keyboy still in the front now, going to be sunned up by JP as he goes into the back. Carl still wins out the retreat battle. The AOG defensively as that's even Spear of Alpha landing on two with the RWM doing some more damage. Sanji diving to the back. Severo getting the kill. Wind of Nature from Oheb still stunned up. Severo able to flick around to safety as Carl still holds his ground. Oheb, that's Sonata one landing. Looking for the chase. Severo gets away, and Onyx again trade out 2 for 1. It's worth it for TL.
Severo could have actually done much more, but the thing is, you'd feel too hesitant if the majority of your teammates are already running away. That's the purple buff. Still taken by Kyrie, but there's a Lord. Ludpi's gonna make it in time. He still has 5 seconds on the death timers, but I feel like Team Liquid will be paying attention to the other lanes for now, at least respecting Onyx ID and their capabilities to defend, because despite what's been happening so far in this game, Severo, you can already feel his damage. He is definitely a threat, especially with once there is a failed attempt from Team Liquid, Sanford could definitely get punished later on. Oh!
Spear of Alpha over to Kai. RWM locks Carl down. That's a winner crown to buy some time. AOG lands a double top from Keyboy! Kyrie in the front, the final time dodge away from Severo, and Sans wreaking havoc throughout this fight. SOD from Severo doesn't get the Spear of Misery, but goes in again, gets shot down by Oheb with the Rhapsody, and Onyx are looking for the chase. Severo with the blade, piercing damage over to Oheb as Ludpi chases again. Oheb gets out, still somehow has his flicker intact. Sans hovering over, zoning Oheb for protecting this tier 2. 3 members down.
The Sonatas, they will try to clear the waves from a distance, but it will be enough. Onyx ID gain access to 1 base turret from the cavalry, and that's exactly what we talked about. Those small errors that could completely be turned around by Onyx ID given the nature of their lineup. A single real-world manipulation in response to a failed attempt could mean everything to Onyx ID.
The damage came through from Sans, that real-world manipulation, but in that skirmish, we gotta give props over to Keyboy.
Yep.
He was the one keeping everyone there. The AOG landed, the taunt came in as well. That is not Severo. Oheb is 9-0-1. He's still almost fully stacked up. Again, would love to see the stacks on Oheb right now, because despite all of this, despite the front line already getting dismantled, he stays alive without using Flicker. This man's positioning is immaculate.
Did he go for item change right there? Because I feel like he had the Wind of Nature earlier already, but he bought it again right now. So maybe there was a bit of buy and sell, especially in that last clash which happened. We'll get to confirm that later on, but this is looking to be a game that Onyx ID might have gotten themselves back into. They actually have the lead already.
Does the lead even matter at this point is the question, right? Have all the carries gone to their power spakes? Sans and Oheb, eyes on them. It comes down to the front to back, and it's not the gold lane here. Savero is the added bonus because he has the SOD. He has ways to break the front line. The main damage source, though, in a lot of these team fights is Sans for Onyx ID.
Yeah. I mean, Team Liquid do have decent range, but it's through Oheb. Sans, his kind of range is different. It just affects...
It's a few bops.
Yeah, it affects so much more than poking heroes down, poking certain members down. Oh, but wait, JP too.
Chain CC there, Lutpi doing a lot of damage again. Sanford looking for the final slash, able to find Sans, but it's going to be flicker out, but they dive into the backline with Sanji, Crimson Beacon! It's Sans in the backline, targeted and taken out. Savero able to get the way to crown away, now kiting away. JP put down with Fear of Misery. They're kiting over to Oheb. Lutpi unable to get into frame. Oheb with the flicker, gets the kill and gets out. Savero buys with nature, now onto Sanford he goes. Final slash landing, it's Savero kiting away again. Kyrie in the backline trying to go for something, but he cannot. Savero with a chase, immortality down for Oheb. He pops in with a nature and now gets chain CC'd to the ground. Team Liquid have wiped Onyx ID out.
Individual highlight plays just to make it out alive. Winter Crowns coming in from Carl. Even though it got too messy, it's a wipeout. Onyx ID, they only have Sans to defend this.
Oh, they got a minute wave to come in again. That's going to be the RWM to zone them in the back. But it is enough for Onyx ID to stay in this game. And TL, because of that move, I don't think they can blitz the Lord. No, they can't.
They can't. Oheb's not there too. That was a shutdown on Oheb, by the way. Whoever got the kill on Oheb. Savero. He definitely got a lot of bounty out of that. And now he's keeping up. I don't think keeping up even is the right term, because in that fight, he was the one who served as a massive threat. That last minute wind of nature, if it weren't for the knock-up on the Lantern Flare done by Sanji there, that could have been a turnaround or a way for Onyx ID to keep themselves alive once more, or even convert into the Lord, because if Savera was there, then they could have been the ones to blitz the Lord. But Team Liquid Philippines, are they looking for a different route?
They need to. They need to break this front to back. They were able to access Sans, right? It was Sanji and JP getting an angle somehow through the jungles of Onyx to get that flank to happen. That was what made Sanford's sacrifice worth it. And in the end, he didn't even need to sacrifice because they were able to get the shutdown. And Onyx, instead of defending Sans, they were like, all right, Sans is a lost cause at that point, right? Everybody was piling on him.
Yeah.
We needed to go for something else, and that's why they just dove on Oheb.
But the call is different. Oh, Savero all alone. Keyboy might be able to help him though, but they're actually going to go for him.
Hey, the base is wide open. This could be the signature play. The base going to be targeted down here by Oheb. The mid-wave's going to be canceled out. Whoa! TLPH, a massive gamble. Sans with a chase down now as Lutpi pushes in mid lane. Sans buys the immortality in time, pops in a Void Blast as well. JP going to be caught as well. Can they recall? Keyboy will not be able to cancel Oheb as he gets the recall in time. And it ends up just being Sanford left to sacrifice. He gets out with a vengeance. Darn you, Sanford!
That's the Arlet. That's Sanford on the Arlet for you, still alive. And we'll get to recall. Carl, TZ, and JP were taken out in that sequence though. So this means Onyx ID will be a lot more encouraged to take this objective. But Sanji, he's walking up front.
Do they have enough damage is the question. Lutpi has the vengeance. Keyboy looking for the taunt. Sanford reads it out. Oheb shooting them down. Lutpi joining in the fight again. Real world manipulation with a taunt down. Sanford with a vengeance now, but it's going to be the vengeance over from Lutpi. Final slash, and they go for the chase. Kyrie gets the Evolve Lord, and now they must back. They will back. 20 minutes in, a turnaround for Onyx ID.
Yeah. Luckily enough, even without anything to use the vengeance on, Sanji was there helping Sanford, making sure he still got to survive. The vengeance, the potential turn, that could have been done by Onyx ID, but nonetheless, I feel like there wasn't any much threat. Kyrie still had the retribution during that moment, so it was almost sure, it was almost guaranteed that they definitely would be the ones getting the objective. And now that's what Team Liquid is trying to work on. But Keyboy, he's also looking for an angle himself. Conceal gets spotted out by Sanford though, and Team Liquid use the conceal for themselves as well. Wait, Sanji!
This could be the angle, but he's forced to recall. Evolve Lord, they're playing with a damage reduction now as Sans continues to just push it forward. RWM locking Carl TZ down, forcing the Spear of Alpha defensively. Lord gonna be dealt with. Carl TZ very low. Severo kiting away with a piercing damage, doing a whole lot to TL, but again, TL have a lot of shred. Carl and Oheb, if they continue to push, will be able to clear out these Lords pretty easily.
Yeah, but will they be confident enough to look for a fight? They still have to deal with the incoming waves. You would have thought that maybe because they know that there's no real world manipulation anymore for Onyx ID, but there's a lot of housekeeping you need to do. You can't allow Onyx ID an opening as well, because I feel like they'll be capable enough to go for a split push or a different way to end things, especially through Severo, similar to how Team Liquid attempted to do that earlier. I mean, that play was definitely a highlight, right? The way they took that gamble down bottom and tried to end it there. So now Team Liquid, they have to stay composed. I know it does feel like they were the ones in the better position for majority of the game, but things are completely different right now. And that's maybe why you also sense a bit of desperation in terms of the calls.
They know they've been outscaled. This is a problem now for Liquid, the big one. Damage from Carl, just the use of that hero in general. At this point, Team Liquid are really just playing for Oheb. If Oheb gets the kills, if he's still able to get those Sky Piercer stacks up, he'll win them the game. But Onyx ID have a lot more. They have a CC, a Moskov, a Yves, so much more damage to play with now that we're in the late game.
That's so much sustained damage. That'll be very favorable for them if ever the team fight does get a bit extended. Not to mention Severo. Now Sanford might just try to look for an angle though.
Hold up, they gotta be careful. JP with the flank. He finds Sans in the back now, able to find the stun, but it's into the zone now from Ludpi. Pops in the curtain call, the AOG locking him down as well. Severo doing so much to peel for Sans. Keyboy still surviving. That's a Spear of Alpha, but Keyboy's too darn tanky. Severo with the SOD falling in again onto Carl TZ, but it's a kill over as Oheb got the kill on Sans. It's a 1-for-0, and Onyx ID have lost one of their main damage dealers.
It happened again. The SOD landing on Carl TZ, but him holding on that Winter Crown and even having the immortality still. Onyx ID could not proceed with this fight, not with Sans, or not without Sans. And that results in a Lord that'll finally go into the hands of Team Liquid. They still have ways to defend this though. They still have Severo. It might... Yeah, Sans will definitely make it. The Lord is gonna spawn a bit later in this game. And all their resources are gonna be up by then. So they definitely will have a way to deal with this. But how does Team Liquid try and approach this? Because so far the team fights that they've been winning out on are the team fights wherein they come in from the most unexpected angles across the map, where they get to use the glorious pathway to really block away members.
Wait,
where's
that's not right.
Yeah. Oh, he sold it.
He sold it and bought... Okay.
What's he gonna
so
buy?
he's selling again. He knows he's not gonna get any value out of that, so he buys the Wind of Nature. There he goes, 0 stacks on Sky Piercer.
Okay.
Kai with a taunt in the front right now as Keyboy gets caught in the final slash and will just be disintegrated. Has immortality though. The AOG was cancelled out. Now Sans is able to go for the clear onto it. AOG getting him out. Kyrie still looking for the taunt. Oheb still there. Appraiser's rat dodged away from us. Oheb jumps in again. Immortality buys across the board. Severo with the Rose Gold Meteor. The Lord already into the crystal. The SOD landing to the back line. Severo goes in again with the SOD and finds his Spear Victory from Severo! The Lord is still on the base. They've defended again. Carl! Not able to end. Sanji, one more hit. Throw back again. Liquid Philippines lose all their members, but Onyx ID lose their crystal.
That could have been a moment. Keyboy already found the taunt. He found the taunt onto Oheb. And you would think that was a very risky play because the marksman, their gold laner wasn't there anymore. Team Liquid Philippines fought with the only remaining resources and people that they had in that fight. And we saw each and every one of them up until the very end, risking it, just focusing everything on the base. Carl and even Sanji. He still had the Crimson Beacon. He walked up towards the base, and the way that the Lord was still up, that was also another way that Team Liquid were able to find the end angle in this game. Onic ID, they definitely were set on looking for the kill on Oheb, but that didn't translate into much. Now, let's hear what our panelists have to say after that very long game we had for game number 2.
Thank you very much. Considering how long that game was, I can't believe I'm saying this early. We already have match point for Team Liquid. And again, for some reason, blue side, first pick, still gets that W.
And we expected Onic to switch up, but something else we did not expect is the return of the Alpha and the Hylos. And I'll tell you now, highlight plays coming from Daddy JP. I never thought he could make a Hylos do that. How could you sneak up around and somehow still find a way to singularly stun Sans, drop a glorious pathway to block the entry and the protection from Onic ID to get to the point where we are when we ended?
That's a nightmare.
Hylos was super amazing, but I also want to highlight Savero. I really liked his play. And Sans, I don't know, if that guys couldn't survive, it would be a 10-minute game. But Sans, he was trying to make everything he can just to defend the base.
And I really feel like it really is actually punishing those front lines, because in the previous keys to victory, make sure you punish those front lines, something that SRGOG does. And this is what we see coming in from TLBH. That Alpha, yes, has a lot of shred, a lot of true damage, but even the Arlet as well, whoever's up front, he's able to take care of it. Like you said, Diddy JP, making sure that the back line, sure, they can still deal damage, but it's going to take some time because he's going to stun them first.
To be fair, there were some moments of brilliance from Onic as well. If you'll recall, in that very final sequence, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds before the base broke, Keyboy had a stroke of genius. That was his easy equals empty squared moment. He concealed and ran through all the chaos and up and taunted Oheb, got him killed, and that bought them maybe 10 more seconds, but he was hoping for all hope that they would be able to clear and defend. But at the end of the day, Liquid knew what they were doing. That was, I'd say, one of the first times I've ever seen that kind of end angle, to be able to just cause enough mayhem for the Lord and the rest of the minions to finish the job.
But still, you know, my emotions, like, it was still a roller coaster. You're still, okay, Oniken, and even when Team Liquid was trying to finish the base, you, 1 second, and you feel like, and you saw the emotions, like Keyboy was, oh my god, he understood 1 more second, and they could win that game.
Yeah, playing a Hylos like a Natalia, going to the back line, and then helping that initiation. Heck, now I gotta look at my own Hylos play and be like, yo, I got stuff to do. I gotta teach this old dog new tricks.
Yep, big four by the end of that game were both Oheb and JP. Damage taken, most assists, most damage dealt, most farm. If Baby Cakes is Carl Tizzy and Oheb, what is Oheb and JP? Because that's a new connection that we've seen flourish here in the knockout stage of MSC 2025. I'm here for it. I want to see more of them.
Gentlemen, we're at match point, and I kind of feel like Onic ID needs to take their time to re-strategize going into this matchup. So we're going for a very short break, but after this, we're going to resume and see if Onic ID can push us further, or Team Liquid Philippines will be the second team to go to the Grand Finals.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
The semifinal resumes with match point for Team Liquid. Welcome back to the English broadcast here at the panel, and we predict at least 4 games. And I gotta say, game number 2, that was very close. But still, until the crystal is broken, you can't really say that you won. Welcome back. My name is Rafael. Alongside of me is Destroyer as well as Leo. Destroyer, looking at this matchup, is it really Onyx ID making the mistake, or is it just Team Liquid is just too strong?
I would like to say that Team Liquid is too strong, but as you mentioned, they were like nearly come back, and the problem, like every inch, it depends what's gonna happen, and exactly in that period of time, Onyx, they missed that inch. They need a little more time, like 30 seconds, like 2 seconds. Somewhere they just moved in a wrong pattern, but still, they can do it. I trust in them, I believe in them, and I think we can see much more. They warmed up, they are ready for it.
And I gotta say, Team Liquid, with that kind of win, I believe Liquid fans are feeling really good, because just gonna take this moment to remind everyone that the club championship, Team Liquid was number 7, if I'm not mistaken. Now being in top 4, I believe their number moved up, but if they become champions, then hey, it's gonna be looking pretty good. In fact, we're gonna look at the EWC Club Championship presented by STC. As of right now, Team Liquid is number 4.
Yep.
This is a huge movement coming in. If they are able to become eventually champions, they could keep up, or they could catch up with Falcons as well as Vitality.
Huge gains possibly on the horizon for Team Liquid, because they are 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. And if it's the same form that they bring into tomorrow's best of 7, I can't see a universe where they don't eventually take home the title. Like, this is the cleanest, the strongest, the best we've ever seen Liquid.
Yeah, but one thing that we got to talk about here is that Falcons, for them to be eligible, for them to be able to use these points, they need at least 1 title win, which they haven't gotten just yet. So honestly, the points are looking good, but they need to secure 1 win, and that puts pressure on Team Liquid as well, because if they win, then higher chance for them to win it this year.
So actually, it depends. For the clubs, it's like a competition, real competition, because Falcons need to win, Liquid needs to win, and here is the best option for the Team Liquid to go to the better results.
And I gotta say, Team Liquid looks like they have a very good chance here, Leo.
A great chance. Again, we've seen them sweat, but isn't that part of the game, to put effort, to exert yourself? They haven't lost just yet. They haven't dropped the ball. They've dribbled it, sure. They've stumbled, they fumbled, but they rolled over land on their feet, and then kept going at 100 miles per hour. That game 2 ending. Oh my lord. You could have just clipped the last minute and said, guess how we end up here. No one could tell you what happened there in that game. And that's what makes how you're saying, Destroyer, there is hope for Onyx. Number one, how do they start? Go blue.
Go blue.
Go blue.
That's the reason.
And then try to stop this madness of, this is a point that has dawned on me and made more concrete by a good friend of ours, Ray Ash. He's in my ear. He's like, yo, they're cornering Kyrie, bro.
Yeah.
They're forcing Kyrie on the Fred to deny the Arlott Fred combo from Liquid because that alone could ruin anything.
Something is to tell them. Yellow is 2024. 2025.
Saw blue.
Saw blue.
Oh, that's good. That's good, guys. So, for now, the blue side, you know, is chosen by...
And it's still TL!
Yes!
It's still TL!
A wise man by the name of Vas Montenegro once said, can I tell you the definition of insanity?
Oh, when you do the same and you expect another result?
Yes!
Well, hey, sometimes you gotta be a bit loco to get the W, but now we're looking at draft here. As you guys know, TLPH, blue side, Onyx on red. Fanny, Yisenshin, Fovia is banned out by Team Liquid, and now Onyx banning out the 1-1 Baxia as well as the Lancelot. Would it be crazy to see Arlott first pick?
They tried They're splitting pennies.
Okay.
They're switching it up.
Is this also a way to pinch down Kyrie?
This is kind of interesting.
They're forcing one of the 2 red picks.
Yes.
They're making Onyx play as if they were in blue with 1 less power pick in red.
Or just be like, hey, for me to be the GOAT, I need to beat you on the pick that you couldn't win with.
I hope it's not an ego check.
No, there shouldn't be. I think there's a plan. There's a plan that Lafel just described, and I'm pretty sure that they will follow it. So, CC and the second pick. It's Granger.
So they get away with the Arlott Fred combo. What do they put it up with? Arlott, Fred, Zushin.
Oh, that's nasty. Arlott Jushin is already pretty nasty, not gonna lie.
You get the combo of combos.
What's going on?
I mean, TLs just keep on stomping, right? Like, they get a draft that they can fight whenever they want. And the question is, when? They're like, yes,
When?
fight, yes.
I didn't get when?
Earlier, today.
Yeah.
Yesterday. We wanted to fight yesterday.
It's like the coach asks, like, how many times do you guys want to fight? Yup. It's a meme, basically.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
I understood.
So you see, like...
Yes.
So right now, TLPH, we predicted the pick, and it's a pretty strong pick, pretty strong opening here coming in from Team Liquid.
I got no comments, actually.
You can't Hayabusa here.
No. Oh!
The Barats?
Liquid switched up the formula, still ended up with the same result. Get Kyrie on a non-assassin hero.
I can't believe we're having a matchup between Kyrie and Carl, and it's just all tanks.
They tried to goad him. They said, go Haya, go whatever. So, you know it's not going to work.
Whatever you want. Yes, I want Barats.
HP better than damage. Okay?
Give me the peel.
give me the peel. Hey, you know what? This is Kyrie's way of saying I'm hungry.
What is this?
Welcome, Detona. I'm ready for it. So, Harit, Bant, and Louis also going away. What's about the drafts? From the right side, Onyx I expect from them actually to ban gold lane, because they also already got Granger. From the left side, we see the jungler, we see X-Plane. Okay, potentially wrong, but most likely X-Plane.
Yeah. Irrital Moscow's choices.
Yes, and Moscow, I guess, the best choice.
Yep, either or. You just gotta let one slide. And so far, Oheb, even though he's been feeling under the weather, I gotta say, he's performing out of his mind. And they ban out the Moskov, giving the option for that Irritel to come true, which I kind of feel like they prefer, because at least you're not gonna be surprised by the SOD. But now the Farsa gets banned again.
So now what's left for Gilak Sans? Because you just need one more for Keyboy, you need one more for Sans. Who shows up first in red for? I'm guessing they protect Sans all the way, man. Sans was the guy in Game 2. They're closest at even scoring in the series. protect Sans, keep him at red 5.
Eve again? What do you think about the slow drafts?
It's if only there was someone that can burst the front line so fast.
I got a question, by the way. Can it be 300 IQ?
This is not one of those that I was thinking about.
Yeah. Navarre, I didn't expect it, actually.
And then do you Matilda? Is that even an option?
So I guess the idea is just play with range. Like I feel like you want to play macro, get as many objectives as possible. But for you to be able to execute this draft, kind of means you have to win the first 2 turtles. So the moment the first 2 turtles goes over to Team Liquid, you already lose a chunk of your win condition.
And then you play for the 15-minute mark.
Exactly, yeah.
And what do you think about just look for the right side? They got a poke damage, right? They need some kind of save, maybe sustain, maybe. I know it would sound like crazy, but Estes.
Honestly, I was thinking the same thing. It's not that crazy.
That's not Keyboy. You compromise 2 players.
And then the Minotaur and the Claude. Honestly, the draft coming in from TLPH kind of feels like last year MSC's draft. We haven't seen a Minotaur in a while.
Yep.
Got buff, pretty strong, but very situational. And honestly, looking at this draft, it's a good situation for the Minotaur. Not a lot of ways to punish this cow?
Actually, a lot of crowd control.
Minotaur.
I still
Minotaur.
His name is what he is.
Yeah, Minotaur is Minotaur. And if we are speaking about the Onyx, I still think that Estes, really, it seems good. For me, okay, it's for me.
It is Estes!
Yeah, here we go!
As much as I'm so happy that you saw this coming, I'm not so sure this is a very Onyx draft.
Honestly, it feels like Onyx is having a hard plan A and a hard plan B.
This feels like a plan H.
Hey, you know what? If H works out, then it's all good. Thank you very much, Destroyer, as well as Leo. Is this the final game for Onyx, or will they be able to extend this one? Mirko and Brigitte, we're seeing Anestas in this match. We're going to give it over to you guys.
Thank you so much to our panelists for breaking down that very surprising draft for this potential last game. The surprises just kept coming in from the moment we saw the Barats, or maybe from the moment we saw the Fredrin, Jushin, and Arlot locked in together for first face. Welcome to game number 3 between Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx Indonesia. I'm gonna give you the floor now. This is where you air all your, or maybe even just surface level sentiments regarding the draft.
Dude, the last time I saw Barats, my team went home. My team got reverse swept. So, this is bringing some real bad memories, man. And I agree with the panel. Keyboy in the mid lane on the Estes already flickering out. Here's the problem. Here's the big problem.
Okay.
Yes, maybe they've got a draft that can work, but it's not very Onyx.
It's not.
Is that Kyrie and Keyboy, or is that VYs, you know?
I'm not so sure anymore. How do we wait for the Keyboy setups? How do we anticipate the Kyrie mechanics? This is a completely different game plan that Onyx ID are trying to go by. So this is I don't know, maybe a double-edged sword in a way that Team Liquid ID may not be that like Team Liquid Philippines. See, it happened to me too. Team Liquid Philippines might not be that familiar with how Onyx ID does play this, but generally speaking, you should have an idea of how these kinds of lineups are played out.
60% first blood rate, the comparison you can see here for Onyx as well, but I don't think they're gonna get first blood with this composition.
Maybe
like
not.
Usually they're all in, trying to go for like the aggressive plays, the Amon in the group stage, Lancelot that we've seen, again, also Hayabusas. When you hear Kyrie, you don't hear Barats,
You're
man.
dancing, you're dancing.
It's like, oh my god, Kyrie Hayabusa. It's not, oh my god, Kyrie Barats. But hey, don't knock it until you try it. Onyx ID are trying something new.
Yeah.
They have Pryo on Turtle.
Although the team fight for Team Liquid looks too good. Speaking of team fight,
Bonasash coming down as well. That's it as well. Coming the healing from Keyboy too. Sanford going to be caught on the curtain calls. That's going to be a lot of damage. Plays Suns. Finds a Star Shatter. Praises Sprat coming down. Sky is still alive. Carl caught on the bad spot. Red Trees both used up already. Sanford taken very low. Ludwig comes in. It's a Vero. Gets the kill. Kai walking up. Sanji with Lantern Flare as again Oheb just walks back into the mid lane. and Onyx have gotten Turtle 1.
That's why you don't knock it.
Until you try it.
Until you try it. And that team fight, clearly, Onyx ID got the advantage. So this is indeed very different from the usual Onyx ID that we know, but the way they're just playing it out through pure sustain. Okay.
Did you see that?
I didn't. What did
Someone
you
in the crowd said Onyx ID, get ready for your key to be crushed or something.
Oh my goodness. Don't knock it. Don't knock it.
Don't knock it till you try it, folks.
Don't knock it. So far, it's been working for Onyx ID. They have a 1k gold lead right now, and as we've mentioned, they've just sustained the entirety of the team fight. And Sans could be that reliable guy to fire all those Star Shatters from a distance and deal decent amount of damage to Team Liquid. And in a way, Team Liquid do have their own ways to sustain. They have the motivational roar. But during that moment, it was just so unfortunate. JP wasn't level 4 yet, and he felt like he was the first to be targeted down.
And this is the weirdest deja vu ever, I think, for Oheb, dude. He's like, wait, Kyrie and Yeb, aren't those two the guys I beat with the Estes and the Barats at M3? Wasn't I on that side before? It's so weird for Oheb, probably, but hey, Sanford up top trying to go for the kills again. Keyboy able to heal up. Lutpi putting down the curtain call and poking Sanford down. Yeah, Onyx ID, it just seems like Yeb and Kyrie have never been able to beat this Ube. They've always fallen to this Ube, and now, I guess if you can't beat it, play it.
Yeah, that might just be the way to go. And it's not like it feels as if Onyx ID is just so unfamiliar with this entire playstyle. I mean, you've said it, they've played against this kind of comp long enough to know how to play around it, or maybe even better, how to play it themselves. But maybe that's where we try to look for answers in Team Liquid's lineup as well. How do they burst down this lineup, which feels as if it's so impossible and difficult to burst down? Oh, there's the Titona's welcome.
Keyboy playing in the back again. Minus Fury going to be used up already. Caltese went in the retreat battle, and that's going to be the burst out coming in the blazing duet into the back. So Vero's still there. Keyboy with the healing, and they're all stuck. Sans walking out, potting the meteor down. Sanford with the stun onto 2. Keyboy with the flicker out, still healing again. Sanford reset. Oh, with the BMI forward. Severo will be taken down. Lutpi low and chased down by Sanford, who gets the vengeance reset, but will not be in range. And Liquid have turned the game around against this Ube.
I mean, what better way to answer back against Ube if not through an AoE skill similar to the Blazing Duet that's able to shred you down? And that was right after we were questioning and asking where the damage, where the burst would potentially come from. And it seems like the answer was through this Minnow Fury Blazing Duet combo that Oheb and JP have been planning to do all along. Oheb right now is serving as the key, is serving as the answer to the entirety of the game plan that Onyx ID are trying to pull off.
Oh, you can see the audience here.
Wow.
Reaction after getting that team fight win, and now it just looks tough. Again, this is giving me a lot of trauma, man. My team did this in MLBB.
Yep, it's gonna take a bit more time to, if they want to rely a bit more on Severo to provide a bit more damage. Oh, there goes the Astral Echo though. Forces out the Blazing Duet from Oheb. Could have been a close call, but that's the thing. Onyx ID right now, they're literally forced to group together. That's where their lineup is going to work best. That's where they have to make use of all the resources that they have. But the goal difference is making it a bit too difficult for them to even look for team fights. So maybe it's just playing the disciplined and slow game that's going to work for them at this point.
Let's see if they can make it work. The goal lead for Liquid isn't that massive, just like it was for Onyx ID. It's only hovering at 800. So Onyx ID definitely have a shot at securing the next neutral objective. Liquid, though, walking up against Sanji to be poked in the mid lane. And Carl's on it. Oh, good reaction by Keyboy, flicking him out already. Minus Fury knocking him up. Detson welcome coming down, and Sanford jumps in with a vengeance. Again, 2-man knock up, a 2-man stun. Blazing wet into the bag of Brazier Strats with a whole lot of damage. As Sanji walks up as well, dishes out damage, and it will be Sanford to secure the neutral objective. Keyboy already used the flicker earlier. Lantern Flare over to Sanford to get the free kill on Keyboy, and it will be another reset from Sanford! Again and again, going through this composition of Onyx.
The San duo! They're so back, they're doing it! Through the final final slashes and all the lantern flares. If we were to look a bit back on that team fight and how it panned out, it was a great start. It was definitely a great start for Team Liquid. That was a flicker final slash from Sanford, followed up by another flicker and the knockup from JP as well. So Onic ID, when you're forced to group together like this, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Okay. That was that was.
That's Sanford.
Yeah, Sanford on the Arlot for the 3rd time in a row.
Oh my lord.
In this series, by the way. But yeah, I mean, that's so hard to go up against. Your entire lineup needs to stick together, but Team Liquid Philippines, final slash, no Fury, Blazing to it. Oh, what did you say?
He said, "I love you, Onic."
He said, "I love you."
Yes. If you can read lips, you know exactly what he said.
Yeah, because you're Filipino now.
I am. Yes, the words I know are not that.
No, they're very Filipino.
They're very Filipino. Sinigang, yes. All right, Oheb in the bottom lane, getting a free turret here. And at this point, what do Onic do? Like, do they just scale? But how did he scale? Because Team Liquid are just going to split the map up. Even in team fights, they have so much AoE. Remember, they picked up this Ube against possibly the best composition to go up against Ube. Arlott going through everyone. Carl Tizzy on a Fredrin, Juicin. Everybody has AoE CC.
And the Jushin has a Sky Piercer already, by the way.
Oh my lord.
So, I mean, if you want to look at different ways, maybe wave management, side management, but who could even do that? For Onic ID, I don't think anyone is meant to play away from his other teammates. If you look at their composition, because they're all meant to work together. So they're being so restricted right now by the way that they decided to approach this game. Now that especially Team Liquid is in the lead.
Lord. Kai's supposed to be attacked. Sanji brought back, has the Purify, pops it in, and respects the damage of Onic with the Crimson Beacon. So at least Onic do damage, but it's really just like poke, and they kind of, it's tough. It really is tough to get through the front line because their damage is so easily blocked.
Okay, this is such a hard thing to brainstorm about. Like how? It's just full of how. How does Onic, where, when? Full of questions for Onic ID right now, and
questions.
The way that they could potentially fight back against Team Liquid in this kind of situation. And to be fair, Team Liquid, there's nothing holding them back anymore.
Not in the side lanes.
Nothing at all.
Oh, final slash on the 2. Kai already in the midst of it all. This Fury, JP finds a 3-man knockup, and Sanford just going to town. A Star Shatter locking in the back in already. Kai still able to heal back up. The Blazing Duet comes in, and Sanji picks it up. Oheb! Blazing Duet wreaking havoc. Sanji already using a Crimson Beacon. That could be an angle for Onic to continue the chase. Final slash, not with the flicker this time. Sanford backing away. JP for Kai is the trade, and it will be Onic somehow holding on to this game. Carl in a weird spot, gets the dash away. Sans puts the dash down, puts a Star Shatter too, and they get a tier 1.
Yeah. Onic ID definitely had to force that chase. They had to run after Team Liquid. They had to prolong the fight a bit longer because they lost Kyrie. So there was no way that they could have contested the objective if ever they did let go of Team Liquid, if ever they did just decide to run away and disengage, because Team Liquid would have converted that into the objective. But nonetheless, that's where we end up right now. Team Liquid are holding on the objective!
Sanford with a final slash, bringing 2 back now as Kai tries his best. Kimo's healing up, and Sanford dives in. Oheb gets a triple kill, gunning all of them down. 4 members out. Sans, the sole survivor who was sent up top to clear the waves. Team Liquid now have a 6,700 gold lead. They are knocking at Onic ID's base.
If Onic ID doesn't find a way to deal with this, it would be very, very devastating. They've barely been able to do anything up against this lineup of Team Liquid. There have been moments wherein it seems like they're able to sustain it a bit long enough, but the next question is, how do they fight back now? Where will the damage come from? Because Team Liquid, they're the ones who can save up their skills a bit more later, just decide to go in, and that applies the most to the Blazing Duet. There's the Astral Echo already committed though. Sanford though.
Final slash already, but he's going to be taken down. Minute Fury over to the back by JP. Lutpi still surviving. Appraiser's found with a big bomb. Oheb looking for the range. The curtain call stops them as Onic ID once again find a way to stay in the game. Kai for Sanford. Sanji got a tough spot. Has the healing from JP. Oheb doing a whole lot of damage. Lutpi brought back, and it is the Sky Piercer for Sanji. Severo clearing out mid lane. Another wave in the bottom lane for TLPH to work with. Sanji with the Lantern Flare. That's going to be a lot of damage coming down. Severo finds a shutdown. Oheb, what? Walks in. BMI into Severo. And Onic ID have yet another chance. A Star Shatter landing at Carl Teasy.
They're probably just waiting for that moment. Severo right now definitely has a bit more damage. Keyboy also picked up that okay. He did pick up the talisman as well. So he could spam his skills a bit more. He could spam his healing a bit more for his team. And that's what's been keeping them in the game so far. Yes, the first item was actually the Flask of the Oasis. It wasn't the talisman. It just came in recently now. So that's the entire idea that Onic ID are definitely trying to go by in this game. But so far, if you look at the leads, Severo actually slightly ahead in terms of against Oheb. So I think if Onic ID are still banking on that idea, then they've done a pretty good job at just trying to protect Severo overall.
Somehow Severo is actually ahead now. Sans is doing damage. Onic ID, they might not have expected, well, maybe they did expect to get to this point, just not in this fashion.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid, I don't know, that was so weird. Did they get overhyped? They just jumped in, dude.
Sanford was already low in that most recent team fight we saw, and JP still decided to go in, I feel, with a flicker play. So maybe they could have respected a bit more of Onic and their sustain. But Oheb has a different plan in mind, I feel. Does have to force Sans to defend for now as they gradually walk towards the objective. This is going to be struggle number one for Onic. How do they approach and how do they get into this area that's being heavily controlled and defended by Team Liquid Philippines?
They got a turret up top. The Wind of Nature is completed for Oheb, so now it's Sans.
Whoa.
That needs to deal damage to get through. The damage is already visible. You can see the damage over to Sanji there, just with the Astral Meteor. Yeah. Severo gets the Sea Halberd.
So they have their ways to deal with the motivational roars and all the other sustains that could come in, the Fredrins as well, and the Arlots too. But wait, Astral Echo.
Lutpi with the curtain call already. He's only with the back line. Severo finds it. It's a massive play for Onic. They're going to go look for this disengage. Kai still in the front, pops into Death's welcome, and he will sacrifice Kai for the Lord. Severo's got to be careful here. This could be an engage. JP with a flicker forward. Severo stayed for too long. He gets punished for it. They have a Lord in place. Lutpi pops in a Vengeance, gets the kill on Sanji. Mid lane pushed in by Carl. Sanford looking for an angle to go for the final slash. Now a big Astral Echo. The Star Shatter not landing. A mini wave for TLPH in the mid lane.
There's no Severo. They have to deal with this only with the Star Shatters.
They're healing Lutpi up. JP walks back in, giving the Vengeance resets constantly here as Carl goes in again. Has the retry. Lutpi's doing a whole lot of damage. The curtain call. Carl TZ taken down. That's a win of crowd already by Keyboy. Lutpi walks back in. That's the win of nature that we were talking about. But again, Sans gets the shot. Sanford. Final slash. Still surviving, but will fall to Gila Sans.
A wipeout by Onic ID after holding on for so long in this game, waiting for that one moment that they could actually make it happen. Now Sanji forced to use the Crimson Beacon and all alone in this defense. Still gets the kill on to Lutpi though, but Severo's gonna go in.
That's a few shots and it's gonna be the Death Sonata to take him down. Only Carl left standing. He's gonna respawn, but is it gonna be in time? Does he get the retribution? No, he gets one done! And Onic ID with a Barat, with an Ube that has been their counter for years. Save themselves in a semi-finals.
What an unexpected turn of events! I believe everyone is in shock after what we just witnessed.
Holy shield!
Holy shields! No one ever would have thought that we'd see Onic ID go with that kind of lineup, but they did! Here in MSC at EWC 2025, again, the semifinals. And our panelists did mention it felt like a hard plan B. It felt like it was too far from the signature Onic ID, but apparently now they make it work. We are all still in a state of shock right now. I'm wondering what our panel has to say about this.
Well, you know what? If Plan H works, man, or you know what? This is Plan B. Barats. Where do we start? Where do we even start?
I thought it was Plan Holy Shields.
Hey, Holy Shield. You know what? Plan B, Plan H, all of them are great. As long as you have a plan. As long as you have a plan, it looks good.
They went deep. Again, Liquid showed us the Hylos and the Alpha game 2. Now Onic ID have shown us what they were cooking, man. Kyrie on a Barats and an Estes on Keyboy. I went into this game, post-draft, saying this is not a Keyboy hero. But apparently his aggression and his attention to detail, where his teammates are, what the team fight's doing, how Savero is carrying them hard.
Oh, yeah.
And this allowed for Sans to farm up to a point of no return as well for Liquid, that they got punished hard. This is it. This is the wipeout angle.
Actually, they overextended there. They went too far. And you know,
went too far.
Yeah, when you are leading and dominating all the game, you just can't stop. You just can't hold yourself. Stop. Deep breath.
No time, sir.
Yeah. Relax. And Liquid, we are on the horse. We are finishing. Okay, we are done.
I mean, that's a form of overheating. But to be fair, even during interviews and such, we hear that this is one of the strats that Team Liquid uses, which is to just overwhelm your opponents. Keep on pressure to the point where they can't even react. And we heard that Kyrie said the team with the better mentality wins. So it really is fighting between both of us. This is more of a mind game rather than physical games.
And the Sky Kings did not crack despite all that Liquid threw at them. Looking at the post-game stats again, writing was on the wall. Liquid was going to win this one if not for Onyx clutch gene and Kai. You know what? You're saying that it wasn't over just yet. You're saying that maybe that one siege minion would have died if Carl TZ came in, knocked it up, taunted it, and killed it. But I think otherwise. But luckily, Kyrie did not allow for that argument to happen anymore. He came in like an assassin, sir, like an assassin with a Dakota's welcome, stopping Carl in his tracks.
Yeah, that was really nice. Actually, that comeback, you know, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised what's happened. I was like, no, it's Liquid 3-0. Sadly, but it's 3-0. And Onic making such turnaround, there's a bounce back and right into the face.
Can we talk about 6,000 damage per minute by Sans, by the way, on this Novaria?
Yeah, a good chunk of this skewed the stats in the post-late game phase. When we started getting the point of, isn't Liquid throwing themselves a little too hastily at Onyx's feet? Aren't they overwhelming and overheating themselves? And that is what explains it. Look at the build on this Gila Novaria. He's juggling. Look at that. He's juggling. I think he was on his way to a Holy Crystal here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like having that Wishing Lantern as well really helped scale up that damage, making it so that no matter what kind of poke, either first skill or second skill that you do, you're just going to be racking it up.
That's right. And another bit of MLBB math. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Sanji has a Sky Piercer, yes? There was a sequence towards the later part of the game in the top lane where he was trying to kill Lutpi. Lutpi then rocks the Vengeance, presses it, and then accidentally, I think it somehow procs Sanji's Sky Piercer, and the Vengeance calculates the math, does the damage reduction, and then kills Sanji instead.
That's a big no-you moment.
Yeah, call an ambulance.
No, you.
No, but not for me. But not for me.
Yeah, but I know that's the meme, but
no.
Moment. Okay, let's return back, guys.
So this matchup, right? I really feel like you said, going in really deep just to make sure that what else did they have. And by the way, first win for Red Side. I mean, to be fair, still a very good track record for Blue. Maybe this is the reason why Onyx really want that red side, just to have that very weird last pick. In this case, it was the Estes, well, Barats as well.
So with this, a singular win in a best of 5, yeah? Do they single-handedly say, we told you so, red was a power side too? I don't know if that's the case, because Liquid can still bully you draft-wise. They can still force Kyrie on a non-assassin very easily from Blue and still get to this point. Because I'll tell you now, what if Liquid did not overheat? What if Liquid did what you just said and say, all right, we'll breathe in, we'll breathe out, we'll take it slow, we know we can win this fight. What if?
What if, the words, it's esport. It doesn't work here. What if? Here, the result, Onyx won that game. But I agree from the perspective that Onyx should think about the first pick.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is the shortest point from A to B. It's the best way to solve a problem. You can open a coconut with a spoon, but why would you?
Yeah. I like What If, though. Amazing series. But either ways...
I like the second season.
I haven't watched the second season. But anyways, for this matchup, yeah, I really feel like, in a weird way, it is still a battle of the junglers and also like the support system that they have around them. Can we just talk about Suns as well as Severo? Like they are the standout for Onyx right now.
Yep, they are essentially the icing to the cake. They make what Onyx plans are possible, and they made that win so sweet for the Sonics. Because again, you can say that, oh, it was the Esses, it was the Barats at the end of the game. No, like what kept Liquid honest was the damage on the Granger and the building impending inevitability of the Novaria.
Yep, the meteor to the face kind of hurts.
Bah! Poof! You make sound.
Boom.
Yeah, cool.
There you go.
That's very ECA of you.
Too much. Actually, if the Suns goes down or they remove him,
big star shatter.
They only got problems.
At this point, gentlemen, kind of want to look at the stats because I kind of feel like we thought coming in to this tournament, like a few weeks ago, 4 to 5 weeks ago, we thought there's not going to be a lot of picks in the mid, but now it looks the most versatile. We've seen so many different mid picks throughout this entire month.
Eve, Novaria, Farsa, Valentina, Kagura,
Kadita,
Zushin,
Zetian, don't forget.
Zetian, Kimi.
Yeah, right now, yes, but overall...
Hey, she's there.
Kimi.
Selena.
I think we have one Sicilian game.
Sicilian.
Yeah, I think we have one Sicilian game. Sicilian, Lilia, like you said.
That's a dozen heroes.
Dude, there's a lot of mids used now. Heck, there was a Valir.
Yep, I hate that jungle is the tight lane now. I'm uncomfortable. Oh, no, I'm comfortable, but I hate that there's only so many. There's literally half a dozen junglers. That's it.
I don't know if I like or don't like that we don't see a lot of Suyo. Because as a frontline, I hate Suyo. But as a watcher, damn, Suyo is a cool hero.
He is a highlight machine.
A playmaker. He creates the moments. But actually, yes, it's a good point. Do we have I mean, like during MSC, at least one Suyo, no?
I would know.
I think there was...
remember.
No, I remember Area 77.
In the groups.
In the groups, yes. In the groups, Area 77 used it, lost, but hey, it is what is it, right? So jumping into this matchup, I'm almost scared trying to think of what Onyx ID is going to use, because so far... if you win, you just keep on using the same thing. Actually, you know what? Even TL, they keep on changing every single time.
No, but Liquid technically in all 3 games so far have used the same gambit. We're threatening the Arlet Fredrin. What you gonna do about it? And they've always put Zushin on Sanji. That's it. So now the question: what if we switch it? What if we flip the
script?
Yes. What if we ask Liquid, what else do you have? Because Onyx might be building momentum and they might have your number now. You can't pull the same thing.
I mean, no, wait, you can. One more time. If Onyx understand how to beat that, then you need to change. But is there any reason to change something that works? Actually, if they didn't throw out the previous game, they could win, and it worked from the beginning. So no reason to change for something like unexpected to just surprise your opponent.
Something that I think we have to discuss as well. Yes, Onyx ID won, but that was too close for comfort.
Too tight.
Right? Because their draft really wants to skill up, at least a little bit, right? And I don't know, going up against a very high pressure team like Team Liquid, using that strategy again could win you the match, but it's not without its risk.
You know, I liked Onyx idea just because even when they played like Liquid were leading 6,000 and still Onyx could match them and they could beat them during the fights. It was hard, but they could.
So I'm a big fan of staying ahead of the curve. So I'd like to see Liquid switch it up so they don't have to rely on, again, the what if. They don't have to rely on the same momentum because slowly the momentum is shifting. Onyx is building up. And here we see Liquid are on the same side with the same bands, but Onyx has had it.
But yes.
40, get out of here.
Yep. Finally.
No, wait, no. 40, get back. He gets the CZ.
So, wait, at least Onyx changed something. We see another options for this team. Yes.
Kyrie doesn't have to play utility anymore.
Heck,
They've unlocked the Fredrin Arlet threat.
Heck, if he picks that, it's going to be trouble because there's a CC on the opposing side. So maybe, you know, maybe he goes for that assassin. So right now we can see Onyx, they still pick up the box. I mean, like, to be fair, it could be jungle, it could be anything else.
Yep. Maybe Rome, we don't know.
It's flexible pick for now, and the oh!
Now we really don't know.
Because technically Paquito can go jungle. Granted, we haven't seen it. And granted, Paquito is a good matchup against the CC, but the theme of this best of 5 is what if?
So Liquid are still on the Fredrin and Zushin train. What's Onyx to do? What else can they pull? Because these are already two unique picks halfway through the first phase.
Go Farsha right now. I think that's the option. That's the option. You need the burst, you need the nuke. And with the Paquito, actually you can. What do you think about it?
Honestly, something that I'm also thinking of. We haven't seen Kalia in this series. Could really help out, but they pick up the Harith here. Yep, looks kind of surprised. I hope he was just surprised about something else and not about him picking up the Harith. But now, looking at the bans, they're banning out the Granger. So I kind of feel like Onyx this time, they want to move a little bit faster, right? Like, make it so that they start to pressure TL more than TL can pressure them.
They got a lot of mobility for now. So Onyx decided to make it hard for Jusin, for CC, to keep them in the same position. And they will just split and try to make a fast initiation.
They ban out gold laners, key picks that Oheb could use. The Granger and the Moskov. What is going to be left for the Filipino sniper here?
Who knows, he might go for the Bruno just to make the tempo faster for them.
Bruno, Iritel, Beatrix.
Yep, there's a lot of options still.
You're okay.
Farsa bet here again?
Yes.
Never getting that Farsa.
I would like to see Farsa from the Onyx, but okay. Sounds good, but they decided to take the Harith at the first rotation.
So does Onyx... I'm gonna juggle a few choices here. Eve or Selena?
Selena looks better for me. So you can, like, you create a catch-up composition.
Catch-up?
Honestly, if they pick up Kalia here, I'm all for it. Right? Just speed it up. Just kill Carl over and over again.
Yeah, and then just leave the surprise for...
they pick up the Kadira though. So
nope, they're gonna jump it.
Yeah, I feel like the idea is just to punish the front line. But yeah, I would prefer just picking up the Kalia because you're giving a chance for TL to pick it up.
Hey, it's a fish girl. Still a fish girl.
Interesting, but they need...
I'm allergic to seafood.
They need to... something else, like Badang maybe from for the right side. So you need the initiation. You need, like, if you want with the AoE composition, so go for it. You got Paquito for the crowd control. Yeah. Just add Badang. But the question is if Team Liquid gonna pick.
So there's the Gadot. for Daddy JP. So again, there's a smorgasbord of gold laners left, and it's still the Claude.
Let me just say, for Onyx, targeting is going to be very, very crucial for them because their damage profile is really all in on 1% at a time.
Yeah.
So the moment they're not in sync, the moment their chemistry is not there, the damage is not going to be looking good.
It's very positional, very, I don't want to say skill shot based, but you have to have good mechanics and good foresight to make this 4 work so far, not even the 5. While Liquid, my only real issue is damage profile too. It's all DOT. There's no real burst.
But they have constant damage.
Yes.
So, like, maybe it's the plan for the game. Constant damage, yes, a lot of sustain, and the last pick. And it's Kalea.
Well, I mean, Fish Girl got picked last, but she got picked still. What are your thoughts, Leo, on the draft? Very fishy?
I like, yeah, but just the same, I like how halfway through we saw where it was going. We saw where, you know, Onyx planned to put their pieces. For Liquid, though, I'm usually skittish about teams who play this way or have lineups like this, but it's the cavalry, man. I trust them. I believe that they know what they're doing with this.
I'll be short. Team Liquid got better composition and easily more simple.
Well, we'll see how it turns out because this time it's for Mirko and Brigida to call the game.
Who would have thought that in the current meta, there's a chance we'll actually see the Kalea come in as last pick?
Yep.
This is a chance for Onyx to extend the series once more, because if not, Team Liquid, they're still on that match point. Welcome to game number 4 between Team Liquid and Onyx ID. This is still do or die for them, and they decide to bring out a Paquito Cadito. What do you think about this?
Yeah, the Paquito first pick was honestly weird, right? It was paired with the Baksha. I think we instantly knew where it was going here. We knew the Baksha was going to go to the jungle. Yes, Lapu, I mean, there was a chance that the Paquito goes to the jungle. But knowing Lutpi, this is just like a comfort for him, especially when he's up against CC for some reason. Yeah, it's definitely some early aggression composition. They're trying to look and trying to do what they failed to do in the group stage. Lutpi doing a whole lot already, baiting them in, and Sanford's caught in the bad spot. Shield Unity, vengeance already from Sanford, and first blood to Kai.
Oh, that cut was punished right there for Sanford, and it's been a while since we saw Onyx ID actually get that much of an advantage against the Apex Predator. So things have clearly changed a bit as soon as we step into game number 4. And I agree, this is something on it where we could potentially expect Onyx ID to be a bit more explosive. There are more ways for them to just keep going with the fights. Again, the cooldowns on the Paquito, it's one of the biggest adjustments that we saw. And even in terms of how smooth the combos just laid out for the Kadita too. So it could be a much more comfortable game for them. But we're taking a quick look at the emblems too. Could this, like the Paquito nowadays, is it really going to be all damage? Oh, hold on. That might be the answer, or maybe just the raw damage coming in from the Paquito too. But this is a very aggressive start for Onyx ID.
It is. They really want to get the ball rolling from the start here. They don't want to waste any time. And Kibo is already in a 1v1 against Carl Teasy. Petrified breath of the ocean and the rough waves. The Revitalize gets into safety. The Appraiser's Wrath gets him a bit more HP with the Revitalize again. That's a Crimson Beacon for Sanji. And Sanford walking up. It'll be Carl to win out the retreat battle. Looking ready for the hills. Sans caught the AOG from JP to get the lead early and to take the snowball potential away from Onyx ID.
Such a perfectly timed knockup from Sanji, not allowing Kyrie to even find a way to use that retribution in time. And I mean, even the way Carl Teasy just took a step back, laid that Appraiser's Wrath, brought Kyrie down to half HP. Even despite that very aggressive start for Onyx ID, Team Liquid found their way around it once again, and that just accumulates. It denied, wow, what an expression. It denied the purple buff, but Sanji got taken down there.
Yeah, no Purify, very susceptible to a... I think what happened was a Tsunami Slam into Rough Waves combo.
So far, Team Liquid still in the lead, but this does feel like it's a much better situation for Onyx ID. Even if you just look at the sides, Severo's been doing a great job so far, even in the past few games where we thought that Oheb was way ahead, he was actually keeping up. And now in the EXP lane, if you look at Lutpi on the Paquito, which is again a surprise pick that came into the draft, he's managed Sanford much better compared to the previous games. And although there has been a bit of help from his teammates, I think this Paquito changes a lot in terms of the tempo of how Onic ID is able to play their game. I mean, look at that. He's just not scared of Sanford anymore.
Yeah, look at that knockout strike and the shield as well. This might actually be a solo kill. No? All right, Sanford has vengeance. He needs to respect that. Kai pops in shield unity, trying to go for a pick there, but he knows that I think it's a bit too ambitious to look for a kill on any of these members. Carl, though, utilizing that spot. Appraiser's Wrath to take the purple buff away, setting up for an amazing turtle take here. Still has the red tree a level ahead of Kyrie.
Yeah, it was close. At least he still had the energy eruption to get the last hit, but if not, Keyboy would have gone for it. Oh!
Tsunami Slam blocking his hand for down. The AOG lands on him. Batons gets the kill before that. 3-man taunt from Carl TZ. Look, he wins it out. Knockout strike over to JP, and now he's going to be caught in Zaman Force. And that's the kill to Keyboy as Onic pushed the lead to take it back.
It looked like such a good knockup, but wait, Keyboy, will he get out of this?
No flicker, he won't be able to get out of this. Gets a bit more sustain, but gets slammed down to the ground by Sanji.
It looked like such a great AOG already. Every single member of Onic ID in that team fight got knocked up, but Sanji wasn't anywhere to be found. Carl TZ, he did have to deal with a lot as well after the combo from San. Sanford does use the curtain call, however, onto Lutpi. But oh my goodness, the Paquito. Now we see why. Or maybe this is why people or teams have been attempting to use the Paquito all this time. Oh, but wait, JP. Oh,
on the AOG. Look, he can go for the shield. He goes for the double shield and he gets away again. Yeah. Paquito's kind of nasty to be escaping with, right? You have a knockout strike. You have so many ways to just sustain up with the first skill. So that's what we've been seeing.
Lutpi 0 or with 3 assists right now in that game, in this game, just missing out on 1 kill. And how much emphasis is put on the EXP lane has been an ongoing conversation so far in the current meta. And that's why even for the past few games, we've put so much emphasis on the R-Lot, on Sanford, on how he's just able to constantly set the tempo for his team. But now it seems much more balanced. And even if you look at the gold, Lutpi's ahead by around 500, so that's already something. But Oheb, he's doing such a good job too in his lane, up against Xavero, up ahead by 800 almost.
They baited out the Crimson Beacon too. Yeah, Oheb's doing a good job in lane right now. The BMI, a great way to deal with the Harrod, but later on in the team fights, especially considering this time Xavero has the Purify, it'll be hard for TLPH to deal with him. TL on the turtle, Lutpi holding the angle, getting Sanford half HP there. Shield Unity over with the Breath of the Ocean too. It's even the cancel out from the AOG, but he still gets it in time. Oheb gets the kill on Keyboy. Kai with a poison, dealing a lot, or just taking a lot of damage. Sanford doing so much with the curtain call, and Kai will fall. Lutpi runs away. Suns should be able to escape. But again, Liquid wins out the turtle battle.
Yeah, it was just a bit off-timed for Keyboy. He did go in with a flicker, but didn't find the stun onto whoever he wanted to go for in that moment. Handed over the objective, and that curtain call definitely made a difference in this fight. He was able to tie down Lutpi, and one of the heroes who you definitely do not want to escape, but Xavero with the Zaman Force will be able to escape this attempt from Team Liquid this time around. So Team Liquid just have to be really cautious of where Sans might just come from, where the combos could be laid onto, or who could be the target for Onic ID, because it's given that Onic ID have such an easy way to look for a pickoff from Team Liquid. And if earlier they were not as hesitant to even go for the likes of Carl TZ, maybe they have to consider it a bit more this time.
Team Liquid are just playing the fundamental game here. Kai walks up again, gets caught with the curtain call. That's giving the Tsunami Slam over to Sanford, and instantly into Sun for the cancel from Carl. Getting the taunt down, the Petrify locks him down. The AOG zones Xavero in the backline of the battle. Mirror Image gets Oheb in range to get the Blazing Duet. Lutpi just defending, and again Onic lose out in the skirmish. Kai barely surviving. TL looking for the capitalization in the mid lane as Lutpi goes in for the knockout strike 2 times. And he actually evades from a taunt, from 2 taunts.
Yeah. that was a different take. Team Liquid walked right into Onyx ID, knowing fully well that the combos were still there, that the damage could still come in, but that was a very brave call that Team Liquid did. Probably also confident enough in their abilities to reposition. Oh my goodness! The one-on-one by Savero and Oeb. We gotta keep an eye out for these two gold laners, but going back, Team Liquid, they're just so close. Onyx ID 2 years ago, they were also able to make things happen. They were also able to get an MSC for themselves. And Team Liquids were the ones who failed, but they're going after JP this time. Hold on.
Yeah, this is the only thing they can get, dude. They can't get anything else. JP still surviving for a bit. Ends up being Severo who gets the kill. TL were just too quick with it. They canceled the recall, so in the end, it was either Onyx get nothing or Onyx get JP for the Lord. And they chose JP.
Yeah, that's why they went all in. Just chased after him in the top lane, but the damage from Oheb right now, his attack speeds, you could literally see it. And we're just waiting for the Lord to march up top. Now Onyx ID have to defend this as much as they can. Once again, the grand final slot, the last slot on the line. And Team Liquid, after failing last year, they're just so close to getting there.
After failing 2 years in a row. Once to Onyx they lost, the other to Falcons AP Bren. Yes, this is redemption for TL. With a 7,000 gold lead here in game number 4. It's looking like TL should be able to get it done. Again, Onyx ID are really just banking on late game at this point of the game.
Yeah.
And even, that damage from Oheb.
I was about to say, Keyboy was trying to look for something for the entire 10 minutes in this game. He was looking for an angle to set up using the Tsunami Slam, was looking for a target who probably did not have the Purify. But even if he did want to go for any of these members of Team Liquid, the responses, the clapbacks just come in too fast. Oh, Carlisi walks right into Sans.
Yeah, great Breath of the Ocean there. Improvisation by Sans. He just wanted to check the bush. Didn't expect Carl to walk up and dash on him. But he got the Breath of the Ocean canceled anyway that it could be bad. Could be a pick-off for TL. And we're back to just both teams playing it slow. TL have the 7,000 gold lead. There is absolutely no reason for them to push in. They've learned from what happened in the previous game. Again, TL were the ones in the lead in the previous game, folks. They were the fundamentally better team. But they got overzealous, walked in, gave a few shutdowns, and turned the game around, giving it to Onyx.
Yeah.
Here, Onyx will have to wait for quite a while. The Holy Crystal is there, but is it enough?
Yeah. Literally everywhere you look at it right now, every single player of Team Liquid is ahead.
They got Radiant Armors.
So there is absolutely no reason for them to make such a big play that could potentially be a risk, that could potentially put Onyx ID back in this game. So they're going to play this very disciplined. They're just going to manage the waves. Lutfi as well has been trying to manage the sides a bit whenever he can. But Oheb is just so quick to respond. Now what? JP, maybe it was his first skill, right?
Yeah.
That got the last hit.
It's always unlucky, but for some reason, it's always JP to end with a buff. Hey, it's okay. You get a little bit of value. Maybe not in the mana regen department, but hybrid. Oh, man, they're just... Oheb, oh, that damage. They can blitz this really quick. Hi. Shield Unity. You've seen this before in the box share. Going in a bit too far ahead. Now jumps in on Sanji. Over to Ton again. Lutfi going for the knockout strike, and it will be Kai losing out. AOG cancelled out, and that's another Keyboy shredded before he can even do anything. Severo with him on force. Lutfi coming. That's Sans with a rough wave, but it's not enough. Sanji with the chase. Sans will fall as well. Team Liquid. Now, what do they do? Do they go for the Lord, or do they try to end the game?
I just want to say, Sanji used his Crimson Beacon just now. Like, the entire time Kyrie went into him using the back to shield Unity, the entire time Onyx ID were trying to burst him down after that buff, he did not need to use the Crimson Beacon. And it seems like the call is to go for the Lord instead, because we put such great emphasis on how Team Liquid need to play this very disciplined. They're 10k ahead of Onyx ID. And what happened just now, to a certain extent, you might say, it was looking to be, or kind of like a mistake from Onic ID, or a miscalculation even, because it seemed like they wanted to go for a pickoff, but Sanji still had the Crimson Beacon. That's one of the biggest concerns. Also the Purify. So maybe not the best target to go for, and now they're left to defend.
Team Liquid really want to end the game with this push. You can see the way they are managing the waves. Slow push in the bottom lane, waiting for the next wave up top and in the mid lane. They really want to go for it right here, right now. 10,000 gold lead. Onic have been able to fight off a lot of crazy sieges before. Curtain Call locks him down though. Kai and Severo tied up together. Lutpi in the mid lane now goes for the knockout strike as Sans jumps in with the rough waves. Not enough damage to take him down, but it's going to be Tsunami Snipe over to JP. AOG cancelled out. Lutpi brought back to Sanji to pick up the kill. Turret down below, taking now Keyboy. Able to escape. Severo pops in his bond force, but it's not enough damage to get him out. Sky Piercer, Sanji gets the kill. And now, with a cannon minion in the top lane, Onic are on their last legs. The Curtain Call comes in. Sanji gets the triple. Team Liquid shatter the dreams of Onic ID. And they make it to the grand finals of MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup.
We are gonna stay quiet for some time.
The GOAT has shushed us.
The GOAT has shushed us. And you see right now in front of your screens the cavalry who's holding the hopes of the PH region. Finally, after failing twice, have made it to the grand finals of MSC. A near perfect run, Mirko. Only dropping a total of 2 games. And all to Onic ID at that. And now in the end, they are the ones who actually come out on top. Wow.
TLPH. Carl Teasy. Before this matchup, we saw an interview, we heard from Kai. He wants to be #1. He wants to beat Carl. And if he does, he'll be #1. But it seems for quite a while longer, it'll be one man up top. Carl Teasy, who has a chance now to complete his trophy cabinet. Another one to add to the many trophies he's had, the many achievements that he's been able to secure in MLBB. And with this team, all the way from the start, I think a lot of people kind of expected them to make it to the finals. But they got a tough challenge up ahead.
It's the defending champions that are awaiting them in the grand finals. But man, the versatility this guy showed us. From a Hayabusa, to an Alpha, to a Fredrin.
And then Fredrin to secure it. The hero that got him his 2nd World Championship title.
Yep. He's definitely comfortable with this. And now we do want to hear more from the young GOAT. So we're throwing it over to the stage to hear the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, friends. Yes, I am indeed right now with Team Liquid's own GOAT. It's Mr. Carl Teasy. Congratulations on this massive win in the semis and advancing on to the grand finals. Now, I want to ask you a few things here. Look, Kyrie said that you were the #1 jungler in the world, the GOAT himself. What do you have to say now that the dust is cleared? Because he said if he beats you, he'll be #1, but obviously didn't happen.
I'm just really happy that he acknowledged me as his #1 jungler, and I saw one interview that he said I be ready to lose Carl like that, and I have a lot of respect for Kyrie, but I'm very disappointed on what he said to me.
Humility still at the end, but look, you sure showed him in game. That's what matters at the end of it. And look, you avenged yourself against Onic here. MSC 23 still holds a piece, even though it was 2 years ago, in your heart. You've been at the top for so long. How do you keep that energy to compete still and be the #1 even so many years into your history with MLBB?
Of course, #1 is the love for the game and having fun. That's the more important thing to me right now. I'm having fun, I'm playing, and that's what makes me motivated.
It's a very healthy way to look at it, actually. Very much. I admire you for that take. Very much so. And look, you play SRGOG in the grand final. They're the defending champions of MSC. is there anything that you have to prove to them and the SRG fans out there? Maybe avenge Onic PH or anything like that?
For me, I don't have anything with SRG, but I want to beat Coach Arcadia again.
And that's the last piece, actually, because you broke their streak, their 126-day streak. You know, it's been a bit. You know, Coach Arcadia's been on there for a while, hasn't been able to beat you since those olden days on Echo. What do you have to say to him now leading up to that game?
I don't have anything to say to Coach Arcadia. Just have fun and let's put up a good fight tomorrow.
Very good, very good, very good. And Sakai said it that he's also looking for revenge because you broke his streak. Anything to say to him too?
Sakai is my best friend. Really, he's my best friend. And let's give a good fight tomorrow.
Very much looking forward to it. One more time for Carl TZ, the GOAT himself, and Team Liquid victorious and on to the grand finals. Thank you all. Thank you, Carl TZ, and congratulations again. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Milos, as well as the GOAT, Carl TZ. And that's the best piece of advice. If you're having fun, it doesn't feel like work, which makes it so that essentially can grind endlessly. And I kind of feel like for us here on the panel, hey, we agree. We're having fun and feels great to be here.
That's why Carl TZ is the GOAT. That's why he's the face of MLBB, because at the end of the day, he's just a kid who loves the game. It just so happens that he's made a lot of money and won a lot of tournaments doing that.
You know, I also... Oh, kick Russian.
It's so fast, by the way. We're just speeding through. And yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I also want to say some words. I like the atmosphere from Carl TZ. He said, you know, just having fun. And he also said, actually, Sakai is one of my best friends. And, you know, it's so friendly. It's so cute. And I'm pretty sure that tomorrow they will show us the atmosphere of the friendship and of the competitor.
Yeah, and honestly, this really shows how the top four, they're really close with each other because, yeah, Carl TZ, the GOAT, and I would say Sakai's still technically rising jungler coming in from Malaysia, even having the name Sky Prince. He doesn't really give off the air that, oh, I'm better than this. Like, he's very humble. So we can see how Carl and Sakai are on the same wavelengths. Like, we're good, but honestly, we're just here to have fun. It's really not to gloat or anything.
Sakai is following in the footsteps of Carl. I think back then, Carl was in the same spot. He was about to win big tournaments. He was a very mechanically gifted jungler that people were looking at. And I think Sakai has a good best friend and a good mentor in Carl.
Yeah, personally for me, the best thing I can say about Sakai is that he won a lot of money and he never changed.
That didn't change him.
He's still the same guy. But now we're going to talk about Oheb here. We're going to be looking at the heat map to see how Oheb is moving around the map because I got to say, man, Oheb is very dangerous.
And, you know, I'm very happy that Cloud, I would like to mention that Cloud is coming back to the meta and we see how dominance, and yeah, look at these rotations, like go all over the map.
Double laning, triple laning. It takes a lot of macro know-how to make Claude work, and this is exactly why Oheb is the player we're looking at right now. For a good half of this playthrough of this heat map, kill map 2, you'll see that he spent a lot of time going from lane to mid, lane to mid, lane to mid, and that's what made him the match MVP.
Yep, this is the Sony match MVP, Oheb, and I gotta say, all series, he looks very strong, and this is the sign of a very good goal laner. The fact that, number one, you don't die, and number two, how do you maximize your farm? And like I said, having good macro sense of when the minion is gonna be there makes it so that he farms so effectively.
You know the main problem of the Cloud and, okay, the most of the gold laners, you need to find the button of the damage. Until you find it, no, you do nothing. And you, actually, the result of the Liquid also, when, okay, he knows how to make it. He knows how to find the damage and to position himself like a professional guy.
He is a professional
Yes,
guy.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Hey, that's why it's called the Filipino Sniper. And honestly, like in this matchup, it does solidify how strong Team Liquid really is because, and we even said this behind the scenes with Destroyer. Now Aurora doesn't look that bad. Honestly, after this performance, it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's just them being unlucky going out against Team Liquid.
In perspective,
In
right?
perspective.
But also historically and factually, you can say the only team to ever make Liquid bleed is Onyx Indonesia. Beat them once in the groups, in game. Beat them once in the knockouts, just in game.
Yep. Team Liquid only allowed twice, but now to solidify it, we're going to be looking at the playoff bracket, the knockouts bracket, to see the movements coming in. I kind of feel like all eyes are on these two spots. The grand finals is going to be Team Liquid Philippines going up against SRG OG Esports. And unfortunately, that means third place match is Onyx versus Onyx.
First, it's Onyx time, definitely. Anyway, it's gonna be the tough match, and who gonna win? We don't know yet. And if we're speaking about the grand finals, again, SRG, OG, they're back. They're back to potentially get the reward to win MSC twice.
And now let's check out the Aramco power ranking because we want to see how our early power rankings really reflect now. Because here's the thing, like we put B tier, Mythic Seal as well as Aurora, and we can definitely see that they were unable to get any points. Team Liquid, Onyx ID being in S tier, I kind of feel like it's justified, but now it looks like even in S tier, there's a big difference there. SRG OG Esports is in A tier. So based on the tier list ranking, TL is definitely favored.
And that's the beauty of the mid-season cup. It's the tournament, the major international tournament every year in our MLBB Esports calendar where anything is possible, where the biggest upsets happen in the most high-stakes times that nobody expects. Again, an Onyx battle for third.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I will let you talk, but right now, looks like we do have an exit interview. Well, they'll be playing again tomorrow, but we're going to hear some words coming in from Onyx Indonesia.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I'm over at the backstage with Kyrie from Onyx Indonesia after the defeat against Team Liquid Philippines. Now, Kyrie, I know that Onyx Indonesia was attempting to actually get your third championship this MSC, but how are you guys handling the loss as a team right now?
As a team, for my teammates, I still don't know because after the match, I already got interviewed. But for myself, I think it doesn't hurt much like what happened in M5. It still hurts, but yeah, I can handle it.
Not as much.
Yeah, not as much.
Yeah, M5 was definitely tough, but as the big brother in the team, because you guys have two rookies or rising stars, Savero and Lutpi, how are you going to try to help them handle their emotions and their mentality after this loss?
Maybe just comfort them with words, maybe, and maybe treat them outside.
Just a little bit of a motivating factor, right, to continue pushing on. Now, Kyrie, we know that coming into MSC 2025, you know what, Onyx Philippines, Onyx Indonesia, TLPH, you guys are all a part of the contenders. A lot of people were rooting on for you guys. But unfortunately, today, TLPH sent you guys home. Now, what would you say made TLPH such a dominant team this season?
For me, the way they communicate, their communication and their teamwork, and also their macro and their decision making, like they're not scared to risk. Like the way I see it when they played against us, like there's a lot of moves from them that you have to be brave enough to do it.
So they're like taking...
they like to take risk.
They like to take risks. They are the risk takers. And you know what? Maybe tomorrow we can actually see more risk coming up from the side of TLPH. But what is the one thing that your team would do differently for tomorrow's third placer match?
I guess just play like usual. We also learned a lot from TLPH today, and especially with their macro. And yeah, we'll just try our best tomorrow.
the usual Onyx ID playstyle. Now, since it will be an Onyx showdown for the third placer match, how do you think this will play out, Kyrie?
I'm not really sure because we scream a lot and we don't like our scores always like even, you know. Yeah, so I really can't tell.
But you know what? I think since both of you guys will be going up against each other, I think at the very least it's going to be a fun match because you guys are technically brothers, right? Okay, now is there any message to the Sonics and to the Indonesian fans as well?
To who, sorry?
Sonics.
Sonics. Basahin daw niya. Okay. Buat Sonic, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita, yang udah nonton. Sama... Apa? Jangan terlalu sedih karena kita udah ini juga udah kasih yang terbaik kita. Terus come back stronger aja buat next tournament.
Thank you so much, Kyrie, and I do hope to see you come back stronger the next tournament. And with that, let us show it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Kyrie. Shout outs to the Filipino that speaks Indonesian to talk to all the Onyx Indonesia fans. And I kind of feel like I can answer one of Rose's questions, like how's tomorrow going to be. I kind of feel like no matter what happens, Onyx will win. But anyways, right now we have Coach RC here. So first of all, how are you? And again, congratulations on being the second grand finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very happy and so emotional.
Very happy and so emotional with the face being just like, it's okay. So here's the thing. Going up against Onyx Indonesia, looking at the Aramco Power Rankings, both S-tier teams. So can you tell us a little bit about how do you guys feel before going up against them? And now that you have fought against them, how do you guys feel? Because we expected a full game series, but it just ended in 3-1.
Maybe we just prepare something because after we face them before in knockout stage, we just review our draft pattern and also mechanical skills and skill shots that we can improve when we face Onyx ID again, something like that.
I got a question. So if we rewind the time and go back to the game when Onyx ID took Estes and Barras. I got a question. First of all, did you expect it? And the second one, what went wrong?
Actually, we don't expect Barats and Estes, but as you can see, that game 3, I think, yeah, you can see the MPL Season 13 meta. And on what happened, maybe we overextend and we just want to rush the game, or we rush to finish the game. Just exactly what happened.
Okay, thank you.
But despite that, Coach, very impressive. You found a way to reset the boys and went into game 4 the cleanest you ever were. But the whole tournament, MSC 2025, you guys are so clean. Not a single series loss. What's the secret? What'd you guys do? What's the prep?
Maybe I can say the secret is sinigang.
Sinigang.
I don't know what that means, please.
Oh no, it's the Filipino dish. It's
Filipino dish.
Yeah. After we won every time in our games, Madam Mitch and Coach TikTok buy something outside, then we cook sinigang in our training room.
Is that the pork?
No.
No, right? What
doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
It's just a sour soup.
Sour soup kind of thing.
And here's the thing. Liquid, even back in the Echo days, you guys are very superstitious, right?
Yeah.
It carries on today.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Going up against SRGOG coming in for tomorrow. Looking at how Team Liquid has been playing, it looks like the idea is to pressure your opponent so much, they don't even have time to really think about how to react. Going up against SRGOG, do you feel like that is going to work out against them?
For now, I can say that we just need to prepare more and improve more to defeat SRGOG, because SRGOG is how can I say, one of the strongest team here in MSC, and also they are the champion last year. So we need to prepare more.
And make sinigang.
Yeah, eat sinigang. After this, we eat sinigang.
Nice.
Honestly, talking to a lot of strong teams, everyone has their own superstitions. I know SRGOG has their own superstitious thing to the point where you know the result before the game even started. So just last one, talking to you, just tell the camera what is your expectation for tomorrow and maybe something that you want to say to the fans. You know, win or lose tomorrow, something that you want to say to the fans while you're still here on the panel. You can just look at that camera.
For those who support our team, for the Cavalry, we promise you guys, no matter what happened, we will do our very best to bring the MSC title in the Philippines.
All right, there you go. That is Coach RC. Thank you very much. Amazing performance. Our grand final is going up against SRGOG tomorrow. You know what, Leo? You've been amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Destroyer. And now, we're just going to let you guys know, tomorrow is going to be the third place match as well as the grand finals. We'll see who will become the champion of MSC here at EWC. But for now, let's catch the Kadia top place of the day.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.